Family of Spies author by Kuehn, audiobook by PSP. Family of Spies, a World War II story of Nazi espionage, betrayal, and the secret history behind Pearl. 1. Don't say anything. When you're young, you believe the stories your father tells you, and my father, lovable but imposing, a strapping 6 feet 3 inches tall with a thick, bristly mustache, and a rumbling Sergeant Schultz accent that frightened my friends half to death, loved to tell stories. His family had moved to Hawaii from Germany when he was a child, but his strange way of pronouncing words never quite disappeared. Our family dogs, Nace and Shu, were anointed with German names, a nod to his heritage, but there wasn't much else, he divulged, that would give us a feel for his formative years. Instead, he delighted in spooling out fantastic, almost unbelievable tales of alligators appearing out of the weeds in the back of our yard in Jacksonville, Florida, and attempting to snatch our dog before my father wrestled him away, or the one that involved a small boy wandering alone on the side of the highway and rescued by a brave tall man, my father, of course, and because I loved him, I nodded along. My father would sit next to me on the couch or shake his head as we drove to the supermarket. "Chrissy, you'll never guess what happened to me today," he'd begin. I would stop whatever I was doing and settle in. The stories I knew from experience took time. I was heading down the highway, and I saw a small figure up ahead in the median, he continued. It looked weird, you know, so I pulled over. "Chrissy, do you know what was in the median?" A toddler, I thought. There always seemed to be a toddler, though the stories were never quite the same, details appearing and disappearing throughout the years, the toddler's age and appearance fluctuating, but a few things did stay the same. The child was always a boy, alone, abandoned, crawling along the highway or dumped by the side of some lonely road, and my father was always the hero, there to rescue the lost soul. At first, I thought the stories were true, and then I began to understand. They were something else, fantasies lovingly embroidered by my father's considerable imagination. But why? Why these stories and not memories of Berlin or funny things that my siblings and I did when we were growing up? What added to the confusion was that my father never smiled when recounting his adventures, or laughed at the end, or gave a single hint that they were absurd. He treated the tales as though they were as real as the headlines in the Florida Times-Union the paperboy brought every day, landing in the driveway with a thud. That these stories were being told in the place of other, more painful ones was only hinted at. Once, at Christmas, his granddaughter had learned to sing O Tannenbaum in her kindergarten music class as she stood in front of the twinkling lights of the freshly decorated tree and sang to us all. The lyrics to the ancient folk song flowed from her high-pitched, cherubic voice in German. I glanced at my father. There were tears rolling down his face. I felt my breath catch in my throat. It was so unlike him. When she finished the song, he walked to his young granddaughter, crouched down, took her in his arms, and wept some more. My siblings and I looked on, not knowing what to say. When talking about his past, my dad described his parents, his whole childhood, really in vague, whitewashed snippets offering little detail. The stories, as they came down to me, reminded me of old-timey telegrams. I lived on Oahu, in Hawaii, until I graduated from Punahou High School in 1944. Stop. I joined the Army and fought in World War II. Stop. I was sent to Okinawa and earned a Bronze Star. Stop. It was the same when describing his family. My father served as a naval officer before dying in a car crash. Stop. End of discussion. Occasionally, tiny details slipped out, but they were mostly about other people or the larger historical forces that sent him to war. I went to the South Pacific, my father told me once, because if American soldiers with German names were captured by the Nazis, they suffered mightily for betraying the homeland. They told me if a U.S. soldier with German blood was captured by the Reich, he said, his face blank, they were badly tortured. But then it was back to his telegrams. I served again in Korea then. Moved to New Jersey and married my first wife. Stop. We had 2 sons, but eventually divorced. Stop. I married your mom and we settled. Jacksonville. Stop. She had 3 children from an earlier marriage. Stop. You were born in 1963. Stop. It had all led him to a quiet, normal life. My mom was a teacher where I attended elementary school, a Girl Scout leader for my sisters, and the center of our home. Dad worked for an insurance company, played golf every Saturday, and coached my softball team. My sisters and brother from my mom's first marriage were much older and out of the house by the time I started middle school. For much of my time growing up, it was just the 3 of us, mom, dad, and me. We were close. I spent hours alone with both my parents, especially my mom. We talked about everything, her childhood, her work, her family. She grew up in a small town in South Carolina with an enormous extended family. When we visited, it felt like everyone was some distant cousin. Looking back, I realized my mom's family filled the void of my dad's non-existent one. My father kept us away from his first family. He spoke very little about his wife and kids from the earlier marriage, and they had no contact. Picture of his 2 sons, framed in his office, was all we knew of them. Life tumbled forward. In our family, we rarely spoke about my dad's past, but on a sultry and dull June evening in the summer of 1976, his past arrived at our door. I was eating dinner with my mom and dad when the doorbell rang. I jumped up to answer it, hopping, I'm sure. It was a friend from the neighborhood wanting to hang out. Instead, it was a man, tall and wiry, much like my dad. Can I help you? I asked, a little sheepishly. Is your dad home? He responded. I had no idea who this tall stranger with a bristly mustache was, so I ran back to the kitchen. Hey, Dad, there's a man at the front door. He's looking for you. Says, you know him. Dad got up quickly and disappeared down the hallway. When he got to the door, he recognized the man immediately. It was almost like looking in a mirror. On the other side of the screen door was a man in his 20s, fair-skinned, tall like my father, his face obscured by the cross-hatching of the metal. Don't say anything about my family, they don't know, were the first words out of my dad's mouth as he stepped outside and closed the door. Behind him, he was talking about his parents, brothers, and sister. Then he hugged the man he hadn't seen in more than 10 years. It was his eldest son, my half-brother, who, years later, would tell me the details of their reunion. I didn't piece it together at the time, but in retrospect, that moment was the first glimpse that my dad had secrets. I later learned he hadn't always been so guarded and cryptic about his past. He had married relatively young at age 23. He told his new bride everything, his tragic upbringing, the sins of the family. He was young and in love. There was nothing to hide. They had 2 sons and led a quiet, happy life in the suburbs. The tragedies of his past finally vanquished to a place in the recesses of his memory. But as the years rolled by, things began to slowly unravel. By the time the boys were out of diapers, the screaming fights between my dad and his first wife were becoming commonplace. The arguments were ugly and heated, both sides hurling insults like bombs. Toward the end, when they'd burned through whatever love they had left for each other, his wife took to hitting him where it hurt most, invoking the past. Nazi, she would yell at him. Go back to Germany where you belong. It had to be a crushing insult. A painful legacy he confided to a person he loved had been turned against him, dredging up the agonizing memories of his past. He wouldn't make that mistake again. As my mom battled cancer, when I was in high school in the late 1970s. We spent our time together talking about her hopes and dreams for me. I could tell she was determined to pass along a lifetime of advice in the short time she had left. Our talks never revealed anything nefarious about my father's past or his family. If she had known something, she would have told me. She lost her battle with cancer in 1982 when I was only 18. Kensington, Maryland. 18 years after that unexpected visit from my estranged half-brother. On a Friday afternoon in the summer of 1994, I stood up from the desk in my office at the children's radio station in suburban Maryland, where I worked, and headed to the parking garage. I found my minivan and headed home. 2 car seats were visible as I glanced in the rearview mirror. Behind me on the floor somewhere was undoubtedly some mess of long-forgotten Rice Krispies treats, candy, and fur, hidden away in some impossible-to-reach nook. The years had quickly come and gone. A decade before, I'd been a sorority girl at the University of South Carolina, already contemplating my dream job as a journalist, in which I'd chase down the bad guys and expose their misdeeds, uncover mysteries. I kept a picture hanging in my office from that time, my dad and I posing at a Greek formal during parents' weekend. He was sporting a jacket and tie, highball in one hand, pipe in the other. I had my arm around him. Dressed in my favorite bright red dress, my blonde hair coiffed to impossibly big heights, as was protocol for girls in the 1980s. In the photo, I'm beaming. I was quite proud to be the daughter of Eberhard Kuehn. My first job out of college was as a reporter at a CBS affiliate in South Carolina. Marriage to my boyfriend, Mark, a Yankee, much to the dismay of my southern-rooted family, followed a few years later. 2 boys arrived, and after that a daughter, along with an office job and a move to the land of white picket fences, finely trimmed lawns, and preschool carpools. I pulled into the driveway of our modest home and walked up the steps. "Mommy," the boys shouted as they ran down the hall to greet me, leaping into my arms and clinging as if I'd been gone for months. It was a routine I never grew tired of. This evening they were particularly excited. It was pizza night. Every Friday the neighbors gathered at the home of one of our friends on Grant Avenue, ordered plain and pepperoni pies, sipped a few cocktails, and watched the kids run around the yard shrieking at some villainous enemy imperceptible to adults. We talked about world events, but with a light touch. The wars and disasters and controversies seldom pierced our suburban bubble in this unnoticed corner of the world. After sundown, the darkness began to spark with fireflies. We said our goodbyes and walked home under the streetlights. Our boys, aged 2 and 3, sprinted ahead of us. As we headed inside, I snagged a handful of mail and sifted through it as I made my way toward the kitchen. Mostly junk and a couple of bills. One letter, though, looked different. It was addressed to Christine Kuehn, my maiden name typed in a formal bold black print. The return address was from California, and the sender wasn't familiar to me. As Mark brought the kids upstairs, I slid my finger into the corner of the envelope and opened it. When Mark came down 20 minutes later, after getting the kids into bed, I was staring into the distance. Mark dropped onto the couch next to me. He could see something was wrong. "I got a weird letter," I said. "Some guy writing a movie about World War II. The mysterious screenwriter was asking about my grandfather on my father's side. Dad had always told me his father was a naval officer who'd had an unexceptional career and died suddenly in a traffic accident. But the letter said something different, that Otto Kuehn had been involved with the Nazis. The word Nazi seemed to burn itself into the stationery. Mark stared at me, thoroughly puzzled. I handed him the note. The screenwriter was researching the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and the role of German spies in the tragedy. He was trying to contact my father. Seems crazy, Mark said after reading the letter. Your dad would have told you something if this were true, wouldn't he? I started to say something but stopped. Actually, I thought my dad never really said much about his family or the past. There are lots of Kuehns in the phone book, Mark said. He must have the wrong ones, or maybe he's just a crackpot. I pushed up from the couch to head to bed. Has to be the wrong Kuehns. I thought. I considered calling my father and asking him to dismiss the whole thing, but it seemed so far-fetched that I didn't want to bother him with some wild speculation about Hitler and the war and all that horror. He had always been vague and evasive about his father's naval career and his death. Besides, we were true blue patriotic Americans. My father had served in 2 wars and hung an American flag outside the house every 4th of July. I went to bed that night thinking I would write the screenwriter back and tell him he had the wrong family. 2. The secret. The next morning I got up early, having slept poorly. Pearl Harbor had infiltrated my dreams, with visions of explosions and burning ships and drowning sailors unspooling in my mind all night like a horror film. The kitchen was quiet. The kids would be up soon, so I started a pot of coffee. Before the chaos began, on the counter was the letter. I glanced at it again. The screenwriter was gathering information, and he was trying to get in touch with both my dad and my Aunt Ruth. Dad had spoken of his sister a few times while I was growing up, offering little detail, as was his way when it came to family matters. As the years passed, I would sometimes try to get him to talk about that time living in Hawaii, but when asked about his childhood, his parents or siblings, or anything else about his past, he would revert to short, nondescript answers. Aunt Ruth was the only family member he stayed in touch with, and she was as mysterious as the rest of his past. I had met her only once, years before, and the memory of her was permanently etched in my mind. She had that effect, as I thought about that visit back in 1987. It was as if her words had foreshadowed what was to come. I was working in Columbia, South Carolina, as a reporter when my dad called me out of the blue and told me that Aunt Ruth had moved from New York City to Charleston, a few hours from where I lived, and asked if I had any interest in meeting her. In meeting a ghost, I thought. I immediately said yes. Here was a chance to finally make contact with someone from my father's nuclear family. I was thrilled. He would have to call her, he said, to make sure she was comfortable getting together, but he'd let me know. I tried to picture what she might look like, might be like. The only images that came forth were cloudy, featureless, just like the way my dad described most things from his past. The thought of meeting her was daunting, and frankly, a little scary. Dad called back a few days later. Ruth had agreed to have me come for a visit. I asked Mark, whom I was dating at the time, to come with me. I thought it might be a fun road trip. Not to mention, I didn't really want to go alone. Not your classic date, he said, but sure. The 2-hour drive brought us to the outskirts of Charleston. It was a typical summer day in South Carolina, the humidity engulfing us as we stepped out of the car and onto the parking lot. Ruth was living in a small apartment with her husband, Hans, in a retirement community just outside the city. Palmetto trees dotted the grounds, and plantings dressed up the rows of tan, plain-looking 2-story buildings. The closer we got to the entrance, the more slowly I walked, eventually just standing on the welcome mat, staring at the plain white door. What was I afraid of? I had always yearned to know more about my dad's past, and after all these years, I was finally about to meet a member of his family, for the very first time. What could possibly be here to be afraid of? I pushed the buzzer. Ruth opened the door slowly, peeking out and sizing us up. She was frail-looking, and her posture was slightly hunched. Her timid demeanor was not what I'd expected. Aunt Ruth. Yes, yes, Christine, come in, she said, pushing the door little farther open, allowing us just enough room to enter, then ushering us into the living room, while she quickly closed the door and locked it behind us. There were no hugs, only a quick grab of the hand as she said hello. I took her in. At 72, her once jet black hair had been overtaken with gray. She was striking, exuding the impression of a grand duchess. Dressed in slacks and a simple blouse, she moved in a slow, purposeful manner, measuring each motion before she made it. Her husband, Hans Kippenberg, struggled to get up from his chair to say hello. 10 years her senior, it was apparent he spent a lot of time in the lounger. Aunt Ruth spoke in an even heavier German accent than my father. It took some getting used to. She asked me how Dad, her baby brother, was getting along, but most of the conversation focused on me. Ruth wanted to know about my childhood, my schooling, and my work as a reporter in Columbia. Whenever I tried to turn the conversation toward her, I was greeted with very short, almost rehearsed responses. It was all too familiar, my father's staccato answers all over again, but I was able to glean that she and Hans had lived in New York City for almost 40 years. He'd run a travel agency, while she worked at several high-end department stores. Ruth mentioned some trips to Germany to see family members, relaying that I had some cousins over there about my age, and she offered some other odds and ends, taking care to keep details to a minimum. All in all, Aunt Ruth had led what seemed to be a very sedate, ordinary life. Toward the end of our visit, I caught a glimpse of a wedding picture on the table next to her, black and white and slightly worn, an intense-looking young man, dressed in a velvety-looking military uniform, was holding a pair of white gloves. Next to him, her head leaning toward her partner until they almost touched, was a beautiful woman with short dark hair and a rather severe expression, dressed in a white wedding dress and an old-fashioned wedding cap. Are those my grandparents? I asked. I'd never seen a picture of them before. Dad didn't keep one out. Aunt Ruth nodded, without glancing at the photo. My dad doesn't talk much about his side of the family, I said, fishing for a response. Aunt Ruth wasn't biting. The ticking of a clock was the only response to my question, and it felt like the temperature in the room had dropped significantly. She was an intimidating person, and yes, I was a bit intimidated. I gently pushed on. I'd love to know more about our family history. What can you tell me about my grandparents? Her small frame suddenly tightened. I had clearly struck a nerve. She glared, then slowly raised her hand and pointed a trembling finger at me. You have a good life. You don't want to ruin it with the past. The anguish in her voice was as bewildering as the words themselves. Just as quickly as it had seemed to drop, the temperature in the room felt like it rose, and my skin flushed red. What do you mean? I asked, her words catching me completely off guard. You don't need to know about them. Don't ask me anymore. You have a good life. Nothing good can come from it. You don't need to know about the family, the past, or Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor. We all sat there, staring at each other. I wasn't sure what to do next. Ruth got up and walked to the small galley kitchen. A few moments later, she returned carrying a tray, balancing a porcelain teapot and 4 small cups and saucers. I pressed her one more time to tell me more. Can you tell me anything? Ask your father, she said dismissively, and that was that. We quickly drank our tea, then said our goodbyes and promised to stay in touch, having found each other after all these years. Another quick shake of the hand as she ushered us out. Before I could turn for a last wave, she'd closed the door. The lock clicked immediately from the other side. Mark and I didn't speak. I was shaking slightly. What secrets were so awful that my aunt, my entire family, would refuse to even speak of them? What exactly had they done? I barely had time to think of the effect of the visit on poor Mark, who must have been wondering just what kind of family he'd involved himself with. Ruth's words rang in my ears as we made our way back across the parking lot. What was one of the last things she had said? Pearl Harbor. It simply wasn't possible that my family was connected to those burning ships. Or those innocent men. As we reached the car, Mark spoke up. What was that all about? I had my fingers on the door handle, eager to get away. I don't know, I said awkwardly. Weird, right? When I got home from my visit, I immediately grabbed the phone and dialed my dad's number. After filling him in on how Ruth and her husband were doing, I asked him, as I had done dozens of times in the past, about his parents, and as he had done dozens of times in the past, he bobbed and waved. Mom died in Germany. Stop. She moved back there after we left. Hawaii. Stop. What about your dad? He moved back to Germany and died of cancer. Stop. And that was that. No detail, no color, nothing to give it any texture. I often wondered why he was so cryptic about his past. Following my conversation with Ruth, it seemed like part of the Kuehn DNA. I hung up, vaguely disappointed. Something was nagging at me. Something my father had said. I replayed the conversation in my head. What was it? Then it came to me. It was the part about his father and cancer. My dad had told me, years before, that his father was a naval officer who had died in a car accident. You don't forget how your own father died. Why? The discrepancy. I was curious, but not enough to call back and push him to explain. What good would it do? The past was the past, and he clearly didn't want to talk about it. Plus, I was embroiled in my own life. I let it go, and the years passed by without either of us mentioning it again, until 1994, when I received the mysterious letter with another mention of Pearl Harbor. 3. In the darkness, the two led the attack on Pearl Harbor. The coffee finally finished brewing, and I poured a cup, the steam rising as I added creamer. The letter from the screenwriter had arrived harmlessly in my mailbox the day before, but the accusations it contained were anything but harmless. My family and Nazis. It was impossible. My father had even told me how, when World War II had broken out, he'd forged a parent's signature to enlist in the army at just 17. Why would someone have done this if his family were followers of Hitler or had anything to do with Pearl Harbor? The kids were in the den watching The Lion King. Mark came down halfway through the movie, about the time Scar was taking control of things with his army of Nazi hyenas. How did you sleep? He asked. Not great. I kept thinking about my grandfather and Pearl Harbor. It's probably nothing. Again, there are lots of Kuehns out there. The guy probably wrote to the wrong one. Of course he's right, I thought. It was the only explanation, but it did feel right. My Aunt Ruth's cryptic reference years earlier gnawed at me. I'd talked with her many times since then. She was always as sweet as could be, unless I asked about the family and about her and my dad growing up. As soon as I did, she would quickly cut me off and usually hung up shortly after. And now this guy just randomly wanted to talk to her and my dad about Pearl Harbor. My mind was a whirl with theories, none of them pleasant. What was everyone hiding? Mark was saying something. I shook my head to clear the gathering cobwebs. What was that? I said, your dad. I stared at him blankly. What about him? Mark's expression had grown serious. He grew up in Hawaii, did he? It felt as if a small detonation had gone off in my head. Oh, God, I thought he did. I had to know more, but before calling the screenwriter, I wanted to do some research. 1994 was well before the internet age. If you wanted to find information about something, you had to go out and track it down. Mark and I booked our regular babysitter and drove to the borders. Books near our house, 2 stories of information on just about any subject imaginable. We took the escalator upstairs and found a section on World War II. As I walked down the aisle, I saw hundreds of books displayed on the shelves. I took one down at random and began scanning the index. Mark did the same. 6 books later, no luck. Not a single sentence on anybody named Kuehn doing anything. I began to think the screenwriter was misinformed, or just a crank. A few books later, I was nearly convinced. Then Mark whispered to me from down the aisle. "Hey, come here," he said. He was thumbing through a rather thick book. He handed it to me. At dawn we slept, the untold story of Pearl Harbor. Mark had turned to the index and was pointing at a name listed in the tiny print. I squinted. Kuehn Bernard Julius Otto, it read. My grandfather. "Oh my God," I mouthed to Mark. I flipped to the page number referenced in the index. Otto Kuehn, it said, had been an important Nazi official and a Boer spy who had been sent to Oahu in 1936 with his wife, Friedel, and their children. The Japanese paid him an enormous salary, $2,000 per month, about $44,000 in today's dollars, to spy on Pearl Harbor with its destroyers, battleships, and anti-aircraft batteries in preparation for the eventual attack. "Oh my God," I said again. I felt as if I were tumbling into a dark pit. Unable to break my fall, what on earth was happening? I read on. The book claimed my grandfather had used an array of techniques to spy on the Pacific Fleet. I shut the book, laid it on the shelf, and grabbed a new one. Another mention of Otto Kuehn, accused of the same thing, spying for the Japanese government. Mark and I began feverishly grabbing other books with pictures of burning American battleships and haunted-looking sailors on their covers. Otto was in half a dozen of them. One author detailed how Otto even employed the baby of the family, my dad's little brother, Hans, to procure information on ships stationed at Pearl Harbor. Probably the only bona fide child spy in history, I read. Hans became an active agent before he turned 11. The story described how the family would dress him up in a little sailor suit, complete with white gloves, and parade him around the docks at Pearl Harbor. Officers would inevitably invite the cute little boy aboard their ships and give him a tour. Hans, trained to observe everything he saw, would report back to his parents, who relayed the information to Tokyo. Some publications and articles even pinned the entire attack of Pearl Harbor on Aunt Ruth and my grandfather, claiming they spearheaded the whole operation from their home, signaling the Japanese in real time from a dormer window in the attic of the family home, overlooking Pearl Harbor. On December 7, 1941, Ruth Kuehn opened the dormer window and her father gave the promised light signals. He told the Japanese what to bomb and what not to bomb. In the darkness, the two led the attack on Pearl Harbor from that window. It was as if my past was flying apart before my eyes and being replaced by a series of new, frightening, utterly grotesque shapes. I grabbed other books, flipped to the index in each, and traced my finger down the list of Ks, and there it was again and again. Kuehn Bernard Julius Otto. Kuehn Bernard Julius Otto. Kuehn Bernard Julius Otto. I read the accounts with open-mouthed terror. Another story detailed that right after the bombing, Otto, his wife, Friedel, and their children, Ruth, my dad, and his little brother, were to be whisked away to safety on a Japanese submarine along with high-ranking members of the Japanese consulate. FBI agents, noticing flashes coming from the Kuehn house, burst into the home just in time, guns drawn, and found them stuffing $100 bills into a suitcase. I felt as if I was sinking into shock, my sweet Aunt Ruth signaling to Japanese bombers from the house my father grew up in and conspiring to attack American sailors, launching the United States into a horrific war that killed millions, my grandfather plotting the downfall of my country. It couldn't be true. We stood there for what seemed like hours, reading accounts of the family's exploits. We found a couple of other books that listed their espionage methods, each with little snippets as to how they fooled the FBI, and methods they used to communicate with the Japanese. Finally, Mark. And I couldn't take it anymore. Almost on cue, we finished up, grabbing the books where Otto was mentioned, and silently heading for the cashier. It was a quiet ride back from the bookstore. When we got home, I dropped the books on the table and collapsed onto the couch. "Do you think that's actually my grandfather?" I asked Mark shakily. I didn't really want an answer. I wanted reassurance. Of what? That my family weren't monsters, perhaps, or that this was all an awful mistake. Instead of answering, Mark got up to get us some wine. When he came back, I took a sip, desperately trying to organize my thoughts. Was it all real? Had my family actually? Part 2. I closed my eyes. Horror, or was it a kind of grief, swept over me. I barely slept that night. We happened to live about a quarter-mile from the Mormon Temple in Kensington, Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints had amassed the largest collection of family records and genealogy in the world, with information on the lives of 3 billion deceased people. The church's efforts in this area stem from religious beliefs that you can save the souls of the departed by performing a post-mortem baptism. I went to the temple a few days later. It's a mammoth structure, soaring 288 feet tall and encompassing 160,000 square feet, visible for miles above the treetops as you coast along Interstate 495. Golden spindles perched on a white foundation reach nearly 30 stories toward the clouds, resembling something out of The Wizard of Oz. The temple retains an air of mystery. It isn't open to the public. The building I needed wasn't the temple itself, but a small, modest one-story brick building a few hundred yards away. I explained to a friendly staff member that I was searching for information on my grandfather. I left out of the conversation the why of my quest. He set me up in front of a computer in a small room. I took a breath, then typed my grandfather name into the search box. After a few seconds, the results popped up onto the screen. My dad, Eberhard Kuehn, was the son of Bernard Julius Otto Kuehn, the man from the history books, the Pearl Harbor spy. This is impossible, I thought. I quickly left the temple grounds and sped home. Pulling into the driveway, I hustled through the front door and headed straight for the phone attached to the kitchen wall. I've let this linger long enough, I thought. It was time to part the veil once and for all. I needed to know what kind of people I came from. Dad was living in Orlando at the time. He was almost 70, but seemed much older. He had cut back his golf to once a week and suffered from some minor mental lapses. Sometimes he couldn't find his car keys, and I'd get an occasional frantic call as he searched for his wallet. We chalked it up to old age. I picked up the receiver, took a breath, and dialed. As the phone rang on the other end, it felt like a ticking time bomb counting down. "Hello." "Hi, Dad, it's Chrissy." "Well, hello there, how's my girl?" he said. "I'm good, Dad. How have you been feeling?" "I'm great, but here's a story for you. I was watching an old movie starring Shirley Temple. Did I ever tell you I played with her when I was a kid?" My dad had been telling us some version of his played with Shirley Temple story over and over for decades. I half smiled as he regaled me with details of a party that clearly had never happened. After a few minutes, he finished the tale of his epic adventure. "Dad, I want to know about my grandfather," I said. "Oh, he moved back to Germany a long time ago and died there. He said, cancer." My voice pitched a bit higher. "I thought you told me he was a naval officer and he died in a car accident." My father paused. "Well, yeah, you know you don't want to worry about that. It was a long time ago." I had to tell him. "Dad," I said, I had someone write me a letter asking if he could talk to you about your dad. He seems to think that your dad had something to do with Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, he said, his voice rising half an octave. My dad, no. Must be someone else. And then, with another subtle change in tone, it was a long time ago. I knew he was asking, without asking, for me to let it go, but I couldn't. You know, maybe I can just drive over to Annapolis and have them pull some records on him, since he was a naval officer, I said. Yeah, that would be great. He was rushing now. Let me know what you find. I'm gonna go now, kiddo. Give my love to everyone, he said. And then he was gone. Even though I had pressed him with some of the new information I had uncovered, once again he didn't reveal anything, confessed nothing. If anything, he sounded pretty sure of himself, and I once again started to doubt what I had unearthed. It felt a little better knowing that maybe the accusations in the letter weren't true. 5 minutes later, the phone rang. It was Dad. He was sobbing now, his words impossible to make out. My dad had never cried in front of me, ever. Not in anguish. Even when my mom died, he retreated from the house to mourn alone, crying in solitude, but now he couldn't stop. Finally, he regained a bit of his composure. I wanted to shield you from it all, he said, but the words set off a new bout of sobs. The anguish coming through the line made my heart ache, and I cried. Along with my father, we went on like that, sobbing for several minutes, while Dad intermittently tried to pull himself together. After a few minutes, he had calmed down enough to get the words out. I tried to shield you all from all that, he repeated. I know, Dad, but is it true? He was silent. Dad. And then, as best as he could remember, sometimes stopping to cry, my father told me the family's story. The details were so very dark, so tragic. And it all traced back to the man in the wedding photo on my Aunt Ruth's coffee table, my grandfather Otto. 4. Crafting a Nazi spy. The German battle cruiser, SMS Blucher, plowed through the formidable waves of the North Sea in the winter of 1915. 19-year-old Otto Kuehn, barely 5.5 feet tall, was crammed into a tiny sleeping berth with other wide-eyed sailors on the last armored cruiser built during the reign of the Kaisers in Imperial Germany. His canvas bunk swayed violently as the ship bounced through the choppy ocean, offering him little sleep. The Blucher carried 1,060 men and was well armed with 36 heavy guns, 5,500 shells, and 11 torpedoes. But even in the calmest of times, life for Otto and the other sailors aboard the battleship was harsh. Tonight, the looming presence of bad weather was making their hours miserable, knocking Otto and dozens of others to the metal floor from their bunks as fierce winds and huge waves battered the ship like a bathtub toy. If Otto was assigned to the engine room, it meant enduring ungodly hot temperatures hovering over 100 degrees for hours at a time. Men would often pass out working in the unbearable conditions. Hell can't be any worse than this, recalled one sailor. These coal burners were man-killers, absolute man-killers. Food was often scarce, and the thick, ashy smoke constantly spewing forth from the stacks made breathing a chore, while also permeating the taste of the bland rations of potatoes, bread, and jerky. Even walking posed a challenge for members of the crew who struggled to maintain their footing on a steel deck that became as slick as ice when the waves crashed over the railings. But while harsh and chaotic, it was the life Otto had signed up for, leaving his blue-blooded past behind. He wanted adventure, and he was about to get it, the main kind of adventure offered to young men in the first half of the 20th century, war. In December 1914, the German High Seas Fleet had ventured across the North Sea and launched 500 shells in a 20-minute blitz on the undefended Yorkshire seaside town of Scarborough, on England's east coast, 2 similar attacks on Hartlepool and Whitby followed, a month later. Buoyed by their earlier success, the German fleet devised a plan to sail to an area just off the English coast, Dogger Bank, surprise any British ships in the area and destroy them. The Blucher would be the only armored cruiser in the convoy of 30 ships. They were counting on the element of surprise to once again catch the British off guard, delivering another devastating blow to the powerful foe. What the fleet commanders didn't know was that British cryptographers had intercepted and decoded the German messages detailing the plan. Otto and his fellow sailors were sailing into a trap, hurtling toward the first major confrontation of World War I between British and German forces on the high seas. The German ships cruised through the turbulent waves of the North Sea. On January 24, arriving at Dogger Bank shortly after sunrise, as he scanned the horizon from the deck of his warship on a crisp winter morning, Admiral Franz von Hipper could see a thick, inky cloud in the distance. It could only mean one thing: a fleet of warships, and judging from the size of the plume, it was a formidable number. When the British flotilla finally came into full view over the horizon, von Hipper was startled to see a heavy force arrayed in front of him: 5 battleships, 7 light cruisers, and 35 destroyers, joined by several subs lurking beneath. He ordered his badly outnumbered ships to beat a hasty retreat. But the Brits, angered by the earlier attack on their shores, were in no mood to let the Germans escape. The faster British warships came on at full speed, their crews below decks furiously shoveling a constant stream of coal into the burners to keep up the pace, now approaching 27 knots, 31 mph. At 9:15 a.m., shells began slamming into the Blucher. The initial salvos seriously damaged the ship's engine room, slowing it down dramatically. Another bombardment followed, piercing the Blucher's hull at the waterline, causing the ship to flood. Otto miraculously survived the onslaught but was trapped on a ship, now badly damaged and burning. Their ship sinking and surrounded by the British fleet, the crew lowered their battle flag and surrendered. A few hundred survivors lined the top deck of the once proud armored battle cruiser, which had survived 70 direct artillery hits and 5 torpedoes during the brutal fight, when suddenly, without warning, the ship rolled over onto its side and began to sink. Flung into the frigid North Sea, Otto and the remaining German sailors swam through the oil-slicked waters, desperately struggling to climb onto the ship's hull as it bobbed in the waves. Finally, British sailors plucked Otto out of the debris-strewn water and pulled him into a lifeboat, but before they could get everyone out of the water, a German seaplane and Zeppelin suddenly came into view through the thick smoke and began bombing the ships below. The British destroyers were forced to withdraw, leaving the remaining German sailors desperately treading water, doomed. They eventually succumbed to exhaustion and dropped beneath the surface. Now a prisoner, Otto was taken to Edinburgh Castle in Scotland, built atop an ancient volcano 800 years before and now being used to hold POWs. One of only 260 survivors from his ship, his first great adventure had been a catalogue of horrors. Sitting in his grimy cell, he lamented his fate. He had come from a life of privilege, of accomplishment. This could not be his destiny. Germany was in the middle of a renaissance when Bernard Julius Otto Kuehn, the middle of 3 boys, was born into the upper class in Berlin in 1895. The country was thriving, undergoing an epic industrial and social revolution that showed no signs of slowing, and nowhere was that success more evident than in science. Germans enjoyed a dominance in physics and chemistry unparalleled in modern times. 1/3 of the Nobel Prizes given during the years of the German Empire's existence were presented to German scientists and researchers, their efforts helping the country claim the world's largest chemical industry. Otto's father, Karl Bernhard Kuehn, was knee-deep in this resurgence. Well-respected professor of chemistry from an affluent family, he was a paragon of the German bourgeoisie, with a severe manner and strict ideas. About propriety. The family owned a castle near Silesia, in the southeast corner of Germany. There were servants and ornately designed carriages drawn by majestic horses with flowing manets and summer trips to the Baltic shore. Otto's brother Martin was 3 years older, and his youngest sibling, Bernhard, was 4 years younger. Their cherub-faced mother, Elizabeth, known as Lisbeth, was a gentle soul who offset the rather daunting demeanor of her husband, often glowering behind his wire-rimmed glasses and handlebar mustache. When Otto was young, his family moved to Stettin, a vibrant, prosperous city on the Baltic coast. They quickly became part of the Stettin intelligentsia and led a vivid social life. The boys attended the best schools and were well-versed in music, Latin and Greek. The family piano produced snatches of Beethoven or Mozart, arpeggios that bounced through the house each day after studies were completed, as each child trained on the grand keyboard. But Otto was a difficult child in many ways. Impulsive and creative, he was prone to making rash decisions and lacked the focus and drive of his older brother. Schoolwork and music lessons were often left half-done once a shiny new project beckoned, or maybe Otto just moved on when the task at hand became too difficult, much to the disappointment of his parents. Otto was not one to persevere once things began to get difficult. When the boys were in their teens, their mother became ill with cancer. It quickly spread, and in 1912 she passed away, without her steadying hand. Karl flailed. The boys, too, felt increasingly at sea, especially the sensitive, ambitious Otto. He managed to finish school, but in 1913, at age 17, with few other prospects for a wealthy but easily bored aristocrat, Otto enlisted in the German Navy. A quiet, unremarkable lifestyle was not in his DNA. The military offered him structure and guidance, a surrogate for the mother who used to provide those qualities in abundance. A naval career also promised exposure to the world outside his safe and privileged upbringing. Ott wanted a big life, filled with adventure and money. With the onset of World War I, Germany found itself fighting a war on two fronts. Martin was forced to abandon his medical studies after being conscripted into the army, as Otto languished in a Scottish prison cell in 1915, 1,000 miles away. Martin and the German forces were locked in a bloody battle with the Serbs. As the war dragged on, Bernhard, just 18, was called up in 1917 and sent to fight on the Western Front in France. Back home, their father was reeling. He'd lost his beloved wife to a wasting disease, and all 3 sons were fighting in a hellish, protracted war, seemingly without end, with information on their whereabouts and safety impossibly hard to come by. He knew only that Otto had been captured. His fate was unclear. There was no news on Martin, and now his youngest, Bernhard, had been sent to France, the site of some of the bloodiest fighting of the war. Karl had been feeling increasingly ill as the bad news piled on. He blamed his malaise on heartbreak. Otto had been rotting away in a prison cell for 3 years when in January 1918, he was released in a prisoner swap and sent to Holland, where he was held until the end of the war. Back home, his father was diagnosed with cancer, and the disease progressed quickly, as it had with his wife. Unable to get word to any of his sons of his illness, he died, heartsick and alone. 5. Falling under the spell. At the end of the war, Otto returned home to Stettin, and the news his father had died, the knowledge that he had been unable to be there when his father needed him, kept away by enemies he would face again, hardened him. To make matters worse, Everything the family owned had disappeared. Their Aunt Elsa, Carl's sister, had sold the family home, the castle, the hand-carved furniture, and all their possessions after her brother died. Then took the family money and moved to Sweden. Bernhard arrived home from the war shortly after Otto, but there was no word from Martin. After several weeks, the news finally reached Stettin. Martin had been badly injured fighting in Serbia. He had not survived. The people who could serve as role models in Otto's life, his doting mother, his successful father, his much smarter older brother, were all gone. He was rudderless, with no money, home, or family left in Stettin. And few other options. Otto re-enlisted in the Navy and served as a lieutenant, but life on the sea was grueling, and 6 months after enlisting, Otto quit and returned to Stettin. With nothing left for him there, he traveled to Berlin, where Bernhard had been living with their aunt, Tante Martha, who was their mother's sister and a well-off widow. She helped the brothers with money and a place to live, a nice flat in a huge apartment building she owned, even paying their tuition to attend university. Bernhard took up dentistry and medicine. Otto enrolled in classes alongside his brother. While Bernhard thrived in the academic world, Otto, aloof and unfocused, slowly lost his way. He drifted from Berlin to Munich in pursuit of his studies, only to drop out after just over a year. If his professional life was going nowhere, his personal fortunes took a more hopeful turn. He met Friedel Berk, a good-looking, ambitious woman with a checkered romantic history, who, at 28, was 3 years his senior. It had been a tough road for Friedel. When she was 18, she had become pregnant by her fiancé, who immediately abandoned her. Several months later, her son Leopold was born. Friedel struggled to make ends meet. Leaning on her family for help, she muddled through, nothing if not a fighter. A few years later, Friedel met another fighter, a pilot in the German Air Force, flying during the era of the Red Baron and the iconic Fokker triplane. Friedel's pilot flew in an open cockpit, protected from the wind, and cold by a long leather coat, leather helmet and goggles, with a silk scarf to keep his neck from chafing, as he constantly scanned the sky for enemy aircraft. Friedel was swept away by the romance and dash of a man who risked death every time he flew. The relationship turned serious, and the couple began to plan a life together. But just as their future seemed assured, war broke out, and Friedel's love was called to serve. I'm sure my grandmother dreamed of his return after serving his country honorably. They would marry, have their children, and live happily ever after. But happily ever after was not in the cards for Friedel. Not long after the man she loved was sent to fight, Friedel received word he'd been shot down by a handful of British fighters high above the fields of enemy soil. He died in the ensuing crash. Friedel was again alone, poor, and increasingly disillusioned. Seemingly her last chance at happiness came when she began another serious relationship, this time with a well-known architect in Berlin. In 1915, Friedel gave birth to Ruth, his daughter, and then Friedel suffered another devastating blow. She and the father of her newborn child broke up. Before any wedding could be planned, she never explained why. Friedel was left alone again, and now with the burden of raising not one but 2 children. And then came Otto. Newly in love with the beautiful Friedel, he neglected the very thing he was supposed to be focusing on, his studies at the University of Munich. Instead, his time was spent with his beloved, walking the cobblestone streets of the city by day, by night sketching out their future over offerings. At Munich's beer halls, Friedel was smart and pretty with big dreams. Ott was smitten. The two began to talk of marriage. The new couple was blessed with good luck, although Aunt Elsa had liquidated the Kuehn estate while Otto was off at war. She hadn't taken the money and run, as everyone thought. Out of the blue, Otto received a huge windfall, $50,000, about $800,000 today, 2 houses and some government bonds from his estranged aunt. It was more money than Otto and Friedel had ever dreamed of at a time when a new car cost $525. Bread was 12 cents a loaf, and the average annual income in Germany hovered around $3,000. Almost destitute just months earlier, Otto and Friedel were now members of the bourgeoisie. Otto asked Friedel to marry him and adopted Leopold and Ruth. Friedel had tasted the dregs of poverty, real poverty, in a way that Otto never had. Her sometimes obsessive pursuit of the better things in life would set the tone for the family and their future. Behind the Kuehns' wilder escapades, one can sense the impact of Friedel's lonely and embittering past. Almost immediately after receiving his inheritance, Otto invested a large chunk of it into a 500-ton freighter, the Antares, which sailed between Finland and Rotterdam. Otto had no experience running any business, let alone a large, complicated endeavor like a shipping company. But he pressed forward, undaunted. He'd always been headstrong and now, buoyed by his windfall, his self-confidence soared. But whether it was bad luck, mismanagement, or perhaps karma, his dream of owning his own company quickly soured. Shortly after Ott bought it, the ship was severely damaged when it ran aground during a storm, leaving it unseaworthy. A chagrined Otto sold it for scrap for $2,000, taking a huge financial loss. He hadn't lost all his money, but the easy path to financial security had vanished. A pattern was beginning to emerge. Otto liked to gamble big and he often lost. Otto and Friedel were married in 1920, in the shadow of their recent misfortune. Meanwhile, another shadow was creeping toward them. At about the same time, the young couple was exchanging vows. A young Adolf Hitler joined the fledgling German Workers' Party DAP, precursor to the Nazis. The group was so small that Hitler was put down in the books as member number 55. In 1920, he ascended to head of propaganda and assumed the role of the party's lead speaker. The organization's name was changed to the National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP, or Nazi for short. That February, Hitler organized the largest rally the party had ever seen. 2,000 people filed into the venerable old Hofbrauhaus in Munich, climbing the steps and entering the festival hall, a room designed to hold half as many as crammed into every available space that night. The beer hall would go down in history as the launching pad of the Nazi Party. Disgruntled, largely unemployed Germans sat shoulder to shoulder at tables stretching for 100 feet under chandeliers dangling from an ornately decorated ceiling. Those who couldn't find seats stood in the back, crushed together as Hitler made his way to the podium. They listened intently as he spewed the Nazi manifesto, detailing the party's 25-point plan to return Germany to greatness. "The party combats the Jewish materialistic spirit within and around us," he cried as the crowd pounded the tables and applauded. By the end of the year, the Nazi Party had grown to 2,000 members. In 1921, Hitler assembled a large group of unemployed young men and former World War I veterans and formed the Sturmabteilung, SA, or Storm Troopers. Nicknamed Brownshirts, they became the party's private army, charged with protecting meetings and intimidating political opponents via harassment and attacks designed to break up their rallies and gatherings. It was a tactic also employed by the Communist Party in Germany, with its own paramilitary group, the Roter Frontkampfverband, or Red Front. Fighters involved in bloody fistfights and clashes with the Brownshirts and members of the Social Democratic Party in the streets of Berlin and other cities. Otto, for now, was more interested in recouping his financial losses than in politics. Undaunted by his earlier business failure, he splashed out on a second scheme in 1923. This time it was a sparkling water and lemonade company, another business he knew nothing about, in his hometown of Stettin. Otto moved the family from Berlin to the bustling seaport of a quarter-million people on the Baltic Sea, with roots dating back to the 8th century. Stettin was cultured and picturesque, though it had had a chaotic past. It had changed hands many times over its history, with allegiance bouncing between Germany, Poland, Denmark, and other suitors. The city, perhaps stamping its restless, embattled DNA onto her native son. But the waterfront locale was a beautiful setting, the perfect place to raise a family. Meanwhile, 480 miles to the south, Hitler was leading the Nazis on a mission to overthrow the Bavarian government in Munich, then march on Berlin in what came to be known as the Beer Hall Putsch. The party had quickly grown to 20,000 members over the previous 3 years, and was scheming to seize more power. In November 1923, 2,000 Nazi party members marched to the center of Munich and engaged in a bloody battle with police in which 16 Nazis were killed. The coup was thwarted, but Hitler was able to sneak away in a waiting car after dislocating his shoulder during the fighting. He was sped away to the nearby house of a friend and, ironically, hid in an attic, the way Anne Frank would almost 20 years later. Distraught, the Nazi leader was talked out of committing suicide by friends as he passed the time squirreled away in the rafters. Police finally captured him after a 2-day manhunt. Hitler was arrested, charged with treason, and put on trial. Convicted, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. It was there, from his cell, that he wrote Mein Kampf, My Struggle. Originally titled 4.5 Years of Struggle Against Lies, Stupidity, and Cowardice, the autobiographical manifesto spelled out his plans for the future of Germany and offered a glimpse into the anti-Semitic path Hitler would pursue in the ensuing years. As a testament to his rising popularity, he would be pardoned by sympathetic Bavarian Supreme Court and released after serving just 9 months behind bars. He immediately formed the SS Schutzstaffel, originally designed to be his personal bodyguards. The SS would become the foremost agency of security, surveillance, and terror within the Nazi Party. Early requirements for group members included a minimum height of 5 feet 11 inches and proof of pure Aryan ancestry, dating back 150 years. Back in Stettin, Otto's sparkling water company was struggling. After a year, it folded, taking Otto's investment with it. In a scant 3 years, he had lost most of his large inheritance, forcing him to take a job as a dairy inspector. The job provided a stable living for his family, but eventually Otto could no longer stomach the mud and slop and mundaneness of a job he felt was beneath him. Down to his last bit of inheritance, he decided to invest in another whim, a coffee importing business in Berlin, where he moved with his family. Otto's gambling urge had become an addiction. The German capital was a glittering, chaotic, confident city during the Golden Twenties, as the era was called there, a place where art, music, film, and science took center stage as Berlin experienced its heyday as the 3rd largest city in the world. Crowds flocked to the cinemas and music houses on the bustling Alexanderplatz, the pulsating heart of the city, marveling at the gigantic billboards that illuminated the night. Stylishly dressed shoppers weaved past the large picture windows of the Jewish-owned department store Wartime, a fixture in the city for decades, and gazed longingly at offerings from every corner of the world. The coffee business thrived, and with it Otto and his family. They lived in a big, comfortable flat in a desirable section of the city. Friedel wrote, Lieselot, the wife of Otto's younger brother Bernhard, that these were the best years. After periods of wrenching failure, Otto had put the family Back on the path to respectability, in 1926, the couple welcomed a new son. To the family, Eberhard, my father, and the Kuehn family mixed with the best in Berlin society, carving out a comfortable, upscale life. The arrival of one man scuttled everything when Joseph Goebbels stepped off the train at the Anhalter station in November 1926. The Nazis could count fewer than 1,000 members in their ranks in Berlin. The gaunt, ferret-faced Goebbels had been appointed by Hitler as a Gauleiter, or regional party leader, tasked with growing the Nazi presence in the country's largest city. The party office was a dingy basement at 109 Potsdamer Strasse that reeked of cigarette smoke, sweat, and beer, down-and-out former soldiers, and disgruntled, angry, long-unemployed young men made up the core of Nazi members there. With nothing else to do, these frustrated revolutionaries and common thugs hung around the basement, affectionately referred to by Nazi members as the opium den, drinking, gossiping, and killing time. Goebbels quickly booted a large chunk of these lazy dregs out of the party. His underlings were told that to gain attention and respect, the Nazi party would have to win the streets, and he embarked on an agenda of brutish aggression designed to intimidate rival parties. He ordered SA stormtroopers to march through the Neukölln district, a communist stronghold. The communists were a natural target, as both groups were courting the same downtrodden working class for members. On the day of the march, the communists and their Roter Frontkampfverbund responded en masse, and a violent brawl ensued. The Nazis were eventually beaten out of the area, but it was a start. Part 3. These bloody clashes between Nazi brownshirts, the Communist Red Front fighters, and other politically charged groups soon became a part of everyday life in Berlin, the violence often on display just outside the Kuehn's apartment window. The sight would haunt my father his entire life. By 1928, Otto was bored. The coffee company was at a point where he didn't need to be there full-time, so he decided to look for something more exciting. As luck would have it, the Reichsmarine, the German Navy, was looking for a civilian to work in its secret police unit, ferreting out communists. At that time considered the most dangerous threat to Germany, Nazis were just some political afterthought, flailing for followers with a mere pittance of the national vote. Otto was not an especially political creature, but he was a former naval officer, and something about the intrigue of covert intelligence attracted him. The adrenaline rush as he pursued his targets became addictive. For the next 2 years, Otto honed his skills as an espionage agent, keeping notes on those under suspicion of communist activities, paying informants for intelligence on subversive activity or pro-communist sentiments. The experience would serve him well. In 1928, the Nazi Party was still floundering in its attempt to become a major influence in German politics. 4 years before, it had received just 3% of the vote in the federal elections, appearing on just over 900,000 ballots. In the 1928 elections, its popularity actually went down, with the party garnering just 810,000 votes. By comparison, the Social Democrats received more than 9 million votes to lead all parties in the Reichstag. The German parliament, Nazi membership, however, continued to grow. By the end of the year, the party counted 108,000 members in its ranks, a far cry from the 111 people in the audience at Hitler's first speech in the cellar of Munich's Hofbraukeller beer hall in 1919. Then something happened that changed the fate of the Nazis and fueled their meteoric rise. 6. The crash. In 1929, the U.S. stock market imploded. The monetary turmoil quickly spread overseas. German unemployment soared and poverty rates climbed to dizzying heights as loans from the United States were called in. Germany spiraled into a depression. Families who could no longer pay rent were forced from their homes. Living in colonies of ramshackle, packing crate huts, and waiting in line for hours for bread and soup at the makeshift kitchens that dotted the streets. The country was in shambles. Otto, like many Germans, blamed it all on Germany's leaders and its enemies, and went looking for a savior. The Nazis took immediate advantage. Hitler traveled all over Germany holding large, rowdy gatherings to drum up support for the party, and it was working. In the summer of 1930, Otto took Leopold, now 19, to Kiel, on the Baltic coast, for one of those rallies to see for himself what the fuss was about. The crowd began to gather early, and by the time Otto and Leopold worked their way into the mass, it was 4,000 strong, erupting in an enormous roar when Hitler walked across the stage. Approaching the podium, Hitler stood silently until the crowd fell quiet. Then he began to speak softly at first, his arms held stiffly by his sides as he eased into his message. Otto and Leopold stood mesmerized. The Nazi Party, he promised, would offer something for everyone: work for the unemployed, prosperity for business owners, expansion of the army, the end of war payments to the Allies, and the restoration of German pride and prosperity held back by the shackles of the Treaty of Versailles. If men wish to live, then they are forced to kill others, he told the crowd. The entire struggle for survival is a conquest of the means of existence, which in turn results in the elimination of others from these same sources of subsistence. Slowly he became more animated, his arms raised to his chest, hands balled into fists. One is either the hammer or the anvil. We confess that it is our purpose to prepare the German people again for the role of the hammer. The crowd followed Hitler's quickening rhythm and cheered the end of each sentence as he spoke of the glorious things to come, pointing to the audience while he finished each thought. Eventually he could barely contain himself, screaming each word, arms raised as he pounded his fists against some imaginary wall. We will dash anyone to pieces who should dare hinder us in this undertaking. Our rights will be protected only when the German Reich is again supported by the point of the German dagger. As Hitler stepped back from the podium, sweating and exhausted, the frenetic cheering amplified by a band striking up a patriotic tune, Otto was stirred to the depths of his soul, the grinding poverty and desperation on display outside his comfortable Berlin flat, the filth, the homelessness, the tattered state of a once great nation bowed in humiliation, had changed. Something inside him, here was the answer. Inspired by Hitler's words, he joined the Nazi Party the very next day. Leopold, still in his teens, immediately enlisted in the SA stormtroopers. Friedel followed suit shortly thereafter, becoming a member of the Women's Auxiliary, Frauenschaft, and Ruth joined the Bund Deutscher Medal, the girls' section of the Hitler Youth. The transformation of this ordinary German family, this very middle-class and unexceptional German family, into committed Nazis bewildered me. I felt I was beginning to know them, and yet I didn't know them at all. They were ordinary people who wanted to get close to their dreams. They clearly didn't sense that evil had entered their home and was sitting there. Like a black potted flower, to them it looked like something else: money, glory, patriotism. The family wasn't alone in their fervor. The Nazi Party's list of promises swept up millions of Germans in a tsunami of excitement. In the elections, a month later, the Nazis received 6,409,000 votes, 18.3% of the total. An astounding 5.5 million more votes than just 2 years earlier. They became the largest party behind the Social Democrats, and with their newfound popularity, they became more brazen. Of all the Kuehns, it was Leopold who plunged deepest into the fever dream of Nazism. He and his brethren in the storm troopers continued their assaults on rival parties and ramped up attacks on Jewish businesses. indiscriminately, smashing the windows of Jewish-owned stores in Berlin. During nightly rage-fueled sprints through the city. As a fervent participant, Leopold was at the spearpoint of the assault on Jews and other undesirables that quickly expanded during the 1930s. He often returned home from those attacks with streaks of blood on his tan shirt and black pants as he sat at the kitchen table recounting his exploits. My father, 5 years old at the time, would have heard Leopold describe a day spent brutalizing a Jewish shopkeeper or cracking the skull of a political rival. The brown shirts followed the mantra, "We do not say an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. No, he who knocks out one of our eyes will get his head chopped off, and he who knocks out one of our teeth will get his jaw bashed in." I wondered how much of this depravity my father had absorbed. The entire family was now immersed in the Nazi future. Where could he look for another view of the world? His flinty mother, working full-time in the Nazi welfare office. Otto, currently operating undercover in the secret police and looking for a way to move up the Nazi ranks. Even Ruth was under the hypnotic spell of the future Führer, spending her days campaigning for Hitler's run at the presidency, knocking on doors, passing out literature, talking up his program of national purification. My father had no choice but to silently take it all in: the blood, the violence, the talk of deeds he could not possibly understand. Old enough to observe, too young to fully comprehend, he was left to breathe in the poisoned air of the Kuehn flat. The astounding growth of the Nazis created a pressing need to fill party positions. In August 1931, Otto was summoned to Munich to meet with Heinrich Himmler, Reichsführer of the SS, the rapidly expanding band of elite political soldiers. The Reichsführer was seeking a man who could set up a network of spies and neutralize opposition to the party through arrests, intimidation, or murder. Otto's role in the naval secret police and his fervent support of the Nazi agenda had gotten him noticed. My grandfather's membership in the Nazi party wasn't, as I'd hoped, some passing fancy. He was committed to the cause and willing to take another big gamble, this time on a radical band of anti-Semitic militants. Meeting with Himmler was Otto's big chance. He boarded a night train in Berlin and headed to Munich, his future ahead of him. But Otto wasn't the only candidate for the job. An SS officer named Reinhard Heydrich, later nicknamed the Butcher of Prague, had also been recommended for the position. Heydrich was a sadist whose hatred of the Jews was feral and all-encompassing. Even Hitler referred to him as the man with the iron heart, a term of endearment from the Führer. In 1931, however, Heydrich was essentially a nobody, a freshly minted member of the Nazi Party who had joined the SS just months prior. Like my grandfather, he was the child of a wealthy and socially prominent family, ruined during the Weimar Republic years. When invited to Munich, he couldn't even scrape together the price of a coach train ticket to make the trip. Without a ticket, the job would most certainly belong to Otto. But Heydrich did board the train that day. Upon first sight, he did not look up to the task of the role he and Otto were competing for. With a high-pitched voice, small and delicate hands, and thin blonde hair, he greeted Otto and took his seat next to my grandfather. It turned out that Otto had offered his rival a loan of 100 marks to pay for the trip. I'm sure he saw it almost as a duty, a small act of kindness between two gentlemen of the same social class, perhaps seeing a bit of himself in this down-on-his-luck aristocrat, and so he made a small gesture that got Heydrich aboard the train. The two rivals were now on their way to vie for a role as head of the new counterintelligence division of the SS, a position that would eventually make one of them Himmler's right-hand man, a hairbreadth away from the Führer himself. Otto and Heydrich traveled through the darkness, alone with their thoughts as the rhythmic clunk-clunk of steel wheels on the track echoed. Into the night, the train slowly ground to a halt in the wan light of a Munich sunrise. Stepping onto the platform, Otto and Heydrich were greeted by Nazi operatives and taken to a coffee shop downtown. Heydrich left the table and was taken to Himmler's private residence. Otto waited at the cafe for several hours, drinking coffee and watching people hustle through the busy streets of Munich, until Heydrich finally returned. It was now Otto's turn to meet with the Reichsführer and convince him of his suitability for what was to be a job bathed in blood. This time both men were driven back to Himmler's home, and eventually Otto was called into the parlor and greeted by Himmler. The two talked alone for half an hour about communism and how it could be eradicated, but Otto's session lasted almost no time compared to that of his adversary, who had chatted up the SS boss for hours. Otto's guard was up. Immediately following the interview, Heydrich talked to me, saying, "Himmler did not like me, and it would be best for me to return to Berlin." Otto said later, remembering how he was double-crossed by Heydrich. Somehow, without further explanation, if such a position had been offered to me, I would unhesitatingly have accepted it. Whatever the reason, it was never disclosed, and Otto was not offered the job. Instead, it went to Heydrich, who came to be regarded as one of the darkest figures of the Nazi regime. A year later, the man with the iron heart ordered construction of the first concentration camp, built at an abandoned munitions factory in Dachau. He would eventually head up the Gestapo and become the main architect of the Holocaust, leading a conference convened in 1942 to discuss the final solution to the Jewish question, outlining how Jews should be rounded up and sent to extermination camps. Kensington, Maryland. I was staring at my laptop, feeling increasingly nauseous. After months of searching in government archives, I'd stumbled on the account of the train trip with Heydrich in an FBI file on my grandfather and the family. Available online but heavily redacted, thick black marker drawn through paragraphs at a time. The actual documents, 800 pages worth, were at the National Archives in College Park, Maryland, and contained decades worth of FBI memos, reports, and pictures detailing the movements of my family in Berlin and Hawaii. Getting to them would prove surprisingly difficult. I had to file a Freedom of Information Act request to gain access, and waited more than a year for a response. When the email finally came, Mark and I rushed down to College Park. The archives are an intimidating place. Guards checked our bags before ushering us through a metal detector. We had to leave our jackets and notepads, everything except our IDs, in a basement storage area before being allowed access to the documents, and posters warned of harsh penalties, including jail time, if you tried to walk out with any of the files. The boxes were wheeled to a large desk, and we carefully sifted through the contents. Here were memos to and from J. Edgar Hoover on brittle pages more than 80 years old, detailed reports on my family to President Franklin D. Roosevelt, dozens of photos of family members, meetings with German officials, and other documents that laid out the FBI case against them. I was floored. This was clearly a major government case. The FBI agents must have dedicated hundreds, if not thousands of hours, to investigating my family. It was as if they were trailing the Rosenbergs or John Dillinger, not the Kuehns. It took several trips to get through all the files, taking detailed notes on blank, specially perforated pages provided by archive staff, which I then combed over at home. There were plenty of shocking accusations, but nothing hit me quite as hard as the descriptions of Otto's train trip with Heydrich. I didn't know much about Heydrich, so I started researching the Butcher of Prague. Heydrich was a monster among monsters. When I looked at his photos, his mole rat appearance, with tiny dead eyes set in a long, sloping face, made me feel ill. Without Heydrich, I wondered, how might history have shifted course? How many more Jews might have survived the camps he personally dreamed up in 1933? I wasn't operating under the illusion that the Holocaust turned on the tiny gesture of my grandfather handing someone a 100-mark bill at the Berlin train station. But history is a series of missed chances and answered prayers. Things had to fall into place in a specific way, among a dozen or 100 possible ways things could go for the past to have come to be. In that tiny moment, I had the feeling of a small corner being turned on the way to Auschwitz, and Otto was there. My grandfather, I was learning, prized money and was often controlled by it, but the one time he'd decided on a generous gesture and offered someone a loan, of all the people he could have helped, I thought, he'd lighted on a genocidal maniac. And what if my grandfather had gotten the job? Would that have diverted in any way the path that led to the pale blue numbers tattooed on the arms of my best friend's loved ones? Otto was no hero, but might he have been a tiny bit more merciful? And would a tiny bit more merciful even have mattered when weighed against the totality of Nazi atrocities? What if became a thought exercise that popped up in my head at the oddest moments, when I was driving to work or helping my youngest with a math assignment. What if maybe Otto would have found a way to appease Hitler on the Jewish question? The Kuehns had Jewish friends. Maybe he would have saved thousands. What if? Later, I realized the exercise was really just a means of self-preservation. I knew the answer to the question. Otto's appointment to the position would have changed nothing. He was a Nazi up for a role that could only have been filled by someone with profound hatred in their heart, a job he desperately wanted, but he was also connected to me by blood, whatever genes he had in him that had made him think this path was okay, acceptable. In any way, I had those genes. I shuddered. Despite missing out on the big prize, Otto secured a different job with the Nazi Party, one that would tap into his years of experience in the Navy's secret police. Otto is working on a big secret project for the Nazis and is paid handsomely, Friedel wrote in a letter to her sister-in-law. That is what they told the family, the first of many lies they would spin. In reality, Otto was now working in the Nazi secret police, precursor to the Gestapo, a role that would set him on a long, torturous path. He had plunged headfirst into the dark heart of National Socialism. Otto's first assignment was in Altona, just outside of Hamburg. He was ordered to investigate locals who were pro-Nazi and those who were communist sympathizers, focusing especially on the rank and file of the police department there. Otto reported to the Altona chief of police, but during his investigations, he discovered a scandalous piece of information about his boss and decided to confront him. I made a report to the chief of police, also a Nazi, who I was told had been immoral in his personal life, Otto said, accusing his boss, a ranking member of the party, of unseemly doings was a bold move. Otto's motive was unclear, and it did not sit well with some higher-ups in the party. But Otto wasn't done. He had also rankled a close associate of the police chief, known only as Mr. Schmidt in the FBI files. Otto was still well thought of enough inside the party that he was up for yet another high-profile role. Inside the Reich as a Regierungsrat, a government advisor, so was Schmidt. Over the next few months, the two jockeyed for the position, each hurling accusations at the other. Schmidt resorted to dirty tricks to upend his rival. He had a friend forge Otto's signature on a check for 3,750 marks, about $43,000 today, to make it look like Otto was embezzling from the Nazis. On the basis of this evidence, Otto was relieved of his duties and sent back to Berlin, where he was forced to defend himself against accusations he was stealing from the party. Otto eventually proved that the signature was not his, but it was too late. Schmidt got the job, and Otto was banished from another high-profile role. Licking his wounds, he retreated to his coffee import business and the sanctity of his own home. Back in his comfortable flat with his family, he knew he'd made enemies. Schmidt, the Altona police chief, the maniacal Heydrich, but Ott showed no impulse to run, at least not yet. Even at this stage in its evolution, the Nazi Party was far from a smooth, cohesive unit. It was a collection of individuals, each with his own political agenda. There were socialist blocs, conservative cliques, radicals, and outliers. Hermann Goering leaned capitalist and hated SA leader Ernst Röhrheim, while Goebbels thought capitalism was controlled by the Jews, and thus verboten. Bickering factions within the regime led to an often inconsistent enforcement of the party agenda and an erratic response to various threats. Those who were on top one day might be hunted down the next. Otto was caught up in the chaos created by the ambitions of dangerous men who held long grudges, and Schmidt was one of them. 7. Payback. By early 1933, Otto had settled into a routine back home in Berlin. His coffee business was thriving. He would walk to work each day and return home each night for dinner with the family. It was a stretch of calm he hadn't experienced for quite some time. But Schmidt hadn't forgotten about Otto. He visited Berlin in the late winter, carrying a grudge and a briefcase full of accusations. And now he had the power to exact revenge. One morning, soon after Otto arrived at his office, there was a knock on the door. Several men burst through and dragged him from his chair, hustling him into a black sedan, without any explanation and speeding away. When her husband didn't arrive home at his usual time, Friedel became concerned. As the hours passed, concern turned to panic, unable to sit still any longer. She finally called Leopold, now working in the party office, then other Nazi contacts, looking for information on where Otto might be. Nobody knew. Hours passed without any word, but late that night the phone rang. The call came from the Alexanderplatz Presidium, the headquarters of the Berlin police. The director was a friend of Friedel's and was contacting her in secret. He hurriedly explained that Otto was being held in a cell there. Do everything in your power to get him out by tomorrow morning, he said in an urgent whisper. Schmidt had arranged to have Otto arrested, then driven to Hamburg. When the morning came to face more trumped-up accusations, but in secret, he had ordered Gestapo guards to find an isolated spot along the way and execute him. Terrified, Friedel immediately called Leopold and told him to get hold of the regional Nazi leader, the Gauleiter, to try to get Otto freed before it was too late. Then she headed to the Gestapo office and pleaded with one of the agents there, who had already received a call from Leopold. The agent gave Friedel a letter authorizing Otto's release. Rushing to police headquarters, she handed it to an officer there, and Otto quickly retreated home with Friedel just hours before his planned murder. Whatever strings Leopold pulled, the immediate danger had passed. 4 months later, the Gestapo agent who wrote the letter for Friedel was shot and killed, punishment for allowing Otto to walk away. For now, Ott was safe, but he had been warned. On January 30, 1933, Adolf Hitler was sworn in as Chancellor of Germany, capping a meteoric rise to power. During the previous election, the Nazis had doubled their support from just 2 years earlier and overtaken the Social Democrats as Germany's majority party. Crowds of enthusiastic Germans jammed the streets outside the Chancellery building as Hitler gave the Nazi salute from a window above the boulevard and received it back along with cheers of Heil Hitler. Thousands of Nazi stormtroopers formed a river of fire as they marched through the streets of Berlin holding torches in celebration, the cadence of their pounding boots audible throughout the city. Hitler wasted no time consolidating his power. Less than a month later, the Reichstag was set on fire, gutting the home of the German legislature. Hitler convinced the aging president of the Republic, Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg, that the destruction was caused by the communists in a plot to overtake Germany. Hindenburg signed an emergency order suspending most civil liberties, including freedom of the press, free expression, and habeas corpus, which protects against unlawful imprisonment. 3. Communist Party members and party leader Ernst Torgler were arrested, along with Dutch wanderer Marinus van der Lubbe, and charged with setting the fire. Although the Communist Party had 181 seats in the Reichstag, Hitler used the powers afforded him in the Reichstag fire decree and arrested thousands of communists, including party delegates, charging that they had been responsible for the arson. Those not caught went into hiding, rendering the communists voiceless in the Reichstag. 3 weeks later, the Nazi Party pushed the Reichstag to give Hitler freedom to function without parliamentary consent or constitutional limits. For 4 years, creating a de facto dictatorship, brownshirts surrounded the building, causing a palpable sense of intimidation for the remaining parties. In the chamber, no communists were allowed to participate, nervous. Delegates from rival parties, sensing retribution from the suddenly overpowering Nazi Party if they didn't vote for the act, passed it with few nays. With their control of Germany almost complete, the Nazis moved quickly. In April, they established the Gestapo, combining all facets of the Nazi secret police. They passed a law forcing all non-Aryans to retire from the legal profession and civil service, the first official step in their attack on the Jews. In July, they abolished every rival political party. Then a year later, in August 1934, the last domino fell when President von Hindenburg died, removing the final barrier to total control. Hitler immediately combined the offices of Chancellor and President into one, with a new title, Führer. Despite all their internal turmoil, the Nazi Party continued to flourish. Rival parties had been eliminated, and Hitler had dictator-like powers, but he still saw potential threats, especially from Ernst Röhrheim and the 3 million SA stormtroopers under his command, so Hitler hatched a plan to end any potential peril for good. At the end of June 1934, Otto was called upon for a favor that was really more of an order. The operation was top secret, and his assignment was to murder a high-ranking member of the SA. A bigger plan was afoot, and Otto was a cog, now called upon to prove his loyalty to a faction of the party that helped protect him during his brush with execution. Based on the FBI files I read, it was easy to picture what my grandfather did next. Late one night, under the cover of darkness, Otto snuck into the SA official's house. He quickly made his way down a hallway, taking care to keep his footsteps light, avoiding creaks from the floorboards as best he could. Peering into several bedrooms with no luck, he eventually came upon his target, sleeping peacefully under heavy blankets. Otto opened the holster under his jacket and found the wooden handle of his German Luger. He took one step, then another, reaching the bed and sticking the black barrel of the pistol in the man's face. One shot, and it would be over. Otto could sneak back out the way he came and quietly trek home on the darkened Berlin streets. He would have proven his loyalty and put himself back on track for another rise up the ranks of the Nazi Party. But as Otto pushed the Luger into the man's cheek, his target woke up. Terrified, he began to beg for his life from underneath the covers, offering Otto 30,000 marks, $390,000 today, just to allow him to flee. For Otto, money trumped ideology. He let the man go. Otto was part of a bloody massacre Hitler had ordered that night on his own party, the infamous Night of the Long Knives. Hundreds of Nazis, especially in the leadership of the stormtroopers, including Röhrheim, who had helped bring Hitler to power, were targeted and executed that night by order of the Führer. Otto had come out of the night of the long knives richer, but it came with great risk if his treachery was uncovered, another gamble he made, without much thought of the consequences for him or his family. 8. A chance encounter. For 9 years, Joseph Goebbels had worked alongside Hitler as the regime rose to power. Then, in early 1935, with Hitler securely in place, his dour propaganda chief felt it was time to celebrate with the kind of extravagant production that was commonplace in Hitler's new order, born in the beer halls of Munich and seasoned by years of street fighting. The Nazis now felt entitled to the perks, and the over-the-top galas thrown by Goebbels were legendary, complete with Arabian Nights themes featuring hundreds of pretty young girls dressed in white silk blouses, stockings, and leather slippers, holding a wand and bowing to guests as they entered. That Leopold received an invitation was not a surprise. During the previous 5 years, he had gone from innocent teenager to fervent supporter of Hitler and the Nazi doctrine. From SA stormtrooper, he had worked his way up to deputy in Goebbels's Ministry of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, the kind of rapid advancement his father could only dream of, and to share in the celebration he brought his 19-year-old sister, Ruth. Entering the grand ballroom, they were greeted by enormous chandeliers hanging high above, throwing flickers of light throughout. Couples waltzed around the dance floor to a black-suited orchestra, while hostesses plied the several hundred guests, most of them industry titans, artists, and SS officers, and their wives, with a never-ending supply of delicacies served from silver platters. Champagne and other drinks flowed throughout the night. Long curtains, 2 stories high, hung from the ceiling on either side of a stage, bordering a huge swastika, hovering in between. Goebbels liked to make an entrance, arriving fashionably late so that all eyes were on him as he swept into the room and made his way through the gala, eventually winding his way to the front of the hall. The lights then dimmed, and a hush fell over the crowd as he hobbled his way across the stage. Part 4. At 37 years of age, Goebbels did not look the part of a fierce Nazi leader. He walked with a noticeable limp, the result of a birth defect giving him a short right leg and a clubbed foot. These deformities and his slight frame gave him the look of an imp in a sour mood. But apart from Hitler, Goebbels was the most charismatic speaker in the Nazi Party, inciting and galvanizing his audiences with fiery speeches given after hours of practice in front of a mirror to get the message and nuanced body movements exactly right. Goebbels's feelings about the Jews were well known. The Minister of Propaganda used gatherings like these to spew the party line of hatred and disinformation. All Jews, by virtue of their birth and their race, are part of an international conspiracy against Germany, he said. Every Jew is our enemy, regardless of whether he carries on his parasitic existence in Berlin or Hamburg, or blows the trumpets of war in New York or Washington. There is only one effective measure: cut them out. Ruth watched him speak, the small man under the spotlight commanding the room with his impassioned plea. She listened to the furious speech closely, clearly mesmerized. Applause followed his final words as everyone cheered Goebbels's message. They had little choice. Dissident voices were exterminated quickly these days. Goebbels made his way back into the throes of the party to celebrate with his adoring followers. Well into the evening, Goebbels spotted Ruth mixing with the crowd. Something about her porcelain skin, or her jet-black hair, perhaps, captivated him. The girl was a stunner, wrote one author describing the encounter. Goebbels, who, when it suited his purpose, could be extremely charming and sociable, stayed with her the whole evening. They got a little drunk together and had a wonderful time. Although married with several children, Goebbels frequently used his position of power for more than just growing the Nazi Party. "I need women like a balm on a wound," he confided in his diary, but he was not a conventional suitor. His first love, who rebuffed him, received a final letter from him. 1920. "If I had you here with me, I would grab you and force you to love me, if only for a moment, then I would kill you." In 1922, another relationship with a woman from his hometown ended. When she confessed she was half Jewish, "She told me her roots. Since then, her charms have been destroyed for me." After marrying in 1930, he continued a string of torrid trysts, and now his attention turned to Ruth. He spent the evening dazzling her. She was young, naive, and caught up in the thrill and pageantry of it all. They began an affair, and Ruth was soon showered with all the perks that a powerful protege of Hitler could bestow. But the Kuehn's only daughter had a secret, and that secret would not only put her in Goebbels's crosshairs, but also shape the future of the entire family. Ruth had grown up under Friedel's turbulent watch, her early childhood spent in the cobblestone streets of Munich, while her mother pieced together what she could to make ends meet. After Friedel married Otto, Ruth bounced with the family from Munich to Berlin to Stettin, and back to Berlin, all before her 10th birthday. Every time she made friends, she was forced to leave them behind, unceremoniously ripped from her former life by parents chasing the next great adventure. It became hard for her to establish anything resembling a friendship. Family photos often captured her gloomy demeanor and sad eyes peering downward and past the borders of the frame, as if looking for something out of view. As she grew older, she searched for a relationship to cling to, something that would last. By the time she reached her 15th birthday, no longer a child, not quite an adult, Ruth was caught up with the rest of the family in the Nazi mania. At her parents' urging, Ruth joined the Nazi youth in 1930 as a member of the Bund Deutscher Mädel, BDM, League of German Girls, which targeted girls ages 14 to 18, as one of its earliest recruits. She would spend the next 3 years attending meetings designed to indoctrinate impressionable youngsters into the lurid world of Nazi beliefs. Training that focused on the girls' path toward becoming a good wife, mother, and homemaker. Ruth would get together with other BDM members once a week after school, attending classes designed to expose them to Hitler and the views of the Third Reich. Group leaders would stress to the young girls that it was important to listen not to their parents, but to the guidance provided by BDM leaders. Ruth and the girls would often go door to door, collecting funds for various Nazi endeavors, marching through the streets holding signs with swastikas they hand-painted, dressed in navy blue skirts and white blouses, and wearing their hair in twin pigtails, a dark scarf cinched loosely down the front of their shirts. Onlookers seemed mesmerized by the mysterious power of the closed ranks of marching girls with banners waving, eyes fixed straight ahead, while stepping in time to the drumbeat of songs they would sing. The core message to these young girls, starting at age 10, was simple. Take care of your bodies so you can bear as many children as the state needs, and be loyal to National Socialism and the Führer. When 100,000 boys and girls of the Hitler Youth and BDM attended the annual Nazi rally in Nuremberg, 900 girls returned home pregnant. Most of the people in Ruth's life were Nazis. The family's frequent moves meant her Nazi youth comrades were often her only friends, the sole constant in a life of incessant ping-ponging from city to city, a disappearing father and financial stress. She clung tightly to the new faith. And now she had caught the attention of Goebbels, who couldn't seem to get enough of young, pretty, high-spirited women. He used his position of power to seduce women at a staggering rate. Ruth Kuehn, now in her late teens, was about to enter the minister's perverse web. Kensington, Maryland. I tore through the story of Ruth's affair early one morning in 1997. In the 3 years of research I had now done, this was the first time I had read anything about the Goebbels relationship. It was chronicled in a book I had found on Espionage, one of many that now cluttered my house, stacked in piles. My Aunt Ruth involved with Joseph Goebbels, I thought. I can't believe it. But Ruth clearly had secrets, a lot of them. I wanted to know her side of the tale, and I wondered whether I should just call her, but if she wouldn't even tell me the most mundane tidbits about my grandparents, was she really going to spill the details of an affair with Goebbels, after 10 years of trying to extract even a modicum of information from her? I knew it was pointless to call. But my dad had finally come clean about the family story. And I thought, maybe he could shed some light on the whole thing. We talked nearly every week, and I would often bring up a question or two about his past. He used to expertly dodge any topics he didn't want to discuss further, deflecting with a subject-changing question about the kids or my job. Lately, though, many of my questions were met with long moments of silence, as if he was searching for the answers somewhere and just couldn't come up with them. He was slowing down, but I found that if I caught him early enough and he was having a good day, the clouds would part and he would give me some insights. These moments didn't last for long, and they didn't happen very often, but I happily took whatever he could give. The sun had barely crept over the horizon, but I knew he would already be awake. Growing up, my father always rose hours before the first light to enjoy the early morning stillness of the house. Mom was not a morning person, so Dad took it upon himself to fix breakfast for us every morning. A soft-boiled egg, toast, and orange juice. The school day menu never wavered. The memory made me smile as I dialed his number. The phone rang several times on the other end. Unusual, as he always picked up after just a ring or two. He finally answered. "Good morning, Dad, it's Chrissy." "Who?" he answered. "Chrissy," I said, slower and a little louder. There was a brief pause before he spoke. "Oh, Chrissy, hi, how's my girl?" "I'll be doing better once the coffee is ready. How are you?" I listened for several minutes as he filled me in on his latest golf round. Now in his 70s, he had become a little more forgetful, but he could still recall every shot from his previous golf outing. When he finished, I asked him about Ruth. "Dad, I'm reading a book about spies, and there's an entire chapter on Ruth. It talks about her time in Berlin before you all moved to Hawaii, and your dad started spying on Pearl Harbor." "Pearl Harbor," he said. "My dad didn't spy on Pearl Harbor." I wasn't sure how to react. He had told me everything just a few years back, and we'd had several conversations about the family's involvement since then. "Dad, we talked about this," I said gently. "Remember, you told me all about how the family was spying for the Japanese." Silence. "Dad." "Oh, right," he said after a pause. "Pearl Harbor, it was a long time ago." He still sounded a touch rattled, but I pushed on and asked about his sister. "This book says she had an affair with Joseph Goebbels. Could that be true?" There was another long silence before he answered. "I heard the rumors," he finally squeezed out. "I think it could be true." "Do you remember anything else?" I asked. "It was a long time ago," he said. He sounded addled, and I didn't want to push him too far. I wasn't sure how much more he would be able to recall anyway. I switched the conversation back to his golf round, and his mood picked up as he described every shot again in vivid detail. After hanging up, I sat alone in my thoughts. Either my dad was still keeping secrets, or he really couldn't remember anymore. I didn't know which frightened me more. By March 1935, the Nazi propaganda machine was firing on all cylinders. And its head, Joseph Goebbels, was a busy man, traveling the country giving impassioned speeches at rallies attended by tens of thousands. He produced 8 films, including Triumph of the Will, designed to tout the might of the Third Reich, while Der Angriff, the Attack, the Nazi newspaper he published, spewed anti-Semitic rhetoric on a daily basis. There was a card game with Hitler's picture on each of the 60 cards in the deck. The Nazis even infiltrated children's books, promoting Der Giftpills, the poisonous mushroom, the story imagining Jews in Germany as a ghastly fungus, with a mother warning her child, just as it is difficult to distinguish between a poisonous mushroom and an edible one, it is difficult to distinguish between a good Jew and a lying, thieving Jew. At some point in Goebbels's manic schedule, Ruth's affair with the Minister of Propaganda ended as quickly as it had begun. Young and impressionable, Ruth would certainly have been enamored by the privileges that came with life as the minister's concubine: money, access to power, protection, and I feared the spoils had clouded her judgment and made her vulnerable to a predator like Goebbels. She wouldn't have ended the tryst. It must have been Goebbels, but why? I felt the answer must be somewhere in the family archives I'd gathered. I walked downstairs and opened the closet where I stored everything I had collected over the past few years: letters, military records, photos, phone interviews. Digging through the pile, I found a letter from a Dr. Hammerg, dated June 17, 1952. I had no idea who he was, but in it he had said something odd. As requested, I confirm Frau Friedel Kuehn, currently Tertian Ruth, the following under oath. In 1938, on the occasion of my planned engagement to her daughter Ruth, Frau Kuehn informed me that Ruth was not the daughter of her husband, Otto Kuehn, but the architect Martin Punitzer, now living in Chile, is the father. Punitzer, the name was new to me. I typed the name into Google. His bio popped up immediately. Martin Punitzer was indeed an architect, accomplished enough to have a Wikipedia entry. Born in Berlin in 1889, he had completed numerous projects in the city before suddenly moving to Chile in the 1930s. Why, I wondered, had he gone to Chile, and why had he left Germany just after Hitler had come to full power? I soon had my answer, both of them in fact. Martin Punitzer had run because he had to, because of what people like Otto Kuehn and other loyal Nazi disciples were doing. Martin Punitzer was Jewish. He fled after being persecuted by the Nazis. It meant that Ruth was half Jewish. I felt a tremor of chills. Goebbels must have found out, and I imagined him sorting through his options. Jews regularly disappeared from Berlin's streets in the German New World Order, killed for much less than this. As a high-ranking Nazi official, he would have known that shortly the Nazis were planning to enact the Nuremberg laws, banning, among other things, sexual relations between Germans and Jews. His affair with a woman who had Jewish blood coursing through her veins would have severe consequences if discovered. He needed Ruth gone, and when a high-ranking member of the Nazi Party wanted you gone, you were gone. They just vanished. In 1935, the family disappeared. They just vanished. No goodbye, no notice, nothing. The words were from Otto's younger brother, Bernhard. Following the Kuehns' sudden and mysterious disappearance, Bernhard's daughter, Lisa, still living in Berlin, had relayed the ancient family angst to me in an email, the decades-old quote passed down over the generations in Germany to tell the tale of the missing Kuehn relatives. No one knew what happened to them, Lisa remembered. Goebbels had come up with a solution for his Ruth problem. Instead of making her disappear or putting her on a list, he devised a way to get rid of his Jewish lover while still serving the Reich. Goebbels knew the regime. Future ally Japan was looking for Caucasian spies in Hawaii to be activated when needed, if Japan ever followed through on plans to attack Pearl Harbor. An Asian heritage would become a liability for any special agent. White face would avoid suspicion and be an invaluable asset on the island. An entire family was even better. The assignment would start immediately and pay handsomely, and Ott had little choice but to take it. He had made enemies of some factions within the party, and crossing Goebbels would surely lead to options not nearly as attractive, exile of the family to a concentration camp, or much worse. Goebbels, while eager to remove the evidence of his misstep, also saw something in the Kuehns. Otto had once done serious work in the Nazi secret police. He'd performed well enough to be considered to lead the Gestapo. He also spoke English, important for the new assignment. Friedel was smart, connected, and persuasive, able to rescue Otto from an assassination attempt. Otto would be Tokyo's man in Hawaii, a mole hiding in plain sight in Hawaii's upper crust. If he helped the Japanese defeat the United States, he'd emerge as a player within the post-war Axis order, with connections to two of its greatest powers. But it was also uncharted territory. Could the Kuehns fit in Hawaii? How dangerous would this assignment actually be? And could Otto trust the Japanese? Shortly after receiving his orders from Goebbels, Otto met with the Japanese naval attaché in Berlin, Captain Tadao Yake, and signed a contract worth $2,000 per month with a $6,000 yearly bonus, an annual sum equal to $680,000 today. Goebbels had said the mission would pay handsomely. He was right. The family hustled together a plan. Otto and Friedel would leave the children behind for now, while they scouted out their future post and set up a base in Hawaii. Eberhard, now 9, and his 2-year-old brother, Hans, would stay with Leopold in Berlin, but the streets were becoming more dangerous for Ruth. There were murders of Jews in Berlin nearly every day. She would need to keep a low profile, avoid Goebbels, and steer clear of Leopold so as not to endanger him as well. Housekeepers would help with the children while Leopold continued reporting to work in Goebbels's propaganda office. I wondered how Leopold addressed the dichotomy of his family predicament, a fanatical follower of the Nazi plan to eliminate the Jews, with a sister who carried the very blood of the people he was sworn to destroy. Or maybe his parents had never told him of Ruth's true lineage. Otto and Friedel had become experts at spinning half-truths and lies. Maybe Friedel hadn't even told Ruth of her birth father's true identity. My father certainly knew, although he was never able to remember if he found out as a child or if Ruth told him in their adulthood, and he was never able to clear up who in the family knew what, or how his older brothers Leopold felt about it all. Bit by bit, Leopold had hardened into an ardent Nazi. He worked daily on anti-Semitic propaganda movies. His office mates created and distributed posters depicting Jews as snakes and rats. His views were on display in a letter to his parents. There must be Jews in high circles and influential positions who in their blind hate for Germany wanted to destroy us. And now, under Leopold's watch, Eberhard would be subjected to his brother unfiltered, Nazi view of the world on a daily basis, and have a front row seat to the increasing brutality imposed by the regime in the streets of Berlin. That spring, Otto and Friedel bid Leopold, Ruth, Hans, and Eberhard goodbye and embarked on their journey to the New World. Otto told friends only that they were leaving Germany for special reasons, giving no other explanation. The journey began with a 4-hour train ride to Bremen, and from there, a cab took them to the small, dingy river port that served as an ocean gateway for Germany. Rising in front of them was the elegant SS Stuttgart, stretching the length of 2 football fields, poised and waiting, thick ropes straining to hold her in place. Along with the 400 other passengers, Otto and Friedel made their way up the gangplank wearing wool overcoats and leather gloves to fight the chilly air of early spring, pressed elbow to elbow along the railing. Passengers waved, and threw long paper streamers through the air that stretched to cheering throngs below as the ship's horn blasted a deep, bellowing charge, signaling the start of the voyage. Slowly the Stuttgart pulled away from the deck, easing down the Weser River and into the north sea. 11 days later, the ship cruised up the Hudson River, the skyscrapers of New York becoming larger as the vessel slowly made its way past the Statue of Liberty before docking in Manhattan. Otto and Friedel spent over a week exploring the city, often coming across sights familiar to them back in Berlin, long lines of desperate unemployed men standing for hours outside of bakeries to get a crack at a few scraps of stale bread for their families. A 6-day train ride took them to San Francisco, where they set sail on the Japanese-owned Tatsuda Maru, gliding past Alcatraz on their way out to sea. Machine Gun Kelly and Al, Scarface, Capone slept behind the thick concrete walls of the Rock as Friedel and Otto sailed by. The Tatsuda Maru cruised under the skeletal frame of the Golden Gate Bridge, which would not be completed for another 2 years, then out to the Pacific Ocean. The couple landed in Honolulu a week after leaving the mainland. Pulling into the harbor, they could see Aloha Tower as it rose from the docks and commanded the skyline. It served as a lighthouse, guiding ships to the harbor and welcoming travelers to paradise. Floral-scented breezes greeted them as they slowly made their way down the gangplank to the dock with the throngs of other passengers. The aroma, so thick with flowers they could almost taste them. After their tense few months in chilly Berlin, Hawaii was a revelation. The arrival of cruise ships to the island was treated as a celebration. Tourists flowed from the luxury liner to the sounds of Aloha O, performed by the Royal Hawaiian Band. The haunting melody had been penned in 1878 by Queen Liliuokalani, the last Hawaiian monarch. Hula dancers wearing grass skirts and coconut shell tops slowly swayed to the sound of ukuleles and the high-pitched notes of steel guitars. They plied visitors with sweetly scented leis, strung with fresh hibiscus, orchid, and plumeria flowers, placed around the neck with a welcoming kiss on the cheek and calls of aloha. Otto and Friedel made their way through the masses and found a taxi to the Brookland Hotel on the outskirts of Honolulu. Near Waikiki, it would be their home as they explored the island for the next 3 weeks. Waikiki Beach was like nothing Otto and Friedel had ever seen. Strapping men carrying longboards twice as tall as them to the water, then coasting out to surf. The outdoor markets in Honolulu offered a wide array of tropical fruits, the smells of papaya, tangerine, and mango wafting through the air as the couple explored the city streets. A park near the center of town provided them their first encounter with banyans, impossible to imagine in their homeland. Acres of the magical fig trees stretched out in front of them, the vine-like roots dangling 50 feet from branches high above before reaching the ground, forming a dense, tangled, haphazard array of hobbit-like formations magically strewn across the landscape. King Kamehameha, cloaked in a golden cape and large feathered helmet, was memorialized in an 18-foot-high bronze statue, arm outstretched and holding a giant spear, welcoming tourists to the white brick walls of Iolani Palace. Despite the high ratio of men in uniform, almost all Navy, strolling down Honolulu's smart main boulevard, it was a place of enchantment. The rumors of war hadn't yet swamped the island. A few weeks later, Otto and Friedel boarded a ship bound for Japan. It was time to meet their handlers. They landed in Tokyo in mid-June, staying at the Imperial Hotel, one of the few buildings that survived the 1923 earthquake that decimated the city so badly, the government had considered moving the capital elsewhere. Tokyo was a city in flux. It had built back from the earthquake's devastation and grown to a population of 3.5 million. Western influences were slowly infiltrating and even subverting traditional Japanese culture. Young, fashion-conscious girls referred to as mogas, short for modern girls, strolled the streets in skirts, scandalously short at shin length, alongside kimono-clad traditionalists. Their male counterparts were called mobos, short for modern boys, their wool suits, saddle shoes, and brash ties, making it look for all the world as though they had just stepped off an ivy. League campus. The Kuehns were so enthralled with Tokyo that soon after arriving, Otto wrote a letter to Leopold suggesting that he join them and learn Japanese as a way to obtain higher service in the Nazi government. From Tokyo, per their instructions, they headed to Shanghai. Over time, Shanghai had been shaped into a large artistic and architectural metropolis, constructing a distinct image that separated it from all other Chinese cities. It was also the center of international opium smuggling, with the majority of illegal heroin that was secretly brought to America coming through Shanghai. The eclectic convergence of old and new, along with a large influence of gangs and drug smuggling, gave the city an edgy, lawless, surreal feel. Against this tawdry backdrop, Otto met with Captain Kanji Ogawa, an intelligence expert who was the mastermind behind Japan's espionage efforts at Pearl Harbor, presenting him with a letter prepared by his Nazi contacts for the meeting. Ogawa, Chief of American Affairs for the 3rd Bureau, the Japanese equivalent of the U.S. Office of Naval Intelligence, and other officers grilled Otto about his experience in the Nazi secret police, conscious that if they chose the wrong person for the post there, careful effort to prepare for an attack on the United States could fail. But Otto's confident air and his surveillance expertise convinced the Japanese that they had their man. Shortly thereafter, $20,000, about $450,000 today, showed up in the Kuehn's bank account, securing his services as an espionage agent for Japan. Friedel headed back to Germany to tie up loose ends and make arrangements for Ruth, Eberhard, and Hans to come to Hawaii. Violence had been on the rise when they had left Germany, and by now attacks on the non-Aryan population had become an everyday occurrence. Ruth was in danger. How could Friedel, like Leopold, possibly reconcile it all? Her son had regularly taken part in beatings inflicted on Jewish citizens in the streets around their home. Now her daughter was desperately trying to dodge the same attacks. Even Ruth's name, which came from the Hebrew word rat, meaning friend, was a liability. I thought about my own daughter. How could a mother ever take that risk with her child? His future now set, Otto returned to Hawaii with the cover story that he had come there to learn Japanese so he could return to Germany and teach the language at university level. That would explain any trips to Tokyo, as well as the fact that he didn't have a job. And then he went to work, checking back into the Brooklyn hotel, and over the next several months, according to the FBI, he sought the companionship of young Navy officers who he entertained freely. These contacts included 2 submarine officers stationed at Pearl Harbor, a commander at the Naval Air Station on Ford Island, and a lieutenant commander at the base. Otto had hit the ground running, but with little regard to the spotlight these mysterious interactions might cast on him. Modesty was not Otto's style. Meanwhile, Friedel arrived back in Berlin in early September and reunited with her children, but was shocked to discover the streets had become much more dangerous since she left, following a violent summer in the German capital. During a spree in mid-July, Nazi groups attacked anyone who looked Jewish in Berlin's shopping district, Kurfürstendamm. Pedestrians were beaten, patrons were pulled from their seats at Jewish-owned restaurants and coffee houses, and drivers were even yanked from their cars and beaten, while their Nazi brown-shirt attackers shouted, "Jews get out!" As scores of Jewish citizens were assaulted, police stood idly by and watched. The July 19, 1935, issue of the Jewish Herald reported that the anti-Jewish bloody events which took place Monday evening on Kurfürstendamm, in the very heart of Berlin, indicate that there is no hope whatsoever for Jews in Germany. Ruth had been able to steer clear of any trouble, while Friedel and Ott had been gone, but the violence against anyone of Jewish heritage, or anyone who even looked Jewish, was becoming almost impossible to avoid. She had to get out soon. Then, on September 15, the Nazis passed the Nuremberg Laws, stripping Jewish citizens of their civil rights and making marriage and sexual relations between Germans and Jews a crime. The legal dehumanization of the Jews had begun, if violence against them was exploding throughout Germany before these laws threw gas on the fire. Ruth had to get out now. Friedel wouldn't be able to wrap things up fast enough for them all to leave at the same time, so she quickly booked passage for Ruth and Eberhard to New York from Hamburg. Sister and brother boarded the ship with a couple of hastily packed suitcases, arriving in New York 8 days later. A train trip across the country brought them to California. On November 14, 1935, they left San Francisco for the peaceful shores of Hawaii. That same day, the Nuremberg laws took effect in Germany. Otto met Ruth and Eberhard at Aloha Tower and shepherded them to their hotel near Waikiki Beach. They were struck by the same magical scene their parents had encountered months earlier. Eberhard stood wide-eyed on the sand and watched as outrigger canoes, filled with bare-chested men, paddling through the waves, shot past surfers standing on impossibly long boards, effortlessly gliding toward the beach. The golden shoreline wound toward Diamond Head to the east, rising more than 700 feet into the sky, dominating the horizon. The saucer-shaped crater formed 300,000 years ago during a volcanic explosion. Scores of brazenly colored fish swam in and out of the coral outcroppings. Young Eberhard explored near the shore, the gentle waves of Waikiki Beach splashing against his ankles. But Ruth didn't stay long in the euphoric setting. 2 weeks later, she boarded a ship bound for Yokohama. I wondered what a 19-year-old woman would find so pressing in Japan that she would travel there almost immediately after arriving in paradise. What was the rush, and why would her father let her go alone? By the time Ruth arrived back in Honolulu a few months later, on New Year's Day 1936, the family had rented a house in the hills just outside of Honolulu, with a panoramic view of the ocean and Diamond Head in the distance. Otto began taking classes in Japanese and provided an English tutor for my father, and Friedel arrived in April with 3-year-old Hans. The moment was captured in the Honolulu Star Bulletin, Hans holding the leash of his toy dog that really barks and wiggles its jaw. Leopold, the dedicated Nazi, had decided to forego paradise and stay in Berlin. Part 5. The pieces were now all in place. The Japanese had a long-term plan, and the Kuehns were an early part of it. Detailed planning for the actual attack on Pearl Harbor was still years away, but the Japanese invasion of Manchuria and other regions of China had soured relations with the United States. Tensions were rising, and the Japanese were thinking ahead. The Kuehns were instructed by their intelligence contacts in Japan to remain under the radar. It was advice they didn't follow very well. After many months of digging through mountains of files I had accumulated, I felt I knew something about my grandfather. Otto was a narcissist with big dreams, a German patriot who blamed the English and their allies for his family's misfortunes in World War I. He was vain, grandiose, a risk-taker. How was that going to work for a spy ordered to lie low? But for now, the family was happy and together. Eberhard and Hans rode bikes and horses through the acres of farmland behind their house, falling asleep every night to tropical trade winds rustling through the coconut trees. Weekends were spent on remote beaches, snorkeling and playing in the surf, the occasional rogue wave charging across the sand and scattering the towels and bamboo mats that formed their home base for the day. The brutality Eberhard had witnessed in the streets of Berlin, the bloodletting, and the scenes of terror and violence was fading from his memory, free of Leopold's diatribes on perfidious Jews and other enemies of the Reich. His younger brother began to flourish. For the next 5 years, the Kuehns took to the business of establishing themselves in the Hawaiian community. Oahu in the 1930s was still a place of sugar camps, pineapple fields, and stray pigs. Villagers pounded cooked taro root into poi and ate it with their fingers, the consistency classified as 1 finger, 2 finger, or 3 finger, referring to the number of digits needed to scoop up a mouthful. Soft, fruit-scented breezes drifted across the island as fishermen repaired their nets on pristine sandy shores in shacks and beach bungalows. It was like living inside a postcard. Hans and Eberhard took English lessons from private tutors and attended public school, and more funds from Japan arrived in the Kuehn's bank account in May 1936. To avoid blowing their cover, the money was routed from Japan through Europe to a bank in Rotterdam, then through National City Bank in New York, before landing at the Bishop National Bank in Honolulu. Over the next 3 years, today's equivalent of more than $1 million would be funneled to Otto in the same manner. Flush with cash, the family moved to Lanikai Beach on the windward side of the island, an hour-long drive from Honolulu over the old Pali Highway, cut into the side of a cliff, 22 hairpin turns weaved through the mountains of the Kalau Range, rising 3,000 feet high, the remains of an ancient volcano that erupted 2.5 million years ago. From points on the drive along the Pali, they could see all the way across the island to the windward towns of Kailua and Kaneohe, the Pacific sparkling in the backdrop. Howling winds constantly swept across the valley between the mountain peaks, with lush vegetation covering the steep hills and valley below for as far as they looked. The journey took them past the Pali Lookout, site of an infamous battle in 1795 where Hawaiian warriors clashed in a brutal fight that saw hundreds of them pushed over the edge of the sheer cliffs. Hundreds more jumped from the rise, more than 1,000 feet high, rather than surrender. While the Kuehns were relocating to the far side of the island, the German consul in Hawaii, Robert Lange, was visiting a German naval vessel, the Emden, docked at the port in Honolulu. Lange was joined by Vice Consul Max Lehman and a man who would later become an FBI informant. Curious about the newcomers to the island, Lange brought up Otto's name. At 5 feet 6 inches and 145 pounds, Kuehn looked harmless enough, but his reputation, his checkered past with the Nazi elite, his close relationship with Goebbels preceded him. A crew member on the ship offered the Germans some advice. "You had better leave him alone. He is a dangerous man." Intrigued, Lehman wired the German legation in Washington, inquiring as to the status of one Otto Kuehn. The response was short and direct. "Otto Kuehn is a spy." The message to Lehman was that Otto was the Nazi equivalent of a mafia, man in this case, made by Goebbels, and not someone to be trifled with. That spring, the German ocean liner SS Reliance docked in Honolulu. The FBI later characterized the ship as a German naval training vessel. Otto invited the officers to his home for cocktails and chatter. Ruth, dressed in a chic white skirt, festive lay around her neck, fussed over the men from her homeland as Otto and Friedel circulated among them. There were some pictures of the visit in the FBI files that I found at the National Archives. One was of the group talking in front of the house while my father played in the yard a few feet away, shirtless and in a bathing suit, the standard dress for kids in Hawaii. Another photo showed 2 of the Officers posed with Friedel atop an ocean lookout, waves crashing into the lava shore below. A letter to Otto from the captain a few weeks later. Thanked the Kuehns for their hospitality, with a closing nod to the Fura. I was happy to know that our visit brought the beloved homeland closer to you who live so far away. Signed, kind regards with Heil Hitler, your Commodore F. Cruz. The Germans in Hawaii knew full well who Otto Kuehn was. The Americans were about to learn. In July 1936, Otto was again summoned to Tokyo. His cover was that the trip would help him to continue his Japanese studies, but there were plenty of ways to learn the language while never leaving Oahu. 1/3 of the island's inhabitants were Japanese. There were more than enough people available to teach the language, claiming the need to sail 4,000 miles to find a tutor seemed a rather feeble attempt to disguise the trips. During the cruise, Otto struck up a random friendship with a man who called himself Baron Kyogoku, or at least Otto described it as random. When they arrived in Tokyo, the two spent several days socializing together, and eventually the Baron asked Otto if he would, from time to time, furnish him information about Honolulu. When questioned about the rendezvous by FBI agents, Otto said he knew this cryptic reference meant to spy on Pearl Harbor and other military facilities, so he declined. Authorities later dismissed this story, at least the declining to spy part, as they knew Otto had already begun receiving funds from the Japanese government and needed a cover story. But the meeting with Baron Kyogoku, the FBI believed, was no mere coincidence. It was another contact with the Japanese. American military intelligence was also picking up communications intercepted during 1936 on the Berlin-Tokyo circuit concerning a German spy working for the Japanese in Honolulu. A series of messages decoded and translated revealed an enormous amount of information about the agent's salary, expenses, even his life insurance coverage. As cover, this operative was to establish a steel furniture business on Oahu. The only thing not known was his name. The Kuehns were a cog in a decades-old plan by Japan to expand its influence. An island nation with limited resources could never become a world power, its leaders decided. But just across the Sea of Japan sat the fertile lands of Korea and Manchuria, rich with natural resources vital to becoming an industrialized nation, and that's where they saw their opportunity. At the same time, Russia was also staking claim to the region. In 1904, it all came to a head when Russia and Japan went to war over the area. During the fighting, Japanese soldiers earned a reputation as ferocious warriors, getting the better of their more numerous foes by showing no fear of death. That mentality had been cultivated over the centuries and was about to be passed on to the next generation of Japanese warriors, the ones who would play a major role in Japan's quest to dominate Asia, a plan that ran straight through Pearl Harbor. 10. Bushido, the way of the warrior. The bamboo stalk crashed across the back of 18-year-old Takeo Yoshikawa after a violent swing. He struggled to hold in the cries of pain. He could show no weakness. Punishment was being meted out to several dozen first-year cadets, the penalty for making a mistake during brutal training at the Japanese Naval Academy at Etajima. Only one classmate had erred, but all were beaten. Yoshikawa gritted his teeth as the bamboo knifed into his back again. They were being forged into warriors. Located in a remote location, just outside of Hiroshima, in Hiroshima Bay, the Academy's red brick buildings rose in the shadow of the massive Furutaka Mountain and were surrounded by flooded paddy fields and groves of cherry trees. It was an austere setting for a vicious indoctrination. Every Sunday, Yoshikawa would be forced to stand at attention in the courtyard for 5 hours with the rest of his first-year classmates. Rain or shine, enduring the occasional beating administered by passing. Upperclassmen. All this was part of training designed to instill a sense of Bushido, the way of the warrior. The code dates to the 17th century, with some parts of it going back to the 8th century. It stressed a samurai's discipline, honor, and obligation to serve his feudal lord and obey without question. Under Bushido, if a samurai failed to uphold his honor, he could regain it by performing seppuku, better known in the West as harakiri or belly cutting. Being captured by the enemy was considered especially dishonorable. That was the credo instilled into Yoshikawa and the 6 million soldiers in the Japanese military in the years before World War II. He and the other cadets at Edejima slept on metal cots with all their belongings kept in a wooden sea chest at the foot of their beds. Cadets were roused by bugle at 5:30 for a day of marching, judo, and swimming, their most important training. During July, Yoshikawa and his fellow cadets would spend 3 hours a day in the water, and during their last week, the entire academy was shipped out to Miyajima Island, 10 miles across the bay. Tents were set up on the beach, and the young men lived in their swimwear, training all day long. The exhausting hours ended only at full dark, with recruits gathered around a bonfire before sleeping on the hard ground and waking up early to start it all again the next morning. On the final day of the week-long stay at Miyajima, Yoshikawa and the others were roused before dawn. They jumped into the chilly water, a foggy mist rising just above the surface. There would be no boat ride back to the academy. The entire class was forced to swim all the way to Edejima. Trek that, if they made it, would have them in the water for a marathon session lasting until dark, stung relentlessly by swarms of jellyfish while fighting exhaustion and hunger. In the background, they listened to the constant shrill of terrified cadets calling for help, struggling to stay afloat. Occasionally, Yoshikawa was thrown some food as he bobbed in the bay, struggling to keep his head above water, the distant shore barely visible. But he kept pressing forward. He had to. After 13 hours, he pulled himself out of the water, his skin blue and shriveled, freezing cold and covered with jellyfish stings. For the next 4 years, Yoshikawa would carry on every facet of his life with military precision, marching to class, to meals, athletic training, even from the locker room to the sports fields. By the end, Yoshikawa, like the millions of other Japanese warriors in the military, had been honed into a magnificent physical specimen, able to endure almost any hardship without cracking. The American military was taking notice. "We are faced in the Pacific by an entirely competent enemy," one officer reported. "He is rugged, well trained, and extremely conscientious. In addition, he is sustained by burning devotion to his emperor that is difficult for us to conceive." Despite the brutal training, Yoshikawa thrived, graduating at the top of his class. But by the end of 1934, he had developed a severe stomach ailment, serious enough to keep him from active duty. He spent the next 2 years studying naval strategies of the United States, but unable to perform his physical duties. He was forced out of the military. Brought up in the way of Bushido, Yoshikawa felt himself a failure. Disgrace. Distraught, he contemplated suicide. But a few weeks later, an officer from Naval Intelligence, the 3rd Bureau, arrived on his doorstep. The Bureau had studied his background and decided he was a perfect candidate. The officer explained he would move to Tokyo and assess the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Guam, Manila, and Pearl Harbor. Much like Otto, he was selected out of nowhere at a low point in his life. He too would become a spy. Yoshikawa considered it a great honor to be chosen. He immediately moved to Tokyo and began the first crucial step in assessing the viability of an attack on the American Pacific Fleet. All Japanese naval officers knew in 1936 that we would someday fight. The United States in what would essentially be a naval war, Yoshikawa remarked later. The question was if, but when. Back in Hawaii, the Kuehns were facing no such hardships. The money from their Japanese handlers kept coming, and they kept spending. By the end of 1936, another $7,000, about $150,000 today, had shown up in their account. Flush with a new infusion of cash, Otto and Friedel went on a spending spree. In January 1937, Friedel purchased a 2-bedroom house on Kailua Beach and another property close by. The plan was to rent the homes to military families from the base at nearby Kaneohe, a subtle strategy to gather more intelligence. Their next large purchase was a sprawling home in Kalama, close to Kailua Beach and near their other 2 properties on the windward shore. Here, on a rise backing to 8 acres of farmland that offered a view of the Pacific gleaming in the distance, Otto and Friedel set up their home base. Just as quickly as they were collecting money from Japan, they were spending it. Friedel hired 2 Japanese maids and appointed their new home with extravagant furnishings. Teakwood couches and chairs were on display in every room, Persian rugs underfoot, antique screens from the 1740s, inlaid with mother-of-pearl, and ancient vases from China adorned the living room. Silk bed linens, fine sterling silverware, ermine scarves, and scores of other expensive artworks and antiques were placed in the bedrooms. It was the high life Friedel and Otto had dreamed of. Any concerns they may have had about the dangers they were taking on as spies were completely overshadowed by the money and their new status. Unlike the Japanese enemy they were working for, Otto and Friedel were undisciplined. The large real estate purchases, antique collections, and freewheeling spending sprees attracted attention. People on the island began to talk. The Kuehns spent lavishly on parties as well, inviting high-ranking officials from Pearl Harbor and the various other military installations scattered about Oahu. Their soirees were designed to subtly extract sensitive information from their guests, with small talk and gossip reaped from these parties stored away in Otto's brain. Number of ships, number of men, plans, movements, invitations to their 5-star functions were highly sought after, especially the ones at swanky venues like the world-renowned Royal Hawaiian Hotel. The luxurious resort, famously painted pink, sat on 15 acres of pristine oceanfront on Waikiki Beach and was the site of the mysterious newcomers' first party, just a few months after they arrived on the island. The gala was so large it made the local papers. In May 1937, they hosted another party at their home and invited officers from a German ship docked at Pearl Harbor. That party made headlines in the society section of the local paper, the Honolulu Star Bulletin. Kuehns give party at country home. The family was also gathering intelligence in other less conspicuous ways, using perhaps their best asset, Ruth. She was a wonderful dancer and attended every important social affair, wrote spy historian Kurt Singer. A constant guest at the naval and yachting clubs, she attracted scores of naval officers. Now 22, Ruth was living the life of a Hawaiian princess. An avid equestrian, she was frequently seen riding horses on the family property when she was not driving a smart, jet-black convertible, and there was no shortage of male suitors who whisked her away on adventures. Sailing at Waikiki, attending highbrow receptions, or sipping umbrella-capped cocktails at local clubs, all as she slid innocent questions about the Pacific Fleet into the mix. I found the revelation about Ruth's involvement in the family business in a book titled The World's 30 Greatest Women Spies. There, in black and white, right next to Mata Hari, was Aunt Ruth, my sweet little old aunt. Ruth, I thought, it was more than shocking. Our years of phone conversations, our visit years ago, all of it portrayed A woman who had lived a quiet existence. None of it synced with this. Picture of a woman living a dangerous double life. Her parents had revealed everything to her at a young age, brought her into the dark knowledge of their mission while keeping Eberhard and Hans blissfully in the dark. I'm sure she envied them their ignorance. Immediately following the party in May 1937 that made the Honolulu Society page, Ruth and Friedel were summoned to Tokyo. During the trip, they became acquainted with another passenger traveling in first class, Dr. Wilhelm Hammerg. A German, he was someone who stood out in a crowd. Not because of his blonde hair, blue eyes, and 5'10" frame, but because of the array of saber wounds cut deep into both cheeks, an aristocratic emblem acquired, no doubt, at university fencing matches. Hammerg introduced himself as an executive at the Röchling Steel Works, a German firm in Tokyo. Recently divorced, Hammerg spent a lot of time charming Ruth and Friedel during the 8-day voyage. Afternoons were frittered away, chatting while stretched out on deck chairs as the ship plowed toward a seemingly endless horizon or informal dress over 6-course dinners. He mesmerized Ruth with tales of his travels through the Orient, North America, and Europe. It was a life she dreamed of, and Hammerg was living it. Landing in Japan, Friedel was greeted with the belated news that her mother had fallen gravely ill. She immediately left for Germany, but her mother died before she got there. Ruth stayed behind in Japan for 3 months, as planned, and spent a lot of time with Dr. Hammerg. Although 13 years his junior, she began seeing him, continuing the pattern begun with Goebbels, of relationships with older men who reeked of power, influence, and money. It struck me as odd. Why would Ruth stay in Japan after her mother left? I understood why she couldn't return to Germany, but why not head back home to Hawaii? What could she possibly be doing there for that long? Dropping off intelligence, picking up a payment from the Japanese, some sort of training. As soon as I uncovered the Hammerg relationship, it made me suspicious. There was something out of a third-rate spy romance novel in all of this. The chance meeting on board a ship, the whirlwind romance. That suspicion was reinforced when I later found an interesting memo in the FBI files, an informant telling agents that they had a vague impression that Hammerg was a payoff man, responsible for funneling funds to the Kuehns from Japan. In Honolulu, the FBI was enlisting other agencies to try to pin down what the Kuehn family was doing. Otto was interviewed by immigration officials, whom he told he made only $5,000 per year. The FBI already knew that between May 1936 and June 1937, the Kuehns had received deposits totaling $20,000 and had another $28,000 in a Shanghai bank. By December, a total of $31,500 had been deposited into the Kuehns' account. By Japan, it wasn't a smoking gun, but to agents, the conflicting financial data was an intriguing entry in a growing list of suspicious items. Otto and Friedel were unaware they were the target of FBI inquiries, or that their finances were being examined by American officials. They felt no need for caution. Everything was going according to plan. The Japanese kept paying, and the Kuehns kept spending, frolicking among the island elite. I wondered what high society in 1930s Hawaii must have been like. Waikiki was becoming a landing spot for movie stars and other bigwigs, hosting luminaries like Spencer Tracy, Bette Davis, Clark Gable, and Shirley Temple. One of my dad's favorite stories recounted the time he played with Shirley Temple while he was growing up in Hawaii. I'd always shrugged it off as another one of his wild tales, not to be taken at face value. And I hadn't thought about it for years until I stumbled across an article about Temple's trip to Oahu in 1937. 10,000 screaming fans greeted her as she got off the ship docked at Aloha Tower, and serenaded them with her signature song, On the Good Ship Lollipop, accompanied by the Royal Hawaiian Band. Surfing legend Duke Kahanamoku greeted Shirley with a flower lei. Adoring fans gathered around her, burying her small frame in hand-strung leis piled so high you couldn't see her face. The Royal Hawaiian Hotel claimed that they invented the Shirley Temple mocktail for her during one of her visits there. Reading about her trip, I guessed my dad was probably one of the thousands of fans at the docks, driven across the island by Otto and Friedel to catch a glimpse of the cherub-faced star. But he hadn't told me he saw her. He'd told me he had played with her. I dug a little deeper into Temple's history in Oahu and found one of those black and white Movietone news type story reels while scrolling around. On the internet, it detailed a trip she made to Oahu in August 1937. My dad would have been 11. She toured Schofield Barracks and the submarine base at Pearl Harbor, and after swimming at Waikiki and taking a ukulele lesson, the young star described traveling to the other side of the island for a party in her honor, attended by a dozen or so local children. A home movie recorded the event and showed a quick shot of a tall blonde boy playing with Shirley Temple among the others. My father, there was certainly a resemblance. The young boy, dressed in white pants and a white shirt, sported straight blonde hair and a square jaw. Just like my dad, it was impossible to know for sure, but if his parents were wealthy and were propping themselves up as big shots, it suddenly seemed plausible that they could have figured out a way to get my dad into that party full of kids from their side of the island. I smiled, remembering how my dad had regaled us with that story, knowing now it could very well be true. But while the Kuehns were rubbing elbows with movie stars and living the high life in Hawaii, tensions were escalating back in their homeland. In November 1938, the Third Reich began an all-out assault on its Jewish citizens. Over a 2-day period, hundreds were killed while 267 synagogues, along with 7,500 Jewish businesses across Germany, were torched and vandalized. 30,000 Jewish men were arrested and put into concentration camps during the assault, known as Kristallnacht, or Night of Broken Glass, executed on the anniversary of the beer hall putsch 15 years before. Goebbels denied the whole thing. All accounts that have come to your ears about alleged looting and destruction of Jewish property are a stinking lie, he told Louis Lochner, the Associated Press Berlin chief, and other members of the Foreign Press Corps who were brought in to meet with him. Not a hair of a Jew was disturbed. Lochner and the other reporters had driven down the Leipziger Strasse through Berlin's shopping district to get to the meeting. They had passed Wertheim's, a large, well-known Jewish department store, and seen its great show windows and celebrated displays left in a pile of rubble. The main thoroughfares across the city were littered with smashed glass from costly store displays annihilated during the Blitz. Shop owners were sweeping up debris and washing blood off the sidewalks. We had, the previous day, sent long eyewitness stories of burning synagogues, demolished shop windows, beaten Jews, and Nazi gangsters moving through the streets shouting, Judah Verek, wipe out the Jews. Lochner later explained. Yet Goebbels dared tell us that what we had seen with our own eyes was a stinking lie. There were 500,000 Jews in Germany in 1933. By the end of 1938, 300,000 of them had left the country. By May 1943, only 20,000 would remain. While intimately involved in the brutality dished out on a daily basis by the Nazi regime, Leopold had found love and a wife. At the wedding, Ursel, his bride, wore a flowing white gown while Leopold dressed in his black Nazi uniform, swastika armband affixed to his left sleeve. 80 years after the ceremony, Leopold's grandson emailed me that wedding picture. The first time I opened it up on my computer screen, I gasped. of all the uncomfortable information and artifacts I had uncovered. This picture hit me the hardest. Ursel and Leopold were posed on a flight of stairs outside a church. They both looked so young. Ursel was holding a bouquet of flowers, her white-gloved hand wrapped around Leopold's arm, her glowing face. Smiling at scores of onlookers outside the frame, the uncle I had never known was glancing down at his bride, on his face just the slightest of smiles as his left arm rested at his side, next to a dagger dangling from his belt. Something about their innocent faces disturbed me. He was just 25 and she was even younger. A wedding, amid all the bloodshed and savagery happening all around them. The entire scene seemed completely out of place when measured against events going on outside the borders of the picture. I went to bed but didn't get much sleep. After tossing for a good portion of the night, I finally woke Mark up. "The family story again?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. The wedding picture was still fresh in my head. The Nazi uniform my father's brother was wearing, the dagger, the swastika armband, it shouldn't have been a surprise to me. The pattern was clear to anyone. Ott had interviewed for head of the Gestapo. Friedel was a Nazi. Ruth had joined the Hitler Youth. But all that information had just been words on a page. Seeing the swastika on Leopold, right there in black and white, made it too real, too close to my dad, too close to my kids. "I don't want to dig into this story anymore," I told Mark. I felt tears rolling down my cheeks. In April 1938, Dr. Hammerg came to Hawaii for a visit with the Kuehns. He stayed for 10 days at their Lanikai beach house, but he wasn't there just to enjoy the warm Pacific breezes and beautiful scenery. Despite their short courtship, he had come to propose to Ruth. There was a catch, however, and it was a big one. They would have to wait several years before they could actually get married. Hammerg's first wife had died a few years earlier after jumping overboard from a steamship in the Red Sea while on vacation with him. Japanese tradition held that he had to wait 5 years before he could remarry. As I read the account, I assumed her answer would be no. Could there possibly be a bigger red flag to a potential marriage than the fact that the former wife of your intended chose to throw herself off a ship in the middle of the ocean rather than spend one more minute with the man she had married? But Ruth, ignoring the warning, blinded by the globetrotting lifestyle of her aristocratic German suitor, accepted anyway. A couple of months later, Friedel and Otto again sailed to Tokyo, this time accompanied by the rest of the family, and spent time with Dr. Hammerg. Little else is known about the trip, but the Japanese Naval Intelligence Office was just up the road from their hotel. Otto would have the cover of a vacationing family with him for any prying eyes while he visited the Third Bureau, passing on information he had gathered and receiving instructions from his handlers. The frequent excursions the Kuehns made to Japan had given them a good amount of insight into the psyche of the Japanese, and Otto was impressed. There seemed to be a unity of purpose among them, a oneness. They had a fierce sense of nationalism instilled in them at an early age, and they had a devout love of their emperor. To Otto's eyes, people there did not come across as overly religious. Most followed one of two dominant religions, Buddhism or Shintoism. Buddhism taught a simplicity of life, discipline of mind and body, and concentration of thought. Even so, they were fiercely nationalistic. Part 6. Shinto was more closely connected with Japan's existence. Followers believed the Emperor of Japan was a direct descendant of Amaterasu, goddess of the sun and the most important deity in the religion. As one U.S. expert on Japanese culture said at the time, Shinto makes no appeal to reason or emotion. It has no moral code, while the Christian West follows 10 commandments. Shinto effectively commands only thou shalt worship thy emperor. And that emperor, Hirohito, wanted the Pacific Otto, again flush with Japanese funds, returned to Hawaii in late September. While the rest of the family stayed in Japan, he acquired the Modern Steel furniture company for $3,000, substantiating communiques between Tokyo and Berlin, intercepted by U.S. intelligence in 1936, detailing a German spy who would set up a steel furniture business as cover. It seemed a convenient coincidence that he would become involved in this particular industry, which he knew nothing about, when his mysterious future son-in-law worked for a steel supply company in Japan. Buying the company was a strategic coup, giving Otto access to Pearl Harbor's facilities under the cover of legitimate business. Shortly thereafter, he signed a contract to remodel the officers' cocktail lounge at Pearl Harbor. He was proving his worth as a secret agent. Otto's daring moves were paying off. He had penetrated the base that would soon become the sole focus of his employers. It would allow him the opportunity to learn about the Navy's procurement plans, get to know key officers, and fish for intel as he strolled the docks of the base without raising suspicion. The Modern Steel Company also helped explain the enormous sums of money he was accumulating and the frequent trips to Japan, which he could now say were for business meetings with his supplier, Rurchling Steelworks, hopefully diluting some of the FBI's suspicions. Otto trawled for intel by other means, too. He dedicated a portion of each week to traveling the island on picture-taking jaunts, often spending time near the airfields at Bellows, Wheeler, and Kaneohe, as well as the brand-new Hickam Field, which would house the Mammoth B-17 flying fortress bombers, added to bolster air defenses in Hawaii. The photos he shot included rows of bombers and fighter planes parked wing to wing, stars emblazoned on the tips, sitting ducks if there were ever an attack. Often he scoured the local papers, clipping articles with headlines such as, "New subs are expected for Pearl Harbor, 30 warships here named, Fleet's Hawaii detachment, and Army here will get 200 new fighting planes," then dropping them into his filing cabinet and locking it. Espionage is rarely a pulse-pounding foray into enemy territory, sneaking your way into a cache of top-secret files. Observations are made over stretches of time, the data points plotted accordingly. Japan was content to play the long game, using agents like Otto to help connect the dots. The rest of the family returned to Hawaii in November. Customs officials conducting a routine search found that Friedel was carrying 4,000 yen with her, even though Japanese law limited the amount that could be taken out of the country to 300 yen. The fact that Japan let her leave with that much cash set off muted alarms within the intelligence community, furthering suspicions that the family was working for the Japanese. It wasn't illegal on the U.S. side, though, so officials couldn't hold her. Friedel walked out with the rest of the family. Another $25,311 had been deposited into the Kuehn's bank account. During 1938, they had now collected more than $70,000 over the previous 3 years, the equivalent of $1.5 million today. The FBI, which was closely tracking the deposits, believed all of it originated in Japan, but from whom? The Japanese government, Hammerg's business, and were they essentially one and the same. Otto would try to play it off as family money, part of an inheritance. He explained that in 1934, his Aunt Elsa had deposited $35,000, $800,000, today into an account at an Amsterdam bank, and between 1936 and 1938, he had wired money from it to his account at Bishop National Bank in Hawaii. The FBI turned to its local informants. They returned with conflicting stories about the origins of the Kuehn wealth. Mrs. Kuehn at one time had stated she had a coffee store in Germany and made a lot of money there, relayed one FBI contact. On different occasions, she would state she had a rich aunt in Holland who sent her money and then at other times that her husband had a rich aunt in Sweden who sent them money. Otto further explained that his father had left him $50,000, government, bonds, and several houses, and they were using that to fund their lifestyle. What he didn't mention was that most of that inheritance had been lost on his earlier business gambles. This was fresh cash. Despite the mounting suspicions, 1938 was a good year for the family. They had collected the equivalent of $500,000 from the Japanese, rendezvoused with their handlers without incident, and continued their espionage work without raising any major suspicions. Eberhard and Hans had taken to life in paradise, fishing and building sandcastles on the white sandy beaches near their home, a stark difference from kids in Germany, who were now required to join the Hitler Youth at age 6. The family owned 3 properties, leased a farm, owned cars and horses, and employed live-in servants, and Ruth was engaged to a well-to-do German national living in Japan. The plan, hatched out of desperation, was working better than they could have hoped. What could possibly go wrong? 11. The world's 30 greatest women spies. On a crisp, fall morning, Ruth got an early start, racing to beat the thunderous downpours that popped up across the island most afternoons during the rainy season, appearing out of nowhere from over the peaks of the Kailau Mountains. She jumped in the family convertible and dropped the top, preferring to let the wind blow through her hair as she drove under blue skies and puffy white clouds on a path she was quite used to by now. Shifting into low gear, she climbed 1,200 feet over the Pali highway on the hour-long journey through the lush mountain and valley that separated the windward and leeward sides of Oahu, eventually dropping her into Honolulu just past the Punchbowl crater. She weaved through the city streets, thick with tourists and American servicemen, and parked near Aloha Tower. The pier near the tower was teeming with thousands of people, dressed lightly for the tropical weather and celebrating Boat Day, the arrival of one of the overseas passenger liners that served as the island's economic lifeline. Ruth walked down Bishop Street to the pier and into the fray, strolling past the scores of hula dancers performing ancient Hawaiian stories, their hands and hips gently swaying to the strings of the Royal Hawaiian Band. And through the throng eventually spotted her contact, a humble Japanese crewman from the ocean liner. He was dressed as a ship steward, tasked with preparing food for guests and cleaning their cabins, but this was no ordinary steward. He was actually a specially trained Japanese naval officer on a covert mission to scout Pearl Harbor, and Ruth would be his escort and guide. The two made their way to Ruth's convertible and headed out across the island, 2 spies at work. First, a scenic view driving the roads surrounding Pearl Harbor, where the Pacific Fleet swung on the tide in their dun gray paint. Ruth pointed out the new arrivals, battleships, destroyers, submarines heading back to their base, the fuel depots, coal docks, and barracks. The Japanese visitor studied the layout carefully. Ruth then pointed the car toward Pearl City, once rice paddies plowed by water buffalo, now a drowsy suburban town. The road wound down the peninsula before coming to a dead end on the water's edge across from Ford Island, offering unobstructed views of the enormous carriers and battleships being maintained and serviced there. The pair looked like tourists, perhaps even honeymooners, enjoying a fine sunny day as Ruth pointed out the attractions while they sipped sodas at a roadside stand. Heading north through the center of the island, the journey took them through the vast acres of sugarcane fields and pineapple plantations before hitting the north shore of the island at Haldwa. The sleepy town was the closest thing to civilization they would see on this side of Oahu. From there, the highway around the island, as the locals called it, wound along the north shore through the fishing village of Pupukia. Monster waves, 30 feet high, were visible from the road, crashing into the shore with a deep, bellowing roar. Rounding Kahuku Point, the northernmost tip of the island, the officer studied the coastline and observed the terrain. The road brought them down. The eastern side of Oahu passed Makali Island, also called Chinaman's Hat, and the windward shores of Haula, Punaluu, and Kaneohe Bay. He took note of the landmarks and watched in the distance as planes on maneuvers sailed across the horizon over crystal blue waters. Finally, Ruth steered the convertible back home to Kailua, where the officer was welcomed by Otto and Friedel and treated to beverages and fresh trays of papaya, mango, and pineapple prepared by the servants. The steward, certainly asking the Kuehns pointed questions about Otto's own excursions across the island and the facilities at Pearl Harbor. When the officer had gathered all he could, Ruth drove him back to the dock, now with a mental map of Pearl and the military infrastructure on the island, to take back to Japan, in addition to the pointers and intel the Kuehns passed along. It was a routine Ruth would follow many times over the ensuing years, but not without raising suspicion. The sight of Japanese officers and other callers from Tokyo in an Anglo home was so rare that the Kuehns needed to come up with an explanation for their friends and neighbors who caught glimpses of the guests coming and going in the small coastal town. Friedel explained that they hosted the officers because in their travels to Japan, the family had been entertained by Japanese naval officials, and now they were simply returning the favor. Ruth had taken to the family business with aplomb. Ruth, lithe and tall, worked according to plan, detailed spy historian Kurtzinger. The entire family was involved in spying, and all plainly had a talent for it, though. Ruth seemed to be the smartest. She was certainly the most professional spy in the Kuehn family. And Friedel hopped from one scheme to another with great daring, but little caution, as shown by their over-the-top galas, thin covers, and suspicious trips to Tokyo. But Ruth smoothly integrated the family business into her life, especially her romantic life. Dadding was the perfect cover for a lovely young spy and her male friends, both American and Japanese. Ruth Kuehn was very popular with single American Navy officers. Wrote one spy historian, beautiful and outgoing, the charming young girl was sought after. They played tennis with her, took her sailing and to dances. They also, unwittingly, provided her with a good deal of information about the American Pacific Fleet. And like her parents, she was being watched. When a local paper reported on the social pages that pretty Miss Ruth Kuehn caught the bouquet at the wedding of her friend Herta Zarnikow, who had just become Mrs. Marquis Stevens, an FBI informant reported that Herta had arrived from Germany recently and could not speak a word of English. The FBI began investigating her German husband, describing him as pro-Hitler and maintaining a file on the couple. It was so strange to me, Ruth's role in the family. Growing up, my father had been very much an old-school dad, very strict about boys and dadding, and the rest of it. And before the war started, his family seemed to have been typical conservative German burghers. The idea of enlisting their daughter to help further the family's political and financial gain would have been scandalous, to say the least. But Otto and Friedel had ushered her too far down the road to turn back now. I wondered how controlling they were, and if they even instructed Ruth whom to target for her next conquest. Ruth carried a secret. Perhaps I thought these dates they encouraged her to go on were penance for being born half Jewish. Her genes had endangered the family. Now she had to help them survive at all costs. 12. Espionage. Char. Almost from the moment they arrived on Oahu, the Kuehns drew the attention of the FBI and of U.S. Army and Navy intelligence units. Their interactions with military officials garnering the most interest. J. Edgar Hoover was especially intrigued. They entertain lavishly, particularly Army officers with no known means of income, he wrote in a February 1939 memo instructing agents to do a deeper dive into the mysterious family. The problem was that the FBI didn't have a permanent office on Oahu, or enough staff for more intensive surveillance. Agents would fly in from California from time to time as needed, stay a short time, then head back to the mainland, which made it a challenge to gather much intelligence, with authorities unable to devote enough resources to the case. Otto and Friedel continued their information gathering unchecked, as well as their conspicuous spending. Across the ocean, war was becoming more and more likely. On March 15, 1939, the Wehrmacht invaded Czechoslovakia. Leopold, now a high-ranking member of Goebbels's staff in the Ministry of Propaganda, wrote a letter to Otto 2 weeks later, expressing sorrow that his father, who deserved a role in current events, was not able to participate in the historic event in the midst of a world of enemies. Leopold continued, the Führer secures new land, erases a crazy caricature of a state from the map, and is ready to dare his all for the country and his people. Leopold explained his own mission in a letter to his parents later that year. The way lies very clearly before me. I will stay in politics. Maybe next year, I shall return to the position of the Führer's representative. Subsequently, I will take over the leadership of a province, or a certain circle in it. Leopold was as ambitious as his father, following in the footsteps that almost got Otto to the top of the Nazi hierarchy. He was determined to succeed where Otto had failed. A small black and white photo of Leopold was passed down through the family over the generations and was given to me by his grandson. Handwritten on the back was 1940 Spandau. It's a tight shot of Leopold, with a dour expression and a slight smirk, dressed in a heavy wool jacket with 2 SS officers in the background. Spandau was the site of a subcamp of the Sachsenhausen concentration camp, where tens of thousands of prisoners died as a result of hunger, forced labor, or systematic extermination operations carried out by the SS. In the picture, Leopold is looking at something below and out of the frame, political prisoners, perhaps, or Jewish captives suffering in the cold. It's impossible to tell. Leopold's pictures and letters were disturbing on several levels. This was my dad's brother. Uncle Leopold is what I would have called him had I met him as a child under different circumstances. It made me think about my dad. Would he have turned out this way if the family hadn't sneaked out of Berlin when he was just 9? Was it just blind luck that he did become a bloodthirsty Nazi like his older brother? Many of the letters from Leopold revealed a devout belief in the Nazi cause, despite the fact that his sister was Jewish. I had a hard time believing that news was still hidden from him. Goebbels certainly knew, and Leopold worked in his office. His ability to compartmentalize, to ignore, had to be a defense mechanism, a means of reconciling the unreconcilable. Otto and Friedel had that same innate ability to compartmentalize diametrically opposed forces in their life, get paid to spy by the Japanese as part of an effort to destroy the United States, but live a life taking full advantage of everything an American paradise had to offer, take part in Nazi directives of violence against the Jews but protect their Jewish daughter. I assumed all good spies must have had that trait, otherwise they would have gone mad. My father certainly had the family ability to lock his past away and hide it from us and from himself, I think. Without that trait, his past would have driven him insane. I'm not sure I could have so expertly buried it and moved on the way he did. By 1939, the spell the Nazis had cast on Leopold and millions of Germans wasn't rearing its head just in Germany. The hate-mongering influence of the Third Reich was also expanding to a rather unexpected place. The United States. In February, 22,000 members of the German American Bund held a rally at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Tens of thousands more gathered in the streets, held back by police mounted on horseback, and 1,700 other officers scattered throughout the area. The crowd in the garden greeted speakers with Nazi salutes as they spouted anti-Semitic messages from under a 3-story banner of George Washington flanked by swastikas, "Stop the Jewish domination of Christian Americans," and "Wake Up America, Smash Jewish Communism." Red banners and signs prevalent throughout the crowd. One speaker pointed to white supremacy as a core of America's founding. "The spirit which opened the West and built our country is the spirit of the militant white man. It has always been very much American to protect the Aryan character of this nation." But not everyone there was a convert. Among the crowd was Isidor Greenbaum, a Jewish plumber from Brooklyn. He slowly elbowed his way toward the front, muscling past stormtroopers dressed exactly as their counterparts in Germany patrolling the aisles. All at once he jumped onto the stage, shoved the man at the lectern out of the way, grabbed the microphone and shouted "Down with Hitler" several times before troopers, American stormtroopers, rushed the stage and converged on him, beating the Jewish plumber mercilessly and breaking his nose. In Hawaii, things were beginning to break bad for the Kuehns. The passing years had failed to sharpen Otto's business acumen, and in May 1939, his modern steel furniture company went bankrupt. The FBI surmised that the business was just a front through which Kuehn could launder money from the Japanese, but for that to work, he had to be able to keep it running as a viable entity. As with his previous dalliances running a business, he couldn't keep it afloat. In a scant 9 months, Otto had run another company into the ground. He was now even more dependent than ever on the Japanese and their money. Otto tried to drown his sorrows at the posh clubs on the Honolulu Strip, often making the trek back home along the darkness of the Pali Highway. After another late night, not long after the failure of his furniture company, Otto was in an accident. He and his passenger, a woman, were unhurt, but Friedel was furious. "Mother accused father of having an affair," my dad recalled. There was a big fight. Friedel's temper was notorious, and she often lashed out at Otto so loudly that Eberhard and Hans would run to their bedroom and cower under the covers until the attack subsided. 3 days after the accident, clearly angered by the affair and Otto's penchant for losing huge sums of money through bad investments, Friedel opened a bank account in her own name with $1,800. At the time, she made a statement to the effect that she had spent $30,000 since coming to Hawaii and was opening the account so they couldn't get any more of her money. The FBI surmised that they was Otto. The Kuehns were attracting attention, all the wrong kinds, and by the summer of 1939, Hoover had picked up enough chatter about spying and covert operations in Hawaii to finally act. That August, the FBI opened a full-time field office in Honolulu under the command of Special Agent Robert L. Shivers, described by a colleague as a small, soft-spoken man with an expression of utter guilelessness, the last person one would expect at first sight to be an agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The agent's health was delicate. He suffered from high blood pressure and heart problems that had caused him to resign from the Pittsburgh office. But Hoover liked Shivers, and it was thought Hawaii's warm weather would be good for him. Born the 5th of 10 children, Shivers came of age in the segregated South, listening to grandfathers who'd fought under Robert E. Lee Beamon. The catalog of disasters heaped on them by the Union. It seemed an odd twist that the man who would investigate the sins of my family had a family closet full of his own secrets that at some point he too had to reconcile. But Shivers was his own man. As a young agent, he had successfully stood up to the Ku Klux Klan in the 1920s and had helped track down John Dillinger, which led to a shootout with the notorious gangster. Shivers landed in Honolulu on August 23, 1939, with his wife, Kuehn, a refined Southerner whose long face often flashed a warm smile. When photographed together, she would sit while her husband would stand or vice versa to obscure the fact that she was noticeably taller than her diminutive partner. While taking stock of his new assignment, it didn't take Shivers long to realize he had never faced a mission like this before. 37% of residents of Hawaii were of Japanese origin, and a quarter of those were aliens. 26% were Caucasian, or Haole in the local parlance, and 15% were native Hawaiian, with 13% of Filipino origin and 7% Chinese. It was Nashville. It looked, sounded, and tasted like nothing he had ever experienced before. Shivers had to make these very different people trust him, and trusting Haole did not come easily to the islanders. The term Haole has been around for centuries, but gained widespread use after British explorer Captain James Cook discovered the islands in the 18th century. Legend holds that natives believed Cook and his men had pale skin because they did not breathe. They deemed the visitors Haole. Ha meaning breath of life in Hawaiian and ol meaning without. It was often used as a derogatory description of white inhabitants and visitors to the island. With history as a guide, it is easy to see why. When Captain Cook first landed at Waimea Harbor on Kauai in 1778, there were more than 600,000 Hawaiians within 2 years. Because of diseases his men brought over, 1 in 17 Hawaiians was dead. By the 1920s, there were only 24,000 native Hawaiians still on the islands. That history made the sledding for Shivers tough at first. Even the Anglos on Oahu, Haoles themselves, didn't want him there. The Caucasians he approached were utterly cold to the FBI presence. Shivers wrote to Hoover, "They felt we were not needed here." As for the Asian community, they were wary of the Bureau's warnings about a 5th column of Japanese loyalists in Hawaii. They also distrusted the island's government, which was seen as anti-Asian, even racist. Any FBI man who set foot on Oahu was immediately tarred with that brush. Shivers was frozen out. Frustrated, Shivers hired a local college student, 19-year-old Shizue Kobatake, to be his guide to Asian Oahu, even inviting her to stay at the Shivers home. Though his wife resisted at first, she'd carried some of her Southern prejudices with her and couldn't imagine living with an Asian girl. Shizue moved in and almost immediately became a member of the family, soon introduced by the couple as their adopted daughter. Shivers had trouble pronouncing her name, eventually giving up and giving her the nickname Sue. He taught her to drive and later would walk her down the aisle at her wedding. The Shiverses regularly invited Asian friends to their home, something rarely done in Anglo circles. Some of those guests would become essential to the network of contacts he was building, a network he needed to flush out information on suspected spies. He was astonished to find, contrary to what he had heard in Washington, that many Japanese Americans were fiercely loyal to their adopted country. The rumors of a 5th column, he concluded, were just that, an analysis that did not go over well at FBI headquarters, which was convinced there were thousands of Asian subversives lying in wait on the island. The workload for Shivers was overwhelming, and the resources scant. Just 2 other agents and a translator, since neither Shivers nor his men could speak Japanese. Soon after Shivers arrived, Hoover sent the new special agent in charge a list of people to investigate. There were 125 names on it, the island seemingly awash in men and women subverting the Republic. One of the first tasks of the newly established office was running Down information on the Kuehns, whose file had grown quite large in the 4 years they had lived on the island. Over the next 2 years, the FBI and the family would engage in a cat-and-mouse game played out in the shadow of approaching war. That summer, Otto and Friedel received a letter from Leopold and his wife, Ursel, with the salutation, "Beloved parents." It began innocently, speaking of birthday gifts for Eberhard and other niceties, but it quickly addressed the impending invasion of Poland and portended the calamity. The horizon. "Tell me, Dad, what do you make of the political situation? I can imagine very vividly that your press is building up the last development, the build-up toward an invasion of Poland. Quite differently, we want to have again what was taken from us, a demand which the democracies do not seem to understand. It is actually unimaginable how England has brought scorn to her old tradition and carried on politics which within 4 years have brought her whole kingdom into danger, a kingdom which she acquired unchristianably, if she had had the common sense at the time and accepted the Führer's peace offering, then she could be standing in the height of her plane. If she does bring military help to Poland, then defeat is still surer. Germany and Italy are unconquerable, and this can be said without having to reproach oneself for objective judgment. As far as I am concerned, there is only one reasonable explanation for England's attitude, and that is that there must be Jews in high circles and influential positions who, in their blind hate for Germany, wanted to destroy us. 4 days after the letter was written, 1.5 million Nazi troops poured across the border into Poland. World War II had begun. 13. Hell was heading to paradise. When news of war arrived on the island, tensions began to intensify. Recruits jammed the offices of the Hawaii National Guard. 3,000 young, able-bodied men flooded through the doors over the ensuing months, half of them of Japanese heritage. The newly minted soldiers were sent to Molokai, Kauai, and the Big Island to build military defense installations, and the army sent 10,000 soldiers to help fortify the islands. The rattling of gunfire constantly pierced the air as troops lined the desolate beaches, crouched behind makeshift mounds of sand. Machine guns pointed toward the ocean, in preparation for an attack. 4 anti-aircraft artillery regiments were added along with a company of light tanks, while air defenses were reinforced with the completion of Hickam Field, a new base for U.S. Army Air Force bombers next to Pearl Harbor. The War Department informed President Franklin D. Roosevelt that Hawaii was impregnable. The island of Oahu, they said, because of its fortification, its garrison, and its physical characteristics, was the strongest fortress in the world. Military authorities on the island were far more concerned about an attack from within, convinced any crippling blows would come internally from sabotage or other subversive activities. Their guard was up, making it more difficult and more dangerous for Otto. But that wasn't his only problem. Payments from Japan had stopped, with no explanation as to why. Between 1938 and 1940, the family did not receive any money from their handlers, forcing Otto to sell one of the houses in Kailua and take out mortgages on their other properties. But even with money in short supply, the spending continued. In January, Friedel drove to a Honolulu pawnshop and purchased a pair of expensive 18-power Bausch and Lam binoculars for $85, $1,800 today. The FBI, watching closely, noted that this was an unusual purchase for a woman to make, for these field glasses are too high-powered for ordinary purposes. Designed for long-distance observations, they were so strong they could only be used with a tripod. They were clearly not for bird watching, but they could be useful for surveying the comings and goings at the nearby Kaneohe base, or for scouting Japanese submarine Contacts off the windward coast. The FBI dropped another note in the Kuehn file, now bulging with reports of their continuing suspicious behavior. Part 7. Meanwhile, an informant told the FBI that the Kuehns appeared to be dire financial trouble. Desperate for money, Friedel scheduled a trip to Japan to get more. In early 1940, she arrived at the port in Honolulu to sail on the SS President Coolidge to Tokyo. She was met by agents sent by Shivers and watched as they pawed through her handbag and luggage. Fishing through various papers and books, there appeared to be no perforations in them, and they did not appear to have been written on with any secret ink, the agents reported back to Shivers. She was clean, so they had to let her go. One of Shivers's working theories, bandied about the FBI headquarters, was that Friedel was actually the brains behind the whole operation. She seemed to be the cool, practical one, while Otto was the schemer and dreamer. It was a thought shared by my father during one of our weekly phone calls. I don't think my father was smart enough to be a spy, he told me once with a melancholy sigh. Mother was the sharp one. But she also had a temper, violent enough to send her into fits of irrational behavior. The Japanese owed them money they were reneging on their deal. They couldn't just kick her family to the curb. Arriving in Kobe, Japan, she found a taxi, foregoing the private car she could usually afford to take, and arrived at the home of Dr. Wilhelm Hammerg. She walked to the door with her suitcase. She hadn't bothered to get a hotel room first. Her priority was getting the money. When I read the account of Friedel's trip in the FBI files, it confirmed for me that Hammerg was their handler. But was he also actually Ruth's fiancé, or was that just a cover story? Or could he have been both? I pictured Friedel paused outside Hammerg's door. She had to be cognizant that these were dangerous people she was dealing with. She had experience with their kind back home. She knew what they were capable of. And they didn't like surprises. At some point she had to have known that this half-baked maneuver could be putting herself and her family in very real danger. She knocked on the door anyway. Footsteps echoed from the other side, and Hammerg opened the door. He was shocked to see Friedel and completely unprepared for a visit. He was busy, he said hurriedly. They would have to meet later. It was clear he did not want her entering the apartment, but Friedel wasn't taking no for an answer, and he eventually let her in. As they were exchanging greetings, a woman appeared from the back hallway. I imagined the scene in slow motion, the wheels turning furiously in Friedel's head as she sized up the woman walking across the room, then looked back at Hammerg and again at the woman. Friedel began to cry, forgetting all about the money. Her daughter's fiancé was living with another woman. She carried on hysterically for several minutes, sobbing uncontrollably. How could you do this to my daughter? She screamed at Hammerg. It seemed that he was indeed both their handler and future son-in-law. After a few minutes, Friedel managed to pull herself together and compartmentalize, focusing once more on the handler side of the man standing in front of her. Hammerg said that transferring funds had become impossible with all the freezes the Americans had put in place. He could get her any money. Friedel stood firm. She wanted $40,000 now. There was no way for him to get his hands on that kind of money, he told her, but Friedel refused to budge or to leave, so Hammerg made her a deal. He told her he had $6,000 on hand that he could give her right away. And then, somehow, he would get the remaining $34,000 to her within the next 5 months, no doubt thinking that paying the $6,000 to get her out his apartment was worth the price. He'd deal with the issue of the remaining money later. Friedel took the cash and left. She had gambled and won, sort of. Hammerg now had a problem. The Kuehns, their main operatives in Hawaii, were sloppy. They drew too much attention, were unpredictable, and were money hungry, but there was a risk in not placating them. What would stop them from going to U.S. authorities and scuttling the entire operation? It was a problem that needed to be fixed, one way or another. Friedel returned from Japan in April, the $6,000 hidden under her clothes. Agents were at the port again and searched her the minute she stepped off the ship, finding the money. It was an interesting discovery. Who travels with that much cash? The FBI noted that Friedel had once again returned from Japan with a huge sum of money, but again, she hadn't broken any laws and was carrying nothing pertaining to espionage activities. Agents reported back to Shivers. She was free to leave and headed home to the other side of the island. Friedel immediately did two things. She forced Ruth to break off the engagement with Hammerg, and she deposited $1,000 into her own account, giving the rest to Otto. Within a few days, she paid back the $1,000 she had borrowed from a friend to fund the trip, giving her friend a made-up account of the journey. She had met with Ruth's fiancé, Dr. Hammerg. She told her friend to formalize a deal they had struck before she left Hawaii, that she would transfer to him a property she owned in Germany in exchange for $40,000, $875,000 today, and she had gone to Japan to collect payment in full. Friedel further explained that Hammerg had partially reneged on the deal, saying he could get her only $6,000 cash, with the understanding that he would wire the remaining $34,000 in 5 months. It was the best Friedel could come up with to explain the trip, and more importantly, the money. But the FBI knew the truth, that this was another payment from the Japanese government for spying, run through a shell company, Röchling Steelworks, and that Friedel's transfer of property story was just that story. The $40,000 was another payment for espionage, and Hammerg was the conduit. An FBI informant backed up that claim, telling Shivers that he is now of the firm belief that the Kuehns are Nazi agents and make contact with their superiors through Dr. Hammerg. Friedel went on to confide in her friend, who later became an FBI informant, that she had caught Ruth's fiancé with another woman, his secretary, and that the two were living together. The friend had been at a party at the Kuehns' home and met the mysterious Dr. Hammerg. She did not give him the opportunity to associate with the other guests. Friedel's friend, turned informant, told the FBI this might have been a precaution on her part to keep other guests from questioning him too closely. The friend also observed that Ruth never seemed to be in love with this individual and felt that the engagement might have been a front to explain the family's relationship with Dr. Hammerg. I marveled at how Friedel could concoct an elaborate ruse to explain one part of her trip and at the same time bare her soul about finding Ruth's fiancé living with another woman, assuming that part of the story was even true. I wondered if my grandmother had even been able to tell the difference anymore. Meanwhile, relations between Japan and the United States were quickly deteriorating, starting when Japan invaded China in 1937 after a skirmish with Chinese troops outside of Beijing. It was clear that their march on Asia and the Pacific had begun. The Western powers demanded they leave, a charge that fell on deaf ears. Following several years of diplomatic wrangling, Japan hadn't budged, so in July 1940, President Roosevelt cut off shipments of iron, steel, and aviation fuel. Japan responded by solidifying a military alliance with Italy and Germany, the Tripartite Pact. That summer, Shivers received a new report from one of his agents that Otto had been spotted going in and out of the Japanese consulate on several occasions. The report noted that after the fall of France on June 22, 1940, the Kuehns had become more bold in the transmittal of their espionage information. The consulate had been a focus of Shivers from the start. He had uncovered information that both the consul and vice-consul in Honolulu had engaged in intelligence work in their previous assignments, and were more concerned with spying than supporting their Japanese constituency on the island. A heavily redacted FBI report detailed how the Kuehns were seen delivering material concerning American naval operations in the Hawaiian Islands to the consulate. It was the evidence Shivers had been waiting for. But the FBI was too late. The intel was already inside the consulate, and agents couldn't just barge into the consul general's offices on a whim. The pouch of information was probably already on the way to Japan. But what was in the pouch? Shivers must have felt it was a significant haul. The FBI had learned that this batch of sensitive information delivered by Otto was handed not to consulate officials, as was their standard protocol, but directly to Japanese naval intelligence officers waiting at the consulate. Clearly, Otto considered it too important to risk handing over to his usual contacts there. The information delivered by Otto eventually reached Isoroku Yamamoto, Marshal Admiral of the Imperial Japanese Navy and the chief planner of the Pearl Harbor attack. A strategist of genius, Yamamoto had grave doubts about the mission in the Pacific. Should hostilities once break out, he wrote to an ultranationalist friend, it would not be enough that we take Guam and the Philippines, nor even Hawaii and San Francisco. To make victory certain, we would have to march into Washington and dictate the terms of peace in the White House. He doubted that even Japan's fanatical military government had the stomach for that, but the fresh intel from Otto and other secret agents on the island helped enormously. They were the Admiral's eyes. Through them, the planners saw the island and its warships clearly. Hell was heading toward paradise, but it seemed to be arriving in slow motion. The threat of a Japanese attack was now a constant in the lives of those living on the isolated chain of islands. My dad's house was just down the beach from the Kaneohe base. Often while he was playing with hands in the backyard or fishing at the beach, he was greeted by the sound of American warplanes screeching through blue skies on maneuvers. Battleships and destroyers continuously steamed in and out of the naval bases on patrol, visible to everyone on the distant horizon. As war crept closer, the high-pitched wails of air raid sirens were a constant, echoing through the islands, sending my father and his schoolmates scurrying under their desks during yet another drill. Mock attacks simulating enemy aerial bombardments became a way of life. Warnings went out to residents of Oahu, Lanai, Molokai, Maui, Kauai, and the Big Island, Hawaii, whenever a faux aerial blitz was imminent. Instructional posters blanketed the towns and neighborhoods, giving islanders an ominous heads-up. Urgent, warning, urgent. Planes will simulate attack on your island, Thursday night, May 23, 1940, sometime between 8:30 and 9:00 p.m. when warning bells are rung or sirens are sounded. Immediately put out all lights, inside and outside. Turn off all signs. Don't use flashlights, matches, etc. Blackout completely. While this raid is only make-believe, do your part in this rehearsal for an event we hope will never come. Outlast the last blackout. Hawaiians were planning for an event they hoped would never come. By staging aerial bombardment drills, but halfway across the world, war was painfully real. By now, Germany had invaded Denmark and Norway, followed quickly by the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. The United States placed an immediate freeze on all assets and financial transactions from those countries, as it had with the other victims of Hitler's aggression. About that time, Otto received a letter from Dr. Hammerg saying that due to the freezes, it was still too difficult and dangerous to wire them anymore. Money for the foreseeable future. Otto responded in a letter suggesting he contact his old friend Baron Kyogoku to help assist in getting money. From Tokyo to Honolulu, Baron Kyogoku, a man Otto had met once by chance 4 years earlier and hadn't spoken to since. The FBI began to try to track down this mysterious baron. And what about Hammerg? Friedel had caught him with another woman and ordered Ruth to break off the engagement, yet she and Otto were still clearly in contact with him, removing any doubt I had that he was indeed their handler and payoff man for Japan. There was no other reason they would still be in contact with him after he scorned their precious Ruth. Aware that the FBI now had them under constant surveillance, Otto also sent Hammerg a German dictionary and instructions on how to use it to send coded messages in the future. That same month, Navy intelligence classified Kuehn as a class a Nazi suspect, the top of the watch list. Friedel would be added to the list on May 31, 1941. The FBI would now put the family even further under the microscope. My father, barely a teenager, was blissfully unaware of any of this. While there were constant visits to the house from men in military uniform, and Ruth shuttled Japanese naval officers back and forth from Honolulu harbor to their house quite often, the family took care to make it all seem normal, at least to Eberhard and Hans. During these visits, the two youngest members of the family were shepherded to the lanai, the roofed, open-sided porch common to Hawaiian houses. There they would sit listening mesmerized to the Lone Ranger, Dick Tracy, the Green Hornet, or my dad's favorite, The Shadow, on the radio. The latter show opened with ominous organ music. The announcer proclaiming, "Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows." A final warning from the Shadow closed the show, cautioning Hans, Eberhard, and the millions of other listeners. As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay, the Shadow knows. Their parents, just down the hall entertaining guests for nefarious reasons, paid the warning no mind. This was an era when kids could disappear all day, and my father often did. The beach at Kailua was a short downhill bike ride, and Eberhard would often prop a fishing pole taller than he was across the handlebars and pedal off to meet his friends on the sand. They would spend afternoons throwing their lines past the breakers, soaking in the sunshine, sharing the water with fishermen casting gigantic nets into the waves. The hours would drift away at the beach, Eberhard and his friends happily falling victim to Hawaii time, the island's laissez-faire approach toward punctuality, with scheduled appointment times or childhood curfews acting more as suggestions than as a mandate. Eberhard would often arrive home well past dinner, his parents unconcerned. Most of my father's memories of those times in Hawaii were like that, dreamy recollections of an idyllic childhood. The entire family got caught up in the lifestyle, spending large chunks of their days at the beach, losing track of time, living a life unimaginable in their native Germany. Otto even tried to teach Eberhard how to surf, not an easy task, as Ott had no idea how to balance on a board twice his height through the choppy surf. The two, father and son, often waded out into the waves, struggling to keep the surfboard steady enough for Eberhard to climb onto. After setting himself on the board, the young boy would look back at the oncoming rush of water, Otto holding tight until a wave captured the board and launched his son toward the shore. Eberhard stood for a few seconds, then disappeared into the chop. Friedel watched from the beach while Hans built castles of sand at the shoreline, an unforeseen wave eventually smashing his work into oblivion, forcing him to start again. The weeks passed by like that in paradise, melting together into what seemed like one long, eternal summer, separated by the hot season. Koella and Hoilo, the rainy season. The picture postcard lifestyle had lulled them into a false sense of security. Hawaii could do that to you. 14. Bag of tricks. An ocean liner from Japan pulled into Honolulu Harbor on September 15, 1940. A lowly ship steward was barely noticed as he disembarked the Kamakura Maru carrying only a small package. He shuffled down the gangplank with the other passengers and wound his way through the crowd. Eventually, finding his way out off the pier, he spotted a phone booth on Bishop Street and closed the folding door behind him, searching for a coin. In his deep pockets, he pulled out a nickel and deposited it into the slot. He was calling Otto Kuehn. Known only as Mr. Kai, he would usually take a taxi to the Kuehns' home or sometimes arrange a ride with Ruth and deliver his packages while Otto gave him any pertinent information he wanted taken back to Tokyo. The packages from Kai contained cash, fresh payments from Japan for services rendered, but things had changed. After Friedel's run-ins with FBI agents, their constant questioning of the family's friends and associates, and the agents following in the shadows as the Kuehns went about their day. The Japanese were well aware their agents were being watched. The meetings could no longer take place anywhere as obvious as Otto's house. When the phone rang at the Kuehn home this late summer day, Otto listened as Mr. Kai said to meet him in front of the NYK building in Honolulu, just outside the harbor, as he had something from Dr. Hammerg. The meeting place, ironically, was just steps from the Dillingham building, where Shivers and the other FBI agents were hard at work on the case. Otto drove the long, winding stretch over the Pali Highway to Honolulu, negotiated the crowded city streets, and parked near Aloha Tower. Kai, 50 years old and just over 5 feet tall, was hard to pick out in the throngs of tourists and travelers, but Otto spotted him, casually strolling with the crowd, and as he walked close to Kai, he handed Otto a package containing $10,000 in cash, $219,000 today, along with a slip of paper instructing him to stop writing Hammerg. Neither man spoke during the handoff. Separately, they disappeared in the crowd. The message from Tokyo was clear. The Hammerg connection had become too risky. The Kuehns were being switched to the equally mysterious Baron Kyogoku, who could be reached at a post office box in Tokyo. When I read details of the interaction with Kai and the switch to Kyogoku, I was confused. Otto and Friedel had fervently explained to anyone who would listen that the money was part of the $34,000 owed to Friedel from the transfer of property deal with Hammerg, but now Otto was supposed to break off contact with the person who purportedly owed them money, Hammerg, and suddenly start dealing with a man Otto called a random acquaintance on a cruise ship, Kyogoku, in order to collect. Shivers had caught wind of this new possible handler, but his men were having little luck digging up anything on the elusive Baron. One informant told the Bureau that Otto had described Kyogoku as a relative to the Emperor. Agents poured through royal genealogies and contacted their sources in Tokyo. They could find no evidence of the man's existence. Reporting to Shivers in a memo marked top secret, Baron Kyogoku, Kuehn's espionage agent in Japan, cannot be identified. It was clearly a code name given to a person authorities would never track down. Otto's explanation for the money received from the Baron, that it was part of Friedel's property deal, made no sense to Shivers. More likely, Dr. Hammerg's complicated relationship with the family had become too problematic for the Japanese, so he'd been dropped. The Baron was taking his place. To Special Agent Shivers, it was a tell. If Otto had been a low-level agent, easily discarded, the note from Mr. Kai would have cut him off completely. But instead, the Kuehns were being moved behind an even thicker cloak, assigned to a man who didn't officially exist, even when Otto became an FBI suspect. The Japanese didn't abandon him or order him back to Berlin or Tokyo. Instead, they improvised, throwing up another smoke screen and keeping him in place. Otto was clearly important to whatever the Japanese were planning. Shivers needed to find out what. It was becoming apparent that Otto and Friedel despite constantly drawing attention to themselves, were extremely good at hiding their covert activities. They'd been spying for the better part of 5 years, and the FBI couldn't do a thing about it. Frustrated, Shivers reached into his bag of tricks. He had already tapped the phones at the Japanese consulate. Other, more devious options were at his disposal. Agents were trained to use techniques such as impersonating police officers or journalists to gather information. Shivers ordered the Kuehn's mail to be intercepted, and soon every letter, postcard, and periodical delivered to the Kuehn's was perused by the FBI. Versed, if successful spying, was the result of meticulous observation and painstaking attention to detail. Then catching spies had to be approached the same way. Shivers and his agents stepped up their surveillance, widening their net and talking to anyone who had come into contact with the Kuehn family and quickly establishing that Otto's claimed to be learning Japanese. The reason he'd said he came to Hawaii was a sham. Otto's tutor told them that after working with Otto for the better part of 4.5 years, he could scarcely speak a complete sentence in Japanese. It was an enticing clue, but there was no law against lying about why you'd come to Hawaii. Week after week of reading Otto's letters from Leopold, surveilling the family, and interviewing friends turned up no smoking gun. Agents would have to keep weaving these small details, strands of evidence, into an elaborate tapestry that Shivers knew, he absolutely knew, would eventually expose the Kuehn's intelligence operation. Shivers was working flat out. His health, already delicate, began to suffer under the crushing workload and the tension he lived under every day. The special agent felt he knew what was coming and began to obsess over his inability to stop it. By now, the Wehrmacht had rolled through a large chunk of Europe, having invaded Poland, Denmark, Norway, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France. Astonishingly, Shivers's network of sources reported to him that Friedel and Otto, rather than lying low as the Nazi threat increased, had actually joined some German clubs on Oahu. Shivers had informants inside those clubs, waiters, busboys, other members. They reported that in the company of their own kind, the Kuehns expressed pro-Nazi views. It was almost as if they were taunting him, aware they were under increased scrutiny and observation by authorities. Otto and Friedel reached into their bag of tricks. In June, Ruth and Friedel opened the Kailua beauty shop, a slightly odd but seemingly harmless business endeavor that Shivers learned about almost as soon as it opened. On paper, the venture made no sense. It brought in $80 a month, a pittance compared to what the Kuehns were collecting from the Japanese government. The shop had all the markings of one of Otto's harebrained schemes. His wife and daughter were completely unqualified to run the place. They'd never cut or styled anyone's hair in their lives. My father admitted as much. Neither one of them knew about hair. It was a sham. Shivers dispatched his agents to the far side of the island to figure it out. Soon after, a report reached his desk. An informant related that Friedel had confided to a friend that the shop was really open to obtain Navy business, but not the innocent kind the term implied. The hairdressers were pumping their clients for information about their husbands and boyfriends, working just down the road at the Kaneohe base, and it worked. As their hair was fluffed and coiffed, the women gossiped about furloughs, staff assignments, and ship arrivals and departures, all within earshot of Ruth and Friedel. Ruth's future husband would later testify. The beauty shop was a blind, with the sole purpose of acquiring military and other vital information from wives and girlfriends of naval officers. In the fall of 1940, another seemingly innocent event, a new dormer window appeared at the top of the second story of Otto and Friedel's home in Kalama. Even this innocuous change caught Shivers's eye. The window looked out on a broad expanse of the Pacific, and Shivers came to believe that Otto, an excellent carpenter, had built the dormer himself to observe the multi-million-dollar construction project at the Kaneohe Naval Air Station. Friedel's purchase of high-powered binoculars a few months earlier now made some sense. The Kuehn's large house on the hill could be seen from miles out at sea. A passing Japanese submarine could easily receive communications from the second-story window, or vice versa. It was a throwback to Paul Revere. A signal could be sent for miles with a simple lamp. Shivers was connecting more and more dots, but time was slipping away. You couldn't arrest a man for having a dormer window, but that dormer, innocuous as it might seem, would eventually become the linchpin of the case against the Kuehns. As the months slowly eased into another winter rainy season, the ocean breezes began to turn slightly cooler, and Robert Shivers's life was about to become even more complicated. Takeo Yoshikawa, now an experienced Japanese intelligence officer, had spent the past 4 years studying military operations in the Pacific. No longer a combat officer, but now applying a sense of Bushido, the way of the warrior, to military espionage, while the war raged in Europe. Yoshikawa studied encryption, an art he excelled at. During training, he intercepted a transmission from Australia detailing the movement of 17 ships carrying troops bound for England. The Japanese relayed the message to the Germans, who attacked the convoy, sinking several of the vessels. Hitler himself sent Yoshikawa a personal thank you letter. It was the only official recognition I ever received for my war services. He later said Yoshikawa had become an expert on American naval operations, and it was now time for his final role. At the end of 1940, the division chief pulled Yoshikawa aside. "You are going to Honolulu as vice consul," he told him. "Tension is building in Hawaii. You will go as a diplomat and report on the daily readiness of the American fleet and bases by diplomatic code. I do not have to tell you the importance of this mission." Yoshikawa bowed and left the room. "I did not expect to return alive," he later said. The man who followed the Bushido code of die for your emperor, who had finished first in his class at the brutal Edejima Naval Academy and had spent the last 4 years studying U.S. naval maneuvers in the Pacific, was on his way to Honolulu. By this time, rumors of the Kuehns spying were no secret, even making the local newspapers. The Hawaii Sentinel's gossip column took up the case on January 2, 1941, just 11 months before the attack. "We would like to know when the deportation of the local Nazi family is going to be announced. We hear their house is set up with a bar for servicemen to get them in the mood to talk." This was a tip-off as to what the little lady of the trio Ruth was up to in her playing around with the local gold braid boys. Anyone in the know, society-wise, could have figured out who the family mentioned in the column was, and the FBI had picked up another tidbit from an informant whose former Japanese servant had turned down a job offer from the Kuehns, telling her former employer, "No, missy, they not good. They are spies, but not Japanese spies as you think." Still, Shivers didn't think he had enough to arrest the Kuehns, so Otto and Friedel continued to operate on the island, conducting business as usual. Despite a large number of rumors and accusations about Ruth, the Bureau couldn't pin anything definitive on her either. Ruth had spent almost 5 years on Oahu as a young socialite, living out a fantasy few could ever dream of. But after years of whirlwind romances, she yearned for something more, something real. Her first relationship, if you could call it that, had been with a much older man, Joseph Goebbels. Her engagement, if you could call it that, had been to a much older man, Dr. Hammerg. Her next romantic encounter would follow suit. In October 1940, Ruth was walking house to house in her kailua neighborhood, soliciting funds for a welfare drive, another move designed to show that the Kuehns were regular folks. It was a task she used to perform for the Nazis back in Berlin, going door-to-door campaigning for Hitler in her teens while a member of the BDM. But she wasn't a child any longer. Now 25, she knocked on the door of Jacob Carson Moore, who had arrived in Hawaii the previous spring from New York with his 2 teenage children after the death of his wife. An army officer in World War I, Moore had made his money as a stockbroker. At 48, he was older than Ruth's father, and his thinning, light brown hair, mustache waxed to points, and pronounced limp made him seem even older. A bit of a recluse, he spent the bulk of his days on a hill overlooking construction at the Kaneohe base, watching from afar through powerful binoculars. His odd behavior prompted nervous residents in Kailua to report him to the FBI. Part 8. Still, Ruth and Moore began a May-December romance, and less than 6 months later they announced their engagement. A week later they were married in a small sunset ceremony at the Lutheran church in Kailua and moved into a house just up the beach from Friedel and Otto. Ruth, young and beautiful, living the life of a debutante for the previous 5 years, suddenly found herself married and playing mother to 2 teenagers. It would be a tough transition. Ruth never told him a thing about the family. I thought when I read about the nuptials, couldn't have. Ruth went either with operatives who knew her secrets or with civilians who were clueless as to what she was up to. Her marriage started the same way most of her interactions went, with secrets. The FBI, meanwhile, continued building its file on the family. There was enough information in it that on April 10, Shivers issued an order that Otto be considered for detention in the event of war, and war was creeping closer. On April 6, the Nazis invaded Yugoslavia and Greece. In June, it was Russia. Almost immediately, President Roosevelt froze all German and Italian assets and ordered every citizen to report any cash or property owned or received from foreign countries. A month later, all Japanese assets were frozen, too, in response to Japan's invasion of French Indochina. Along with freezing German assets, Roosevelt also closed all German consulates, ordering their diplomats to leave the country. Japan's consulates then took over the duties of the expelled German diplomats, and the Kuehns began to stop by the Japanese consulate even more often, believing their frequent visits would now be less suspicious. That made Otto's secret contacts very uncomfortable. They were increasingly convinced he was drawing too much attention to the operation. The vice-consul was eventually forced to tell Otto it was best if he didn't call or come too often to the consulate. But Otto and Friedel were weathering another drought from the Japanese, having not received any money for almost a year, and their financial problems were getting worse, with no funds coming in other than the $80 per month from the beauty salon. Otto took a $25 a week job at the Honolulu Ironworks, both to close the gap until the payments from Japan started again, and to continue the ruse that they were just regular folks. But manual labor was Otto's style. He quit after 6 weeks, saying the work was too hard. Besides their vanishing source of income, Otto was also concerned about the new directive from the U.S. government ordering all aliens to submit a list of their assets starting at the end of October. If he didn't receive a payment from Japan until after that date, he would need to report where the money came from, information he couldn't give. So he went to the Japanese consulate in July, desperate to get an encrypted appeal for money sent to Dr. Hammerg and Baron Kyogoku in Tokyo using his dictionary code. Please send balance as soon as possible. Otto went back to the consulate a few days later to check for any progress. It was too much for his handlers. He was going to blow the entire operation with his incessant visits bringing unwanted attention from the FBI, so they worked out a signal if the Japanese needed him or had information on payments. They would send him a postcard and sign it from Jimmy. He left the consulate appeased for now. While the Kuehns struggled in Hawaii, Leopold was thriving in Berlin. He wrote a letter to the family basking in the glory of Hitler's victories. Otto had taken a great deal of care to distance himself from his Nazi roots. To anyone in Hawaii who would listen, but a snippet of the correspondence from his son shed some light on his true feelings. I wish you good health, happiness, and contentment, especially the last, dear father, as I know of. Your thoughts, which are always with us here in Germany, and the great things that are happening. But not all the Kuehn boys had drunk the Kool-Aid. Eberhard was now 15 and in 9th grade at the Punahou School. Well-liked and athletic, he did not share anything close to Leopold's view. Memories of his time in Berlin had forged a hatred of the Nazis he could no longer restrain. He followed the war in the newspapers and newsreels before the Saturday matinees, but he did so through the eyes of a boy whose German roots were fast receding, a boy who was becoming an American. A family acquaintance whose son was good friends with Eberhard told the FBI that Eb has always been outspoken and has made it a point to criticize the Nazis, even to the point of stating they should all be killed. But she added that recently Eb is no longer allowed to visit their home, allowed only to associate at the Kuehn house. Mrs. Kuehn was afraid what Eb may say outside her presence. In all the family letters I read to and from Leopold, Otto and Friedel were always cheering for his success, while my father was being treated by his parents as a potential liability, a traitor. Leopold was the favorite, the golden boy, my father told me once. It must have been awful for him to know his family distrusted him so much. Even if my grandparents had become adept at compartmentalizing, it was hard to fathom how they could inextricably link their success and Leopold to the carnage and horrors being executed every day to achieve it and be happy about it. Orlando, Florida, 1999. As I delved deeper into his past, my father was beginning to show some worrying signs. He had gotten lost a couple of times while driving familiar streets near his home in Florida and had to cancel a trip to come see us in Maryland after he got to the airport and realized he had forgotten his wallet. Most of the time he was fine, but I was growing more and more concerned. I was 5 years into my search. I knew now that the family had been spying and raking in money from the Japanese for helping them plan the devastating attack that would propel the United States into a world war. But I wasn't sure how much more my father knew. He had told me his story as best as he could remember it years earlier, but there were still holes I hoped he could fill. Mark and I took the kids to Disney World for vacation that summer. Dad was still living in Orlando, and he had booked a hotel near ours so he could spend the night with us. I was looking forward to seeing him and having another conversation about Hawaii. We arrived in Orlando and headed to the Magic Kingdom, the kids barely able to contain themselves outside the gates as we waited for my dad to show. Finally, one of them yelled pop pop and sprinted down the sidewalk, lifted high into the air as soon as they reached their grandfather. He looked great, a touch more hunched than the last time I'd seen him, and a little more frail, but his eyes were bright and he was spry for a man in his 70s. I gave him a big hug. We spent the day herding the kids from ride to ride. Dad watched as they squealed with delight on Dumbo, and It's a Small World along with Pirates of the Caribbean. We ended the day at Cinderella's castle, and Dad insisted on buying us all, including himself, Mickey Mouse ears. The sight of him standing there, 6 feet 3 inches tall, sporting mouse ears strapped to the top of his head, made us all laugh out loud. It had been a long afternoon, and Dad drove back to his hotel to take a Nap before dinner. I wanted him well-rested, sharp. I now had years of research under my belt, and although I had uncovered a lot of answers about the family, there were still a lot of questions. I hoped a conversation about his past would help jog his memory so he could help me fill in some of the blanks. We got back to the hotel and put the kids down for a nap. Just before we left for dinner, I got a call. "Chrissy," Dad asked. He was frantic. "Yes, Dad, you okay?" "Someone stole my car." He went on for the next several minutes, almost hysterical. "I parked it right out front," he said. "It's not there, and another car is in my spot." I stayed with the kids while Mark drove over to his hotel. He returned 2 hours later, after the kids were asleep. "His car was in the back of the lot," Mark said quietly. "He just forgot where he parked it. I told him to just get some rest and we'd drive over there for breakfast and say goodbye." There would be no conversation. It would have to wait for another time. I was worried that his thoughts, certainly his memories, were becoming more and more opaque to him. 2 months later, my sister called. Dad had dementia. 15. The warning was clear. Special Agent Shivers was convinced the Kuehns were spies. He just did know for whom. The payments pointed to the Japanese, but the FBI was getting information that the Nazis also had an interest in Pearl Harbor. That revelation came from another German spy turned double agent for the British Secret Intelligence Service, MI6, Duško Popov. Popov was a well-educated Serbian who attended law school at the University of Freiburg in Germany in 1935. A few years later, he was recruited by a former classmate to work for the Abwehr, the German military intelligence service. Popov immediately contacted the British diplomatic authorities, who enlisted him as a double agent. Within a short period of time, the Germans had come to trust him implicitly, even fronting him $50,000 to set up a spy ring in London. Popov was supposed to turn the money over to MI6 as part of a plan to fleece the Germans out of chunks of cash. Ian Fleming, a British intelligence officer who would go on to create the character James Bond, was assigned to watch over Popov and make sure the cash made it back to London. After receiving the money from the Germans, Popov met Fleming in Portugal for the trip back to England. The Serbian, a well-known ladies' man and gambler, made his way to Casino Estoril, an oceanside casino that was a well-known hangout for spies and other international highflyers. While gambling at a nearby table, Popov overheard a Lithuanian businessman pompously declare he would match any bet, no matter how high the amount. Popov sauntered over to the table, sat down across from the man, and, without saying a word, dropped $50,000 on the table. MI6's $50,000, the equivalent of $1 million today. The casino went quiet, and Fleming went white, watching Popov potentially wreck the entire operation. The flustered Lithuanian asked the casino if they would lend him the money if he lost. Not unexpectedly, they declined, and the man walked away from the table, red-faced. Popov pulled the money off the felt with a grin, loudly proclaiming that gamblers like that are an annoyance to serious players. Popov was, like Otto, a risk-taker, a bit of a narcissist, and Popov was purportedly Fleming's inspiration for James Bond. The baccarat scene was even recreated, blow for blow, in his first book, Casino Royale. In August 1941, the Germans sent Popov to the United States with $58,000 and a directive to establish a network of spies. Then he was to head to Hawaii and gather as much intelligence as possible on Pearl Harbor. Unbeknownst to Otto Kuehn, Popov was to be his replacement. The Japanese had grown tired of Otto's flamboyant lifestyle and considered him a growing security risk. Frequent phone calls and visits to the consulate, exorbitant spending, wild parties with military officers that made the local gossip column. Otto was becoming a threat to the operation. Fresh blood was needed, and Japanese intelligence asked Goebbels to replace him. Arriving in New York, Popov set up a meeting with the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover was suspicious of the double agent, agreeing to let his staff meet with Popov only after the British reassured him. Popov was eventually summoned to the Commodore Hotel, where he showed the agents his orders, written in microdots, a new technology invented by the Germans that reduced entire pages of information down to the size of a period. Almost half the hidden directives consisted of questions the Germans wanted answered about military operations in Hawaii, the depths of the water at Pearl Harbor, the torpedo nets under the water's surface, exact locations of air bases at Hickam, Wheeler, and Kaneohe, and locations of submarine stations, along with sketches of the Pearl Harbor piers. Is the crater punch bowl being used as ammunition dump? Read one question. The warning was clear. The Nazis wanted Popov to gather intelligence the Japanese needed for an attack on Pearl Harbor. That got Hoover's attention, and the FBI director decided to come to New York and meet with Popov personally. But when the two met face-to-face weeks later, the rendezvous was a disaster. The FBI director could barely contain his disdain for the German double agent. "You're like all double agents," he berated him. "You're begging for information to sell to your German friends, so you can make a lot of money and be a playboy." Popov brushed off Hoover's comments and reiterated to the FBI director his warning of an impending attack, but he just wouldn't listen to anything. "I had to say," he said later, Hoover had deployed a lot of manpower to the FBI office in Hawaii and stepped up the pressure on Shivers, yet here was the plan for the entire Japanese assault in front of his face, and he ignored it, while Hoover did notify President Roosevelt that the FBI had discovered a new microdot technology, forwarding a small portion of the text from Popov. He sat on the most important information. The Japanese were planning an attack on Pearl Harbor. The Abuayer, meanwhile, aborted Popov's mission to Hawaii. The glaring spotlight thrown on him from Hoover would bring too much attention to Japanese operations there. Otto would remain in place as Japan's spy, but Germany's role in the Pacific was now obvious. It was working in concert with Japan toward a common goal of knocking out the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, and they were using a network of spies to do it. In October 1941, the Nazis began the systematic deportation of Jews to ghettos established in conquered European cities. Within a year, Jewish men, women, and children deported from Germany would be sent directly to killing centers like Auschwitz. But in Hawaii, the Kuehns were paying less attention to events in their homeland than to their own survival. Japan had made no payments for over a year, and, increasingly desperate, Otto took out a loan of $300 from a local car dealer, using some of Friedel's diamonds as collateral. Ruth, meanwhile, was having a tough time adjusting to married life with a much older man. Gone were her days of being courted by young naval officers, the flashy military balls, the pulse-pounding covert meetings at the harbor, with contacts from Germany and Japan. The island was abuzz with gossip that the marriage had been all about money. Moore, after all, was rich, and Ruth's family was in desperate straits. Otto and Friedel had already used Ruth to charm older men who could help their cause. Perhaps the wedding had been Ruth's ultimate sacrifice. If so, she was already regretting it. Her parents had their own suspicions of Moore. Friedel's frequent harassment by the FBI at the harbor had her convinced the Bureau would do anything to pin something on the family. She now believed that Moore was an FBI operative, directed to marry Ruth so he could glean sensitive information about the family. Otto's time in the Nazi secret police had honed his skills in applying pressure to get what he wanted. Now he did some recon on Ruth's husband and found the address of Moore's former maid Teresa Stabe in New York City. She had worked for Moore for 12 years. Perhaps she would have information that would be useful. He wrote Stabe a letter detailing Ruth's despondence at married life with Stabe's former boss, highlighting several unhappy moments. He was pulling at her heartstrings. But something in Otto's tone frightened Stabe enough that she did respond. Instead, she immediately contacted the FBI. The responding agent reported there was little information Stabe could give the Bureau. She had never actually met the Kuehns. All she could offer was that Moore had cheated her out of back wages. In July 1941, Japanese forces had pushed south into French Indochina. In response, President Roosevelt immediately seized all Japanese assets in the United States and ordered a total embargo on the country. Britain and the Dutch Indies followed suit. As a result, Japan lost access to 3/4 of its overseas trade and 88% of its oil imports. By the end of October, 10 months of intense negotiations between Washington and Tokyo had yielded no results. The Japanese economy was being crippled by the Allied embargo. Japan wanted the ban lifted. Roosevelt wanted the Japanese out of China and out of their alliance with Germany and Italy. The two countries were at loggerheads. Any chance of the United States and Japan coming to terms was over. Japan's hands were now tied, as it could last for only 2 more years on the oil in its reserves. There was only one way to escape the crushing embargo, and in Tokyo, the final steps toward the inevitable were underway. The path led through Otto Kuehn. For most on the island, Saturday, October 25, 1941, was a day like most other weekend days in paradise. Tourists were strewn about the tropical oasis, partaking of shave ice treats and tropical drinks, visiting Diamond Head and the crater at Cocoa Head, or snorkeling among thousands of colorful fish at Hanama Bay. Others cruised to the southeastern tip of the island and went up onto the lava rock cliffs overlooking the Halona blowhole, where waves blasted water through the rock formation, blowing spray 30 feet into the air. But Vice Consul Adajiro Okuda, a 37-year-old career Japanese diplomat, had work to do. Okuda was headed across the island for an unscheduled meeting with one of his agents, codenamed Karama, to throw off anyone who might have been keeping a watch on the comings and goings of the consulate staff. Okuda ordered his chauffeur to forgo the official consulate vehicle and instead take his own car, a 1937 Ford sedan that would be less conspicuous. Okuda dressed in golf slacks, even putting clubs in the trunk so that if they were stopped he could claim they were just on their way to play. He was accompanied on the trip by a relative newcomer to the island, whose papers identified him as Tadashi Morimura, a 28-year-old junior diplomat at the Japanese consulate. Only Okuda and Consul General Nagaokita knew his real name, Takeo Yashikawa, the rising star in Japanese intelligence, tasked with guiding the final stage of preparations for the Pearl Harbor attack with the latest information about U.S. naval operations on Oahu. His reconnaissance methods were as varied as they were simple, posing as a tourist. He rented small planes and flew over American installations, never snapping pictures and not taking notes until he returned to the Japanese consulate. His prowess as a long-distance swimmer, a skill honed during the brutal training sessions at Etajima, enabled him to take on greater risks. One moonlit night, he slipped into the ocean a few miles from Pearl Harbor and swam to the mouth of the base, looking to see if the opening was guarded by submarine nets. He avoided detection by scattering moss on the water and lurking beneath the surface, breathing through a reed he'd snapped off. "My favorite viewing place," Yoshikawa later recalled, was a lovely Japanese tea house overlooking the harbor called the Shunkoro. Located high in the Honolulu Hills at Ulwa Heights, it had direct views of ships in Pearl Harbor as well as of flight operations at nearby airfields. The lanai on the second floor featured a telescope in the corner, so patrons could gaze at the stars. Yoshikawa would use it to get an even closer look at Pearl Harbor. I knew what ships were in, how heavily they were loaded, who their officers were, and what supplies were on board. He established a rapport with the geisha girls working at the tea house. The trusting young officers who visited the hen house told the geisha girls their everything, Yoshikawa revealed. From the geisha I gleaned small bits of information, never with their connivance, however. It would have been too risky to confide in a woman. When he had gaps in his intel, Yoshikawa would simply drive around the island at night, picking up soldiers who frequently hitchhiked from local bars back to the base at Pearl. He pumped them for information, then dropped them at their destination. Other observations were made simply by grabbing a soda at a roadside stand at the tip of Pearl City, set up across from the ships berthed at Pearl Harbor. He could monitor the comings and goings of the U.S. fleet while sipping a cool drink, raising no suspicion in the process. The Japanese were also preparing for the near certainty that if war broke out, the consulate would be shut down. Yoshikawa would be forced back to Tokyo, or worse. At that point, the entire spying load would be handed back to Kuehn. An hour after leaving the consulate, the car carrying Okuda and Yoshikawa slowed to a halt and pulled over on the side of the road, half a mile from their destination. Okuda handed Yoshikawa an envelope and a small satchel, and the agent stepped out into a stiff breeze blowing off the Pacific and headed down the street toward the house occupied by their agent Karama. Okuda directed the clerk to drive a little farther up the road, where they would wait for Yoshikawa to return. Yoshikawa made the long walk through the sparsely inhabited neighborhood, turning down a dirt path that cut through thick tropical brush. It led to the Kuehn's house. Pine trees along the front formed a thick hedge 15 feet high. Hibiscus and coconut trees surrounded the outskirts of the grounds, shielding the house from outside view. Yoshikawa walked through the iron gate at the entrance and up the pathway, cruising past 30-foot-high papaya trees haphazardly dotted throughout the grounds. Eberhard, now a strapping 6-foot-tall teenager, was in the front yard, feeding the chickens. He watched the man slowly walk toward him. "Mr. Kuehn," Yoshikawa asked. "No, my father is busy. Is there any message?" Eberhard responded. "No message," Yoshikawa replied curtly. His voice rose with frustration. "I want to speak to Kuehn." Eberhard was startled by the man's vehemence. He called for his father and walked away to finish feeding the chickens. Otto had been working in the garden in the backyard and came around to the front, sizing up the strange man standing in the yard among the chickens. He didn't look familiar, and he was not expected. An uncomfortable combination for an espionage agent. Otto weighed the options. After a moment, he walked out into view of the visitor. "Are you Kuehn?" Yoshikawa blurted out. "Yes. I have something for you from Dr. Hammerg." Otto walked him back to a little garden house in the rear of the yard. No words were exchanged. Yoshikawa handed him a package. Inside was $14,000, $300,000 today, and a note asking him to send a test message with his shortwave radio later that week. It would be a test to help prepare for the attack, now known in Tokyo as X-Day. Yoshikawa handed him an envelope and a blank piece of paper. Kuehn wrote a response saying he would be unable to make the test, inserted the paper back into the envelope, and handed it back to Yoshikawa. After years of collecting money from Japan, with little interference from his employers, things had quickly and unexpectedly become very real for Otto. The Japanese agent departed without saying another word, retracing his path back to the waiting car. He slid into the back seat and looked at Okuda. "It's all okay," Yoshikawa said. They headed back to the consulate. Otto immediately shredded the note and burned it, then called Friedel at the beauty shop. She rushed home immediately. He handed her the $14,000. Friedel knew what that meant. The sleeper spy had been activated. 16. The final days. Robert Shivers was uneasy. It was a week before the attack and he was at his desk early, surveying the sterile office in the quiet of the late autumn. Morning, he sensed something big was coming. Throughout 1940 he had lobbied Hoover for more help to catch the spies he was sure were sending intel to the Japanese in preparation for God knew what. Hoover responded by sending 14 special agents, up from the original 2, an assistant special agent in charge, a radio operator, 8 clerical workers, and a Japanese translator. With these new resources, Shivers ramped up his surveillance of the Kuehns. After collecting intel for 2 years, the special agent believed Pearl Harbor was vulnerable to an attack sooner rather than later. Phone taps, monitoring calls to and from the island, intel from his FBI brethren, details on the deteriorating relations between the United States and Japan. He could just feel it, so he called to his office Captain John Burns of the Honolulu Police, a man he'd been working with closely to gauge the mood in the Japanese community. Shivers's eyes dewed up as he told Burns in confidence that he felt a Japanese raid was imminent. He asked Burns to check with his contacts to see if they were expecting something. Shivers was exhausted and increasingly fearful. Military officials weren't nearly as concerned as Shivers. The War Department was confident that even if the Japanese did attack, their sailors and gunners would prevail, and that confidence was shared by others. The New York Times referred to Hawaii as our Gibraltar in the Pacific, and even Honolulu's own Star Bulletin comforted its readers in regular columns. "A Japanese attack on Hawaii," the editors wrote in the months before the raid, "is regarded as the most unlikely thing in the world, with one chance in a million of being successful." Shivers continued to get tidbits of information from the interception of the Kuehn's correspondence. A letter to Friedel from Shanghai had arrived. On August 25, 1941, there was no one listed as sender, with Shanghai factory and an address in China the only clues as to who had dispatched it. On November 4, 1941, a letter from Dr. Hammerg via his Röchling Steel works arrived addressed to Friedel. A few weeks later there was another offering from the Röchling Steel Works. It had now been a year and a half since Ruth broke off their engagement, and she was currently married to J. Carson Moore, yet Dr. Hammerg was still in contact with the Kuehns. Otto had been put on the FBI watch list in April, to be picked up in the event of war. Shivers decided that with Otto and Friedel's questionable businesses, Ruth's dalliances, the legendary parties catering to military personnel, the payments from Japan, and the information picked up from the mail interceptions, he now had enough on Ruth and Friedel to put them on the list also. On December 1, 6 days before the attack, their names were added. The relationship between the United States and Japan was rapidly deteriorating. Starting in November, a series of Japanese coded communications were intercepted by American intelligence, revealing that the push toward Pearl Harbor was intensifying. From Tokyo to Honolulu. 15 November 1941. As relations between Japan and the United States are most critical, make your ships in harbor report irregular, but ATA rate of twice a week. Although you are no doubt aware, please take extra care to maintain secrecy. 2 weeks later, on November 28, the consulate reported that the Americans were making their own preparations. messaging that 2.0 troops are expected to reinforce Honolulu during December or January, and that the entrance to Pearl Harbor was now being guarded by 2 destroyers. In response, Tokyo asked for more frequent reports about American ship movements. All the while, the Japanese had been ramping up their covert preparations for the attack. In the early morning hours of November 1, a Japanese ocean liner, the Teiyo Maru, arrived at the docks of Honolulu from Yokohama. The ship had been ordered to forego its regular route, instead charting a path through the North Pacific, the exact path the Japanese aircraft carriers would take a month later. A man dressed as a ship's steward made his way up from the small cabin that served as his quarters. He walked the deck and stopped at the railing. Among the mass of 850 tourists disembarking onto the harbor walkways. About the same time, Japanese Consul General Nagao Kita maneuvered his way through the tourists crowding the dock and onto the ship. The mission was too important to trust to a consulate underling. The steward caught Kita's eye as he arrived on deck and walked toward him, slipping a tiny ball of rice paper into his hand. Kita turned and quickly left the ship, hurriedly retreating back to the consulate. The steward, who had been ordered to guard the ball of rice paper with his life, was actually Lieutenant Commander Suguru Suzuki, a high-ranking Japanese naval intelligence officer in disguise, and he disappeared into the bowels of the ocean liner. He had delivered a critical message to the consul general. 30 minutes later, Kita walked through the doors of the consulate and summoned Okuda and Yoshikawa to his office. Contained in the small, wadded ball of rice paper were 97 questions, all of them about Pearl Harbor. Yoshikawa quickly typed out answers. Q. This is the most important question. On what day of the week would most ships be in Pearl Harbor? A. Sundays. Q. How many large seaplanes patrol Pearl at dawn and sunset? Part 9. A. About 10. Yoshikawa had gathered this information by lying on the consulate lawn. At dawn and sunset, the usual patrol launch and return times. Q. Are there anti-submarine nets at the entrance to Pearl? A. Probably. Q. Are the ships fully provided with supplies and ready for sea? A. They are not ready for combat. The answers were smuggled back onto the Teiyo Maru and given to Suzuki, who had not left the ship for fear he would be discovered. He took the intel along with maps, sketches, and photographs on which the Japanese would base their attack and headed back to Japan. Over the ensuing weeks, the consulate continued to funnel additional intelligence to Tokyo on American naval maneuvers. From Honolulu KITA to Tokyo. 1 December 1941. Report on ship maneuvers in Pearl Harbor. 1. The place where practice maneuvers are held is about 600 nautical miles southeast of here. 2. The usual schedule for departure and return of the BATTILIUS HIPS is LEAVING on Tuesday and RETURNING on Friday, or LEAVING on Friday and RETURNING on Saturday of the following week. All ships stay in port about a period of 1 week. Along with their consulate in Honolulu, the Japanese were also in contact with the German government in Berlin, updating it on the status of their negotiations with the United States. From Tokyo to Berlin. November 30, 1941. As long as the Empire of Japan was in alliance with Germany and Italy, there could be no maintenance of friendly relations between Japan and the United States, was the stand they took. It has become gradually more and more clear that the Imperial government could no longer continue negotiations with the United States. The United States has decided to regard Japan, along with Germany and Italy, as an enemy. The CONVRSATIS between Tokyo and Washington now stand Are you pitioridi? Say very secretly too, Hitler, and Nazi Minister of Foreign Affairs Joachim von Ribb Interropi, that there is extreme danger that war may suddenly break out between the Anglo-Saxon nations and Japan, and this war may come quicker than anyone dreams. A week before the attack, military leaders in Japan were keeping even closer tabs on exactly what was happening at Pearl Harbor, asking the consulate for more frequent updates. From Tokyo to Honolulu to December 1941. Secret outside the department. In view of the present situation, the presence in port of WRSHIPS, airplane CARRERS and cruisers is of utmost importance. Hereafter, to the utmost of your ability, let me know day by day. On December 2, the day this wire was sent, Tokyo sent another message. This one to the fleet racing toward Hawaii. Climb Mount Niitaka. The signal that the plan to attack Pearl Harbor and trigger war with the United States was a go. Later that day came the long-expected message. X day will be 8 December, December 7 Hawaii time. As that day drew closer, Otto was summoned to the consulate. His visits were now so frequent that staff at the front desk knew his face, even referring to him by his first name. He strode past the receptionist with a simple aloha and walked into the office of Consul General Nagao Kita. He was one of only a handful of people on Oahu with that privilege, and one of only 2 haoles. Tokyo had ordered reports on military maneuvers and ship counts more frequently now, but the understaffed consulate did not have enough manpower to provide all of the detailed information Japanese intelligence was asking for in such a ramped-up time frame. It needed help. Otto walked into Kita's office, followed by Vice Consul Okuda. They closed the door. Could you help us? Okuda asked. Do you know how many ships of the United States fleet are in Honolulu? Do you know where the United States fleet usually go out on maneuvers? How long they're going to stay out? The Japanese diplomats knew that Otto had been grooming his military connections for years with lavish parties at Honolulu hotels and opulent gatherings at the Kuehn home. It was now time to put his efforts to good use, they told him. Yes, I know, Otto answered. I have many men in the Army and Navy and can do anything for you that you want. You have a shortwave radio? Okuda asked next. Yes, I have, Otto answered. Okuda told Otto to devise a signaling system to relay ship movements in and out of Pearl Harbor. He also asked him for reconnaissance on vessels currently docked there. Otto left the consulate with his orders. 6 years of work on the island had led him to this moment. On November 28, Otto drove to Pearl Harbor with 9-year-old Hans. Viewing the harbor from the roads around the base, he observed and noted which ships were docked. Back home, he formulated an elaborate system of signals involving lights from the dormer window in his house to communicate with Japanese submarines waiting off the east coast of Oahu, one light shining between 8:00 and 9:00 p.m. meant the battleships in Pearl Harbor were about to set sail. One light between 9:00 and 10:00 p.m. meant several aircraft carriers had left port and were out to sea. Other light signals were designed to convey other ship movements. Otto, nothing if not creative, thought up other ways of communicating with the Japanese. Laundry hanging on a clothesline at his Lanikai Beach house, sailing his boat with a star on the sail in Lanikai Bay, flashing the headlights on his car, and placing ads on KGMB radio at specific times, with each ad pinpointing particular ship movements. An ad offering Chinese rug for sale meant battleships had sailed. A posting in the want ads for a beauty shop operator meant aircraft carriers had left port, and an offering of a chicken farm for sale had other ulterior meanings involving Ship movements. Locked away in the little shack in the back of their yard, Otto put the final touches on his plan. When he emerged on Sunday, November 30, it was complete. He drove back across the poly to meet with Kita and Okuda and explain the details of his plan, but the consul general was not impressed. It was too complicated, too hard to use. Go simplify, Kita told Otto and instructed him to do so quickly. Ott went back to the little shack in the back of their yard and worked for 2 more days, streamlining the plan. On December 2, it was complete. Friedel joined him on the drive to the consulate. She needed to do some Christmas shopping in Honolulu, which would serve as a convenient alibi if stopped by authorities, who seemed to always be watching now. As further cover, Otto brought $500 to have wired by the consulate to Leopold, a favor from his friends there in case he was asked why they had stopped at the consulate. They drove the winding path over the poly, with the convertible's top down, letting the trade winds flow over them, a calming force during these stressful past few days. Otto drove carefully, despite their attempt to build an alibi. The signal plan, in an envelope in the glove compartment, would be impossible to explain away if they were stopped by authorities. Otto guided the car through the Honolulu streets crowded with Christmas shoppers, eventually arriving in front of the Japanese consulate. He eased into a parking spot on the side of the road, put the car in neutral, and turned off the engine. Otto looked at Friedel, then grabbed the envelope out of the glove compartment and walked across the street. Okuda was waiting for him in the consulate yard. I gave Vice Consul Okuda an envelope containing the simplified signals and messages. He later explained. There were now only 8 instead of 15. The signals were to be flashed to a 2-man sub off the coast of Lanikai Beach from my house. With the simplified signals, Otto also gave Okuda a list of ships he had observed at Pearl Harbor a few days earlier. 7 battleships, 6 cruisers, 2 aircraft carriers, 40 destroyers, and 27 subs. Okuda told Otto to come inside, as he wanted to discuss the coding system further. Otto fidgeted nervously. I told him that it was all written out and there was no need to, and turned around and went back to my car. As previously agreed, if they needed him further, they would send a postcard signed Jimmy. Otto and Friedel then drove into town and parked beneath the Christmas lights stretched across Bishop Street in Honolulu. They browsed the stores, crowded with shoppers searching for gifts. Locals offered the Hawaiian Christmas greeting meal kalakamaka to the sea of white-suited servicemen walking the streets, most of the sailors searching for presents to send home to loved ones thousands of miles away. Christmas cards and placards featured a shirtless Santa arriving to the shore on a surfboard, sack of toys slung over his back, fingers on his hand curled in with thumb and pinky extended in a gesture meaning, hang loose. After negotiating the long lines of shoppers at Liberty House Department Store, S.H. Kress, and Gump's Treasure House, Otto loaded the packages into the cavernous trunk of the convertible, their cover now firmly established. Otto and Friedel drove 2 blocks up Bishop Street through the scores of servicemen and other shoppers carrying boxes and bags down the sidewalks, negotiated their way onto the Poly Highway, and headed back home. The next day, the simplified codes were sent to Tokyo and approved in a series of wires back and forth. All of the signals reflected ship movements. In the final days leading up to December 6, there was no request for information after that date. 3 December 1941. From Kyoto to Foreign Minister, Tokyo. Ray, signals I wish to simplify communications as follows. 1 code, following 3 Section 8 line table. 1 battleship force, including scouting force, are about to put to sea. 2. Several aircraft carriers plan to put to sea. 3. All battleship force has sailed deck. 1st to 3rd. 4. Several aircraft carriers have sailed deck, 1st to 3rd. 5. All aircraft carriers have sailed deck, 1st to 3rd. 6. All battleship force have sailed deck, 4th to 6th. 7. Several aircraft carriers have sailed deck, 4th to 6th. 8. All aircraft carriers have sailed deck, 4th to 6th. 2. Signal light in Lanikai Beach House at night. 1. One light from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. indicates 1. From 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. indicates 2. The below signals until midnight in order indicate 3 and 4. 2 lights according to the time indicate 5, 6, 7, 8. When not in accordance with lights above, 1 full. Automobile headlight and 1 half light indicate 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 full lights indicate 5, 6, 7, 8. 2. On the Lanikai coast during daytime from 8 a.m. until noon every hour 1 piece. Linen cloth sheet indicates 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 pieces indicate 5, 6, 7, 8. 3. In Lanikai Bay during daytime in front of harbor, a star boat with 1 star on sail indicates 1, 2, 3, 4. A star and III indicates 5, 6, 7, 8. 4. Light in dormer window of Kalama House from 7 p.m. to 1 am every hour indicates 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5. KGMB radio station want ads advertisement 9:45 a.m. A Chinese rug etc. For sale, apply P.O. Box 1476 indicates 3 or 6. B. A complete chicken farm etc. Apply as above indicates 4 or 7. C. Beauty operator wanted. Same indicates 5 or 8. In the event that in accordance with one of 3 items written above from Oahu a signal or radio message is impossible on Maui Island at a point located between the lower road 6 miles north of Kula Sanatorium and Haleakala Road, which can be watched from sea. This the following will be repeated for several days. A small fire on the high peak 7 p.m. 8 p.m. indicates 3 or 6. 8 p.m. 9 p.m. indicates 4 or 7. 9 p.m. 10 p.m. indicates 5 or 8. And this was the simplified code system. This December 3 transmission made it clear an attack was imminent, as there were no signals detailing ship movements after December 6. On December 5, the consulate updated the ship count. 12,541. From KIT. 2. Foreign Minister, Tokyo. 1. During Friday morning the 5th, the 3 battleships MENTONED in MY message X239 ARRIVED here. They expect to depart on the 8th. 2. On the same day the Lexington and 5 heavy cruisers departed. 3. The following WARSHIPS were anchored on the afternoon of the 5th. 8 battleships, 3 light cruisers, 16 DSDROIRS. 4 ships of the Honolulu class were in dock. Along with fleet movements, there was great interest from Tokyo about barrage balloons at Pearl Harbor used to defend against air attacks. They were very large and hoisted steel cables into the air, making it dangerous for enemy planes to get too close to their targets. From Honolulu to Tokyo. December 6, 1941. 1. At the present time, there are no signs of barrage balloon equipment. I imagine that in all probability there is considerable advantage for a surprise attack. 2. In my opinion, the battleships do not have torpedo nets. Each and every cable between the consulate and Tokyo was intercepted by American intelligence. The information would have signaled to the American command that an attack was imminent, but none of the messages were decoded and translated until the day after the attack. Kita provided Tokyo with final updated reconnaissance on December 6, by which time the consulate staff was busy preparing for the fallout from the attack. Staff members had unlocked large steel cabinets in the code room that afternoon and were pulling file after file out of the drawers. dropping sensitive communiques into a wheelbarrow and taking them to a crudely dug pit in the courtyard to be burned. A consulate chauffeur later told the FBI it took 4 hours to incinerate the bulk of what they wanted. Destroyed. As smoke poured from the courtyard, Takeo Yoshikawa left the consulate with his driver and rode through the outskirts of Honolulu toward the air base at Hickam Field, then north around Pearl Harbor before curling south at Pearl City and heading down the peninsula, reaching a dead end at a narrow stretch of water across from Ford Island. From there, he could look toward the harbor and see the ships docked on the western side of Ford Island, rising out of the water across the strait. The mighty battleship USS Utah and the cruisers Raleigh and Detroit, along with the Tangier, each the length of 2 football fields, stretched along the horizon. Yoshikawa grabbed a drink at Ito's soda stand, the wood-framed snack shack at the water's edge, a familiar stop for him that offered an unobstructed view of the ships berthed at Pearl Harbor. He found it amusing that naval officials would allow public access to a spot so close to the base. Unthinkable in Japan. Yoshikawa got back into the car and was driven back to the consulate as darkness began to fall. He had taken no notes during his excursion, as was his policy, in case he was ever apprehended, writing his observations only. After returning to the safety of the Japanese compound, a warm tropical breeze gently stirred the palm fronds outside the window as he composed the final report for Tokyo, the building deserted except for Yoshikawa and a clerk. This final transmission, just hours before the attack, gave a final tally of the ships docked at Pearl Harbor for the night and expected to be there into the early morning hours of December 7. From Honolulu to Tokyo. December 6, 1941. 1. The following ships were observed at anchor on the 6th 9. BATTLSHIPS, 3 light cruisers, 3 submarine tenders, 17. DESTROARS, and in addition there were 4 light cruisers, and 2 DSTROARS lying AT dock. The heavy cruisers and airplane CARS have all left. 2. It appears no air reconnaissance is being conducted by the Fleet Air Arm. In Tokyo, the Foreign Ministry immediately passed my final message along to the Japanese attack force, even then closing in on Pearl Harbor. Yoshikawa recalled, it was the last message sent before the attack. Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, commanding the ships racing toward Oahu through the murky blackness of the North Pacific, received the message on the darkened bridge of the flagship, the carrier Akagi. They were 400 miles north of Oahu. As the Japanese carriers were closing in on the island, Otto, Friedel, and Eberhard drove into Kailua to watch a movie, their Saturday night family tradition. Hans was left with their live-in Japanese servant. It was a short drive to the cinema in Kailua. The town so small there was no need for stoplights. Citizen Kane, the Maltese Falcon, and Dumbo were the top movies that year. It's also possible my dad talked his parents into going to see Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, or the Wolf Man for a 25-cent ticket. A fountain drink and 10-cent bag of popcorn rounded out the evening. They returned home at 10:45 to a silent house, the maids and Hans having fallen asleep hours earlier. Eberhard put on his pajamas and crawled into bed while his parents retired to their quarters. A slight breeze off the Pacific rustled through the palm trees on their Kalama property. All was calm as they drifted off to sleep. 17. December 7, 1941. Ext. As the island slept, an angry ocean several hundred miles off the coast bounced the massive Japanese aircraft carriers through the waves of the North Pacific. The ships pitched and rolled violently in the darkness, waves crashing over the flight deck as crews desperately clung to their planes to keep them from sliding into the sea. If this had been merely an exercise, it would have been cancelled, as conditions made taking off too dangerous. The lead warship, the carrier Akagi, slowly turned into a northerly wind. Sailors raised a lone battle flag on the mast. The other ships followed suit. From the deck, pilots sitting in their cramped cockpits watched a green lamp wave in a circle, a signal to begin the mission. It was 6:00 a.m. Fierce winds whipped across the deck as the first fighter plane catapulted through the early morning darkness toward the edge of the carrier. Soldiers lining the runway held their breath as it roared by and rocketed into the abyss just before the ship took another mighty downward pitch. The next plane was already on its way down the runway as the crew cheered the first successful takeoff, water spraying across their faces. Planes from other carriers in the group were also fighting the elements and taking flight. A pilot on the Soryu thrust forward but misjudged the wind gusts. Failing to gain enough lift, he dropped into the darkness of the choppy seas at the end of the runway, never to be seen again. None of the pilots expected to make it back alive, foregoing parachutes. They preferred death over capture. One by one they soared from the carrier, 200 miles off the northern tip of Oahu. Within 15 minutes, the first wave of 183 bombers, fighters, and torpedo planes had launched from 6 different carriers. The group flew over thick clouds, unable to see the water below, making it difficult to navigate, relying on radio signals coming from Oahu to help set their course. The commander of the attack switched the radio direction finder and tuned to KGMB, a Honolulu radio station, and picked up some light jazz music. By turning the antenna, he found the exact direction from which the broadcast was coming and adjusted his course, which had been 5 degrees off. Miles away, the sun was just beginning to peek over the Kalau Range, revealing blue skis and scattered clouds across Oahu, the light sparkling off the calm waters of Waikiki. Locals began their morning across the sleepy island as they did most other Sundays, cooking bacon and cutting fresh pineapple and bananas for breakfast, loading fishing poles onto their bikes and pedaling to the shore to fish in the soft morning surf, or dressing in their Sunday best and heading off to church. It was 73 degrees, another perfect day in paradise. Sailors at Pearl Harbor were recovering from a raucous night on the base, entertained at the brand-new block arena by bands from the ships at Pearl facing off in the battle of music. Many of them had partied well into the night to the sounds of Georgia on My Mind and a rousing jitterbug version of Jingle Bells performed by the USS Pennsylvania's 21-piece band. At 7:02 a.m., a military site near Kahuku Point, on the upper tip of the island, detected a sizable blip on the radar. The private watching the screens at the Apana radar site sent word that he had seen a large group of planes just off the coast. Don't worry about it, he was told by superiors. They were expecting a dozen B-17 flying fortresses coming in from the mainland. The Japanese squadron split up once it reached the northwestern side of Oahu, the high-level bombers and dive bombers following the western coast, and the torpedo bombers and fighter planes barreling down the center of the island. The Kuehns were up and moving at 7:45. Otto walked outside with hands under eggshell blue skis and made the short drive to Sunday school at the Lutheran church. Jazz music wafted peacefully through the living room from a transistor, radio tuned to KGMB, as Friedel sipped her morning coffee, prepared by one of the servants. A dull hum in the distance was slowly growing louder. Friedel paid it no mind, figuring it was just another mock exercise the military often performed at the Naval Air Station at Kaneohe Bay, just up the shore. But the thrumming quickly began to feel different. Suddenly, there were planes roaring outside their window, rattling the glass. Eberhard jumped out of bed and came racing into the living room. They were buzzing around like hornets, Friedel described later, as planes swarmed. Above their home, Kaneohe was one of the first targets, and the Kuehn home was in the line of fire. A little under 2 hours after leaving the carriers, the Japanese planes had reached their targets. At 7:53 a.m., the flight commander radioed back to the fleet from his torpedo bomber, screaming Tora, 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 over the loud hum of the engines, signaling the surprise attack had worked. The roar of the first wave of Japanese aircraft broke the quiet stillness of the morning. Over Pearl Harbor at 7:55 a.m., many sailors were still asleep in their ships. Bunks as the planes bore down on them, they woke to the sound of gunfire and explosions, blearily sprinting to battle stations amid the sirens and frantic announcements. All hands man your battle stations, Japanese planes are attacking Ford Island. Break out service ammunition. This is not a drill. At 7:56, a torpedo hit the USS Oklahoma, the explosion echoing above the roar of the attacking aircraft. At 8:12 torpedoes smashed into the USS Utah and another struck the Helena, fire engulfing the two ships. Within seconds, minutes later, the California and West Virginia were hit and sank, immediately killing 100 and 106 crew members, respectively. Sailors on the Oklahoma's deck were strafed by gunfire from above as they abandoned ship, some jumping 50 feet into the burning water below. 2 more torpedoes pierced the USS Oklahoma's hull, and the old battleship slowly rolled over and sank, trapping hundreds in darkness. Midget submarines had infiltrated the harbor the night before, ordered to lie in wait and told, no matter how good an opportunity might arise, do not strike until after the planes have done so. The subs now joined the effort, unleashing their lethal cache of torpedoes. Over the next several minutes, armor-piercing bombs dropped onto the mighty USS Arizona and exploded, battering the ship but not sinking her. The Arizona's crew had enough time to rush to the anti-aircraft guns on deck, and for a few minutes were able to fire back at the onslaught of planes, but a fourth bomb changed all that. At 8:09 it dropped out of the sky from 10,000 feet, all 1,800 pounds of it. The bomb pierced through 5 levels of the Arizona's forward deck and landed near the magazines, which stored 500 tons of gunpowder and 1,000,000 pounds of munitions. The explosion lifted the colossal craft out of the water with a deafening roar that could be heard for miles, tearing her apart. A massive fireball blew through the ship, sending flames 500 feet into the air, instantly incinerating most of the 1,500 men on board and encasing them in a watery tomb. Those who avoided death from the initial bombing now had to navigate a hellish scene to survive. Men were jumping from the decks and crow's nests of burning ships from as high as 80 feet, landing in flames on the now oily surface of the harbor below. Many who made it to shore on Ford Island were so badly burned that charred flesh was falling from their bodies as they struggled to come ashore. 43 Japanese fighter planes buzzing above continued to strafe anything that moved on decks and docks. By the time American forces mustered any defense, more than 100 bombs and torpedoes had been dropped by the Japanese. At 8:08 a.m., a panicked announcer broke into programming on KGMB radio. All military personnel report for duty. Not long after the battleship Arizona sank to the bottom of the harbor, Friedel and Eberhard crouched behind the couch in their living room. With their servant Hatsumi, through the window they could see thick smoke rising from Kaneohe as the sound of gunfire rattled in the distance. Huddled near the radio, they listened as veteran KGMB broadcaster Webley Edwards interrupted the music once again, the anguish evident in his voice. All right now, listen carefully. The island of Oahu is being attacked by enemy planes. The center of this attack is Pearl Harbor, but the planes are Attacking airfields as well. We are under attack. Some of you may think that. This is just another military maneuver. This is not a maneuver. This is the real McCoy. Otto had not yet returned from Sunday school, and Friedel grew increasingly worried about her husband and youngest child. After dropping off hands at church, his father had ducked into the grocery to pick up some eggs and bacon. He too had heard the hum of the planes in the distance as he walked into the store, paying no attention to what he assumed was another round of maneuvers by U.S. military forces. On his way out, the scene was quickly devolving. There were too many planes, they were too low, and he could hear a steady barrage of gunfire. He ran to the car and switched on the radio. The island was under attack. He spun the car around and sped back to the church, screeching to a halt. At the front door, Hans and the other children were huddled under desks in one of the classrooms. He grabbed his young son and got him into the car, ducking as he closed the passenger door and ran to the other side, then headed back home amid the chaos unfolding throughout the island. Planes roared overhead, spraying gunfire at targets below, as children and adults alike ran for cover, desperately struggling to avoid the explosions. Ott careened down the road, a wide-eyed Hans in the front seat. Special Agent Shivers was dressing in his bedroom at his suburban home just east of Diamond Head when the attack began. His wife and Sue were in the middle of preparing breakfast for an emergency services meeting to be held at their house when the phone rang. "What?" Shivers shouted down the line. After listening for a moment, he uttered, "I'll be right down," and hung up. As he ran out the door, Shivers frantically gave his wife a series of instructions. "Turn on the radio, don't let Sue out of your sight, you take her wherever you go." Shivers knew the attack would lead to anti-Japanese reprisals. Their adopted daughter would need extra protection. Then he jumped in his car and sped toward the FBI office. The 5-mile drive was a nightmarish mix of enemy planes screaming overhead, thunderous blasts from beyond the horizon, and families sprinting for cover. Honolulu looked like something from the apocalypse. Buildings engulfed in flames, glass and debris-filled streets, pedestrians who just minutes earlier had been out for a quiet Sunday morning walk, now lying dead on the sidewalk. Scores of others were scrambling for shelter amid the bombs and bullets from above. Reaching his office, Shivers could hear the explosions and see the billowing smoke pouring from Pearl Harbor. He ordered his men to cut the phone lines at the Japanese consulate and had the Honolulu police surround the compound. As the bombs rained down on Pearl Harbor, chaos reigned in Honolulu and the small villages and towns scattered across the island. Death did not discriminate between soldiers and civilians. Shells fired at Japanese planes by U.S. forces often missed their mark, falling instead on Honolulu and other areas of the island and detonating upon impact. 3-month-old Janet Oda was killed, along with her mother and aunt, when an errant shell hit their home and exploded, huddled in a downtown Honolulu restaurant. As the fighting raged on, 12 people died when a shell decimated the building. An entire family, including children aged 2, 3, and 8, died in the wreckage. In all, 68 civilians lost their lives that day, including 11 children. The radio continued broadcasting details of the carnage unfolding at Pearl Harbor and throughout Oahu. When Otto and Hans finally arrived home, Friedel was crying and packing nervously as they listened to the radio and watched the planes buzz by outside their window. News coming from the radio painted an awful picture and matched what we were seeing outside our window, my dad remembered at the time. Still innocent of the role his parents had played in the attack. Part 10. Even Shivers wasn't immune. His house was in a dangerous spot just outside of Diamond Head, near a large anti-aircraft battery. It would be a prime target for the Japanese fighters. But that morning, he had told his wife to hunker down there. With a sense of rising panic, he sent an agent to the house to find Kuehn and Sue and get them to a safer place. The agent managed to reach the house and brought them to a shelter in the Manoa Valley, northeast of Honolulu and farther away from any potential shelling. He felt they would be safe there. They weren't. When Sue and Kuehn walked through the shelter's doors, they found frantic security officials issuing weapons to the white men huddled there. With orders to kill any Jap in sight, hours ago, Sue had been an ordinary Japanese-American college student. Now, to some, she was the enemy. Kuehn faced a dilemma. Outside, the attack raged on. Inside, Sue faced the possibility of vigilantes. Kuehn couldn't find a phone in the shelter, and the FBI agent had left as soon as he dropped the women off. There was no way for Kuehn to contact her husband. She found a place to sit and kept Sue close, her face buried in Kuehn's chest. Shivers sent an agent to check on them a short time later, worried because he was unable to reach his wife on the phone. The agent reported back that things were spiraling out of control there, with vigilante groups walking the neighborhood. Search of Japanese, Sue especially, was in danger. Shivers ordered the agent to get Kuehn and Sue out of there. The agent hustled them into a car and drove them to a secluded home in the mountains, where they would be safe for the time being. Following a relentless 90-minute attack, the last of the Japanese pilots guided their planes back to the carriers. The silence was deafening. Thick black smoke rose from every corner of the island. The Pacific Fleet was in shambles, and 2,403 men, women, and children were dead, with another 1,178 suffering from injuries. The USS Arizona lay at the bottom of Pearl Harbor, doomed to become the lasting symbol of the attack. 4 battleships were beneath the waters of the Pacific, and 4 more were badly damaged. 13 other ships in the harbor had taken a heavy beating. All but 50 of the 400 fighter planes in Hawaii had been destroyed or knocked out of commission. As fires raged throughout Pearl Harbor, local police and the FBI stormed the Japanese consulate building in Honolulu. Smelling smoke as they entered, officers forced their way into a rear room, surprising 3 consular staff, including Vice Consul Okuda and Yoshikawa, grouped around a small fire where the agents could see top-secret documents burning in the flames. Several safes stood open as staff continued to quickly throw their contents into the fire. Agents immediately arrested Okuda and the others, and after putting out the fire they picked through the ashes, they discovered a file of telegrams to and from Tokyo and a code book. The pages were turned over to the Navy for decoding. One of those wires buried in the stack detailed the signaling system devised by Otto. That same telegram had been captured by a U.S. Army intercept station at Fort Hunt in Virginia 4 days before and put into a pile with other intercepted communications at the top-secret encryption unit in Washington. For decoding, it would sit there as the assault on Pearl Harbor raged on and would not be looked at again until the day after the bombing. With the attack over, Otto and Friedel took Hans and Eberhard to a Red Cross station in town, hopping to blend into the chaos and be sheltered from authorities. When they arrived, the scene was grim. Only a teenager, my dad, was sickened by the constant stream of people flooding the makeshift medical clinic, brought in with open wounds and horrible burns. It was a scene permanently etched into his memory, even 60 years later. I wondered how Otto and Friedel had viewed the events of the day. The carnage at Pearl, the chaotic scene at the Red Cross station. Here was the fruit of their labor, dead and wounded Americans, their neighbors. They pleased? Did they think an Axis victory and further glories from the Reich and from Tokyo were now closer to being realized? I wondered if they felt any remorse at all. When it got dark, Friedel hustled Hans and Eberhard into the car, and Otto drove them all home. there was now no place to hide. Martial law was declared within hours, and Shivers and the Honolulu police were confronted by a panicked population. At 4:00 p.m., the special agent received a flash order. President Roosevelt was authorizing him to arrest and detain all Japanese, German, and Italian nationals on the enemy aliens list. Shivers, Honolulu Police Captain John Burns, and an Army intelligence staffer, Colonel George Bicknell, now had to decide whom to bring in. With no protocol in place for this sort of thing, they improvised. Standing in Shivers's office, they flipped through index cards of suspects. If 2 of them voted yes, the suspect would be apprehended. If only 1 voted yes, the suspect remained free. Arrests began immediately. Hundreds of Japanese civilians, along with scores of Germans and Italians, were rounded up with little or no explanation as to why they were being taken from their homes. As night fell, the military ordered a mandatory blackout in case the Japanese mounted another attack, and the island slipped into silent darkness. That evening, police twice broadcast bulletins that another round of attacks was underway. Rumors of poison water supplies, Japanese paratrooper landings on the North Shore, and troop landings on the southwest beaches of Oahu kept everyone on edge. Soldiers at Barber's Point, just outside Pearl Harbor, mistook a school of fish for an enemy submarine and unleashed a barrage of gunfire on clumps of seaweed, the percussion reverberating throughout the otherwise silent island. 18. Capt. Friedel's screams pierced the darkness of the Kuehn's home shortly after midnight. It startled Eberhard asleep in his room, and he pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed. I ran into the living room, my father told me about that night, and there was a man with a gun. In the post-attack chaos, the FBI worked around the clock with the Army Corps of Intelligence, police, and other agencies to round up suspects on the watch list, and one of Shivers's first targets was the Kuehns. When he reached his office late Sunday morning, he'd ordered the family be brought in, but the order had fallen through the cracks, lost in the confusion of the day. When Army intelligence discovered the mistake, it was almost midnight. The only people left in the Dillingham building were a bone-tired agent named Ernest Halford and his partner, who had already spent Sunday rounding up scores of Japanese citizens military officials deemed an imminent threat. Halford pushed up from his desk, strapped on his .45, and walked out to the car with his partner. It was hard to breathe, the air still thick with smoke, and he picked his way through the debris-filled streets, eerily quiet now, and made his way across the narrow lanes of the Poly Highway in sheer blackness. He had taped over the car's headlights as was ordered, part of the mandatory blackout, a tiny slit in the tape allowing only a modicum of light through. A trip that should have taken an hour took almost 2, until they men finally wound their way up the dirt driveway of the Kuehn's Kalama property. The family was awakened by a pounding at the door. Halford stood on the stoop, waiting in the dark. Seconds passed. It was taking too long. He banged again. When Otto and Friedel finally opened the door, Halford immediately pushed inside and ordered them into the living room. Friedel began screaming when she was told they were going to be detained. Just then Eberhard came out of his room, hands in tow. Halford handcuffed Otto, Friedel, and even my father and led them out of their home, herding the 3 into the station wagon, as all the while my grandparents vehemently denied they had anything to do with the attack or spying for the Japanese, and despite Friedel's hysterical cries, Hans was not permitted to go with his family. Considered to be no threat, he was left behind with the live-in servants. Shivers wanted Otto and Friedel in custody. Eberhard was taken as a precaution so that the FBI could puzzle out what he knew or if he was involved. He was only 15, but Shivers wasn't taking any chances. As Friedel was led from the house, authorities found $5,000 hidden on her, haphazardly taped to her body. A search of the house revealed the high-powered binoculars Friedel had purchased, along with a scrapbook of military clippings in a locked metal cabinet, detailing newspaper stories about the military comings and goings on the island, with headlines such as "Expansion of Hawaii Air Defenses Rushed," and "Expansion to add 3,000 forces here." Also found were stacks of photos that Otto had taken, including several of Hickam Field, showing the number of planes on hand, as well as a radio that could be converted into a shortwave transmitter with a 75-mile range. An address book was also found with some interesting contacts, such as a Dr. Eckhart with a Berlin address at Kulturfilm. Sources later revealed that Kulturfilm was recognized as a notorious German camouflaged firm, engaged in sending people to foreign countries to make films, presumably for espionage purposes. They also found an entry for someone named Plones, with an address as Röchling Steelworks, Tokyo office. Informants pegged Plones as a German diplomat who formerly worked out of the German consulate in Guatemala. It was another Kuehn contact in a string of contacts from the steelworks the FBI had identified as a Japanese shell company used to pay the family. With the Kuehns safely in his station wagon, Halford and his partner headed up the road to Ruth's Lanikai Beach house, answering a knock at the door. Her husband, Jacob, was confronted by the two agents asking for his wife. Once Ruth appeared, they handcuffed her and put her in the car with the rest of her family. Moore didn't protest his wife's innocence or come to her defense. In fact, quite the opposite. He muttered to Halford that for a long time, he had been suspicious that his wife was up to something, although exactly what he did not know, and was relieved she was being picked up. With the family now all crammed into the sedan, Halford started the trek back over the Polly, but not before finding an interesting bit of evidence. Sewn into Ruth's living room curtains was $2,000 in $100 bills that the FBI later traced to the $14,000 Yoshikawa payment in October. I pictured my father, still just a kid, pressed between his parents, trying to process what was going on as the car slowly made its way through the darkness. He had no idea why the FBI had swooped in during the night, forced them from their home, and were now driving them to God knows where and what would happen once they got there. Once again, he had been taken away from his normal life because of the deeds of his parents. I couldn't imagine what had been racing through his head. Halford brought the Kuehns to the immigration station in Honolulu, which had been quickly transformed into a detention center. Armed guards escorted Otto, Ruth, Eberhard, and Friedel from the car, a soldier moving them along with a bayonet. They were strip-searched, processed, then separated. Friedel and Ruth were taken to a holding pen, joining dozens of women captured earlier. Otto and Eberhard were brought to another holding area, large enough to house 70 people but packed with 170 men, where they spent the next 4 days, stuffed into the bare room and sleeping on the floor. The family had been suspected of spying for years and were picked up because they were on the FBI watch list, but the telegrams discovered at the Japanese consulate as they were about to be burned had not been decoded yet, and authorities did not fully realize what they had. After 3 days of work, they were finally decoded. One of them detailed the signaling system devised by Otto and mentioned a dormer window in Kalama. Shivers sent agents back to Kalama and Lanikai to search for any properties that had a dormer. He knew the Kuehns had one, but maybe there were others. At present time, they reported back, it appears the only house with a dormer window in Kalama is owned by Mr. and Mrs. Otto Kuehn, Kensington, Maryland. By the end of 2010, my quest was faltering. It had been almost 10 years Since I had done any real investigating, I'd made no calls, looked up no names of potential German relatives, embarked on no new research. The boxes and boxes of documents sat like unwanted trolls under the stairs. A busy life had led me away from archives, FBI reports, and internet searches. My oldest son had already left for his freshman year at the University of South Carolina. My younger son was closing in on the end of high school, and my daughter was in middle school. The years had been spent working and shepherding the kids to their various sports and activities. Frankly, I hadn't even thought about Pearl Harbor for some time. Part of me had always wanted to abandon the search anyway, worn down by the brutal things I'd come across, all connected to my family. I'd quietly given up. But one afternoon, as I walked through our front door after picking up my daughter from school, the phone rang. "May I speak with Christine Scaponi?" the voice said quietly. "This is Chris," I answered. "Who's calling?" "My name is Peter Wolfgang Becker," he said. "I am a friend of your Aunt Ruth." "Oh, hi, Peter," I said, unsure what he wanted. "I'm calling to let you know that your Aunt Ruth died this morning." I froze. I had just talked to her a month earlier. She'd been such a force, even at 95 years old, that I somehow never imagined she could die. My final connection to a living, breathing human being who could tell me the story of the family had been severed. Peter was a family friend of Ruth and her husband, Hans. He let me know that he was a professor at the University of South Carolina and had a box of personal items Ruth wanted me to have. I let him know we would be visiting our son shortly and could pick up the box then. I thought about Ruth. She was such an enigmatic figure. It was tough to reconcile the woman I had come to know with the tailies of her scandalous affairs with Nazi henchmen and femme fatale style espionage pursuits. After all these years, I felt I still didn't really know her at all, at least the real Ruth, and now I never would. It took several moments before I realized. Tears had been rolling down my cheeks. A few months later, Mark and I drove to South Carolina. Our son was at the university, and after taking him to dinner, I drove to Peter's home in Columbia. We had a cup of tea and began sharing our memories of Ruth. He told me that during her final months, she became very nervous, afraid. Authorities were watching her. He chalked it up to her advanced age, but I knew there was more to it. "Do you know much about her past?" I asked him. "She told me all about moving to New York from Germany so many years ago and marrying Hans," he said. "Anything before that, her childhood or teen years?" "Not really," he answered. "Mostly stories about their rather quiet life in New York City." I shook my head and smiled for a second. Ruth had kept it all a secret. From him, too. For the next few minutes I told him about all the research I had done, the family's connection to Pearl Harbor and the Nazis. Peter was floored, sitting quietly as he tried to process it all. Eventually, he brought out the box of her belongings. I pored through old pictures, letters, even her ration card from 1946 Germany. Near the bottom, I found an old address book, tattered and worn. I delicately lifted it from the box, excitement pulsing through my veins. I suddenly felt that indescribable feeling again, one I hadn't experienced in years. Maybe inside the book was the name and phone number of someone who could unveil the final mysteries of the Kuehns. As I gently turned the pages, I realized the case section was gone, and with it who knew what phone numbers and addresses for the extended Kuehn family. All that was left were jagged remnants of paper near the spine. The pages had been ripped from the book. I looked at Peter. "The pages are in there," he said, indicating the box. "I found them, hidden in the back of her bedside table, taped underneath." She clearly hadn't wanted anyone finding any members of her family. After all those years, Ruth had still lived in fear. I packed everything back up and thanked Peter, who promised to let me know if he found anything else or could help guide me toward any family members. When we got back home a few days later, I went through the box again. More carefully this time. Ruth had never talked about her past, but in a way, that was very much the family style. She had left me a jumble of mysterious clues, the itch that had reappeared when Peter handed me the pages from the address book now returned in full force. I took to my laptop and began searching, starting with Ruth's address book. I Googled people in Germany with the name Kuehn or Kuehn until I had a list of hundreds of potential relatives. Then I moved on to Facebook. I sent out countless inquiries into the ether, most of them dead ends. Although I did receive a very nice response from a Hans Kuehn, who was absolutely no relation. We still send birthday wishes to each other every year. I continued searching, writing, strategizing, hopping for just one response. Weeks went by, nothing. One night after work, I opened my laptop. There it was, a Facebook message from a Winnie Kuehn. Dear Chris, first I have to apologize, my English is not the best. Yes, our fathers were brothers. The most things I know about our family are from the internet. My father died when I was 2 years old, so I have very few memories. The stories are all different, so my last hope was to get some information from Aunt Ruth, but she cut the contact after I asked some questions. Now there is no way to hear the truth. Winnie. It was Hans's son. After so many years, I had finally found a cousin. Aunt Ruth had mentioned I had family in Germany, but would never give me their contact information. She wanted to keep us separated. Easier to keep her secrets, I guessed. My quest to find the truth about my family sprang from a sense of curiosity, certainly, but also a deep need to know exactly what had happened to my dad during those years in Hawaii, and how, after all he had been through, he became the loving, terribly haunted person I knew. 19. Behind the barbed wire. With the attack over and the planes gone, panic was quickly turning to rage. The population was restless, anxious, and feeling vulnerable. Residents were in fear of additional airstrikes and of being picked up by authorities. Radio stations were off the air, and lights across the island went dark in a mandatory blackout order as a precaution against another attack. People huddled in their homes, frightened and cut off from the outside world, as emergency sirens pierced the blackness throughout the night. The territorial governor declared martial law. The military was now in charge. Arrests of Japanese residents, along with Germans and Italians, on the island continued for days. Most of those held would end up across Honolulu Harbor on Sand Island, a tiny coral spit of land just up from Waikiki Beach. Internees were sequestered on 5 acres of barren beach and coral, surrounded by 15-foot-high wire fence topped with barbed wire. Armed guards kept watch in 8 towers, anchored along the perimeter. The Kuehns, like all detainees, were held until they could appear before a military board that would determine whether they could go back to their homes or would be forced to stay in the internment camp's harsh conditions. It would take almost 3 weeks for the family to learn their fate. The FBI had by now connected them to the bombing, thanks to the telegrams Shivers's men discovered at the consulate. In the weeks following their arrest, Shivers had sent agents to interview the family, but now he wanted to personally question my father to assess what he knew and what his role was in the plot. The special agent made the short trip from the FBI office to the immigration station. My dad had a vivid memory of that day, a mixture of anger and fear. 2 MPs showed up at his tent on Sand Island and ushered him down a sandy path to a small boat bobbing just off the dock. He knew the drill, having already been to shore for questioning several times. Typically there was a boatload of internees from the camp being brought over for questioning. Now he was the only one except for the MPs holding rifles and staring silently at him as the small craft bounced its way across the channel. To the station. When the boat pulled to shore on the other side, he thought that maybe this time they would let him go free. It was going to be his first real chance to explain to the FBI's top man that he had had no idea what his parents were up to, that he had spent his years on Oahu riding bikes through the acres of papaya and coconut trees on the family property, going to the beach and riding the waves with his friends, doing kid stuff, not acting as an adolescent cog in some great espionage engine. The MPs let him off the boat and through the doors of the station into bright, sterile room where he sat and waited for the man who would decide if he would be freed or sent back behind barbed wire. Shivers began the interview with many of the same questions my father had been asked before. What did your parents know about Pearl Harbor? He showed my dad pictures of Yoshikawa, Okuda, and Kita. Have they ever been to your house? Has your dad ever talked about them? Did your parents or Ruth flash signals to waiting Japanese subs? What went on at those parties your parents threw for military officers? What else do you know? My father wasn't much help. He knew very little. He said he had seen the spy Yoshikawa at the house once, but that was it. He told Shivers, as he had told the others who had interviewed him, that he didn't have answers for anything else. That didn't satisfy the special agent. After talking with my dad, he decided that even though the 15-year-old boy sitting across from him didn't seem to know anything about what his parents were doing, he was still a major national security threat. Eberhard is to be considered as dangerous as Otto, Friedel, and Ruth to the internal security of the nation during this time of national emergency, read the FBI memo Shivers wrote. My father wasn't going anywhere for a while. It was no secret that Shivers felt he had been outwitted by the Kuehns, and I wondered if he was taking it out on my father. I asked the FBI man, Shivers, why I was there, why they wouldn't let me go home, my father recalled. He said if I were released, they were afraid I might destroy the evidence they were going to use to convict my father. My dad was shaken and confused. He loved Hawaii. He loved America. Why were they treating him like a criminal, labeling him a national security threat and lumping him in with people far more dangerous than a boy barely into his teens, even housing him with enemy soldiers? Following his interrogation, my dad rode back to the internment camp in the same boat as the Japanese sub-captain they had captured. My father remembered sitting just a few feet away on that boat ride, Ensign Kazuo Sakamaki. His fellow prisoner presented a horrifying sight, distraught at being taken alive, a source of great shame for Japanese soldiers. Sakamaki had tortured himself while held on Sand Island, burning his arms and face with cigarettes, even asking for permission to commit suicide. My father watched the man stare hopelessly toward the horizon as the boat motored across the harbor, the scars and raw burns painful to look at. Here was someone who wanted to destroy the United States, my father thought, and the FBI sees me as being just like him. The man on the boat with young Eberhard had been, in fact, a key player in the attack on Pearl Harbor, a part of Japan's secret weapon. Shortly after midnight on December 7, 5 midget subs that had piggybacked on full-sized subs for the long trip across the Pacific were released 7 miles from the entrance of Pearl Harbor, one of them captained by Sakamaki. The Japanese considered the subs, each carrying 2 crewmen and 2 torpedoes, to be their secret weapon. Just 78 feet long they were, 1/3 the size of conventional submarines, and able to navigate the shallow waters of Pearl Harbor where full-sized submersibles couldn't go. Sakamaki and the other crewmen on the subs knew it was a suicide mission. They planned to carry out attacks with no expectation of surviving. A point driven home by the sword and pistol each man was provided with so they would not be taken alive. None of us was a volunteer, Sakamaki later explained. We had all been ordered to our assignment. We were supposed to feel highly honored. Their mission, to infiltrate Pearl Harbor under the cloak of water and darkness and lie in wait until the bombing began later that morning. In the chaos, they were to fire their torpedoes at any targets not taken out from above, but Sakamaki's sub did not make it into the harbor as planned. Navigating the tricky currents around Pearl and fighting a faulty gyro compass, he got hung up 3 times on a coral reef. Once the attack began, his sub was spotted. A shot from a U.S. destroyer inadvertently knocked the sub free, but it also knocked Sakamaki and his crewmate unconscious. Their sub drifted aimlessly during the ensuing hours, peacefully riding the current past Waikiki and Diamond Head as the battle raged on, then past Hanama Bay and Cocoa Head, eventually ending up on the windward side of the island, miles from the battle. When the men came to, it was nearly midnight and they had no idea where they were, but they did know the daunting nature of their next move. Under no circumstances were they to be taken alive or to let their Navy's secret weapon fall into enemy hands. So, Sakamaki ordered his fellow crewmen to abandon the submarine, lit the fuse of explosives designed to destroy the sub, and then plunged into the water himself. They waited for the explosion that would surely take their lives. Silence. The fuse did not ignite the charges, and the vessel bobbed harmlessly in the current. Exhausted, Sakamaki attempted to swim to shore. He came to. Hours later, lying alone on the beach at Waimanalo, his crewmate did not make it, drowning in the dark waters shortly after abandoning the sub. Soldiers patrolling the windward side of the island found Sakamaki and took him into custody, prisoner of war number 1, a dangerous Japanese enemy, now on a boat with my father, and eventually sequestered with him on Sand Island. After traversing the harbor, Eberhard walked off the boat and back into the internment camp. From behind the fences at Sand Island, he caught glimpses of Honolulu and Waikiki, the scenic vista taunting in his captivity. The first 2 weeks were especially awful. Poor weather was exacerbated by the fact that few detainees had spare clothing. Razors and toothbrushes were also lacking. We weren't allowed to stay in the tents during the day, my dad remembered. Paper and pens weren't allowed. Newspapers were allowed. It rained a lot. The tents would often flood because there were no floors, only sand and shells. We used cans and buckets as toilets. There was intense pressure to intern the entire Japanese population of the island. 160,000 men, women, and children. Hoover and President Roosevelt, fearing an uprising, wanted a crackdown. Surprisingly, the man who stood in their way was the straight-laced conservative Robert Shivers. He fought it tooth and nail, astonishing Hoover and putting his career at significant risk. The close bond Shivers had formed with his Japanese-American, adopted daughter, Sue, had swayed him. I couldn't have let you, and thousands of people like you, be arrested, Shivers told her. The thought of Sue and scores of other innocents like her being forced into a camp had fueled a fire within that spurred him to take on the highest levels of the government. On the west coast of the U.S. mainland, 120,000 Americans with Japanese heritage would be put into camps and not released until the end of the war, with virtually no one ever being charged with a crime. Even the spy Yoshikawa, who was interned for a short time with Japanese Americans after his capture, saw the irony. We were taken to a relocation camp full of innocent American Japanese, he recalled. They had done nothing. It was a cruel joke. You see, I couldn't trust them to help me in Honolulu. They were loyal to the United States. While most of those held on Sand Island and in internment camps on the mainland were innocent of any wrongdoing, That was not the case with Otto and the rest of the Kuehns. Before it was over, they would have to navigate the ire of an enraged American public, a furious government, and federal prosecutors hell-bent on punishing someone for the heinous crime of December 7. Part 11, Chapter 20. I assumed we would be. Executd. The Kuehns celebrated Christmas locked up in detention. The next day, they were dragged before the internee hearing board, which would determine if any of them would be set free. After listening to the evidence, the board ordered Friedel to be held for the duration of the war, as she is involved in espionage and subversive activities. Next up was Ruth. Board members dictated that she would receive the same punishment as her mother. They then turned to 15-year-old Eberhard, standing before them shaking, no doubt from the weight of the proceedings. They ordered him interned to avoid allegiance or any actions which his father or mother might induce him to make. As for Otto, he was ordered held in confinement pending the FBI investigation, his fate far from decided. A few days later, Otto was once again hauled into FBI headquarters. It was New Year's Eve. Agents sat across from him, intensely questioning my grandfather during a marathon session that lasted for hours. Who was your handler? Who else was involved? Where did all the money come from? Otto refused to divulge anything. He stuck to his story that the money was from an inheritance. He denied signaling any submarines, and he gave up no names. Frustrated agents began turning the screws as the hours-long session continued. Otto hadn't eaten since breakfast and asked for some dinner. Agents promised him some food if he started talking, but he refused. And no food was brought. The questioning continued late into the night. Eventually, with little information forthcoming, he was taken back to his cell exhausted. Early the next morning, still weary and drained from the day before, Ott was rousted from his bed and brought back for another round of interrogation. Shivers and his agents had been interviewing dozens of people over the previous weeks, and this day happened to include Kimmy Dow, the receptionist at the Japanese consulate. Bureau investigators described her as being slightly above the average intelligence for a Japanese girl of her class, and she impressed them as being entirely frank and cooperative in answering questions. During the interview, she mentioned that a man she did not know had come to the consulate several times the month before the attack, describing him as a Howley. Sometimes this man, the consul general and the vice consul were locked in the consul general's private office, she told them. On the theory that the mysterious Howley might have been Kuehn, Dow was taken to a stenographer's room and placed at a desk. Otto was brought to the door while an agent struck up a conversation with him. Dow immediately recognized him and quickly put a sheet of carbon paper over her face to keep from being recognized, clearly afraid. Asked how she knew. It was the same man, she responded, by the shape of his head and his Jewish appearance. Evidence in the spying case against Otto had been piling up, but Shivers wanted a confession to make their case airtight. However, Otto was talking. During the heated questioning from agents, Otto sat in a wooden chair as hour after hour passed. He was thirsty. Agents ignored his requests for water. The morning stretched into lunchtime. They refused to feed him. As the afternoon hours passed into evening, Otto was weakening. Slowly he began to offer up some details, mostly about his time in Berlin, even boasting that he was so high in the Nazi Party that he was once considered for the position of chief of the German Gestapo under Heinrich Himmler. He held fast, however, to his claim that he had no involvement with the Japanese, denying any contact and any spying. But the agents kept pushing. Your house is the only one with a dormer, like the one mentioned in the Japanese signal plan. Why would you need high-powered binoculars? Why did your wife have $5,000 hidden on her? When arrested, explain the frequent trips to Japan. Why were you scouting? Pearl Harbor just before the attack. It was now late into the night. Otto was suffering from exhaustion. There was no way out. Finally, he cracked. Just write down what you want me to sign. They had him. The agents spent the next several hours listening to Otto recount his involvement in the attack on Pearl Harbor, the meetings with Japanese officials, the signaling plan, the money. He admitted to all of it. When the agents had everything they needed, Otto was brought back to his cell, collapsing on the cot. The confession was typed up immediately, and the agents wasted no time, returning to Otto's cell and handing it to him to sign. They woke me up shortly after midnight, Otto remembered. I read it. With my eyes, but not with my sense. I did not care anymore. And in the darkness of his cell he signed. Otto eventually penned 2 different confessions, the first on January 1 and another 2 days later that filled out the story of his involvement and included his admission that he had been in contact with Japan and was paid to spy on Pearl Harbor. Ruth was also brought in for questioning. Agents grilled her for hours, too, but she would only profess the innocence of her mother and father. They finally resigned themselves to the fact that no pertinent information could be obtained through her. Unlike her father, Ruth wouldn't fold under the intense pressure of the FBI. But Shivers wanted more. On the same day Otto signed his final confession, Friedel was dragged to the FBI offices where she was pressed by Shivers and his lieutenants to confess her involvement. Agents were trying to bait her into a confession, or at the very least to get her to flip on Otto, using their information on his past infidelities to push her. I was told my husband had relations with a Japanese woman from a house of prostitution. She later remembered that he was said to have a child outside of wedlock, and that his automobile had repeatedly been seen standing in front of the house of a woman. But Friedel was having none of it and refused to believe their stories. She wasn't a pushover like Otto. She wouldn't crack. Frustrated, Shivers's agents continued to come at her, explain all the trips to Japan, why all the visits from Japanese officers, what of all the money from a Tokyo steel firm. How is Ruth involved? How can you defend your two-timing husband? Friedel finally had enough. She leaped out of her chair and began hysterically screaming at the agents. The FBI agent went so far as to grasp me by the wrist in order to make me sit down. She remembered, I suffered a stroke of paralysis the same evening, but neither then, nor in any ensuing sessions, did she ever admit a thing. I wondered whether Friedel had been acting out of maternal instinct here or self-preservation. I wanted to respect the toughness, the fight she displayed while arguing that she and the children knew nothing, and neither did Otto, but I couldn't pin down exactly what her motivation was. Which made it hard to know whether to respect her or despise her. Whatever she did know, Shivers would never be able to pry it out of her. Otto, on the other hand, had made a full confession and sat in his cell for 2 weeks, unsure of his fate. But on January 16, 1942, military police showed up at his cell, handcuffed him, and put him into a car, the scene eerily similar to when he had been arrested in Berlin. A police motorcycle, siren blaring, led a motorcade through the center of the island. Otto did know where they were going or what happened next, but after having signed a confession, admitting to his role in the worst military defeat in American history, he could surmise it was nothing good. The drive took them past the sugarcane fields of Waipahu, the massive forest of stalks reaching 13 feet high on both sides of the road. In the distance was a pineapple plantation. The mix of smells created a hint of sweetness breezing across the valley, what must have seemed to him a last breath of Hawaii, of life. 20 minutes later, the piercing sirens stopped, and the convoy pulled up in front of a building at Schofield Barracks, an Army base. that had suffered heavy damage and significant casualties during the Japanese attack. Military policemen pulled Otto from the car and marched him down a long, dimly lit hallway to a jail cell with only a small metal bed and no mattress or blankets. The steel door opened, and the MPs removed his handcuffs and pushed him inside before leaving him alone in his cell, listening to the rhythmic clicking of their heels as they walked away. And then he waited. The last month had been a blur. Now he was alone with his thoughts, and I wondered what my grandfather had spent that time thinking. Ironically, he had been scheduled to be formally admitted to the United States as a full-fledged citizen later that month. Just 30 days earlier, he'd been on top of the world with the money, the parties, and especially the prestige that had evaded him so often. He'd been in trouble so many times in the past, but always had been able to slip free, and I wondered if he'd thought he would pull one last rabbit out of his hat. He sat on the cold floor assessing it all. The silence was deafening. After a long wait, footsteps pulled him from his thoughts. Out of the darkness came 3 figures, 2 MPs and Friedel. He had not seen his wife since their arrest after the attack. She was put into the cell next to his, and as the harsh clang of the steel sounded in the room again, they both broke down. She was shivering as she surveyed the surroundings. Most of the sunlight from outside was blocked by thick bars securing the windows. Otto took off his jacket and pushed it through the bars. They were alone save for the 2 soldiers guarding the cells. The FBI had orchestrated this reunion hopping to glean more tidbits from their conversation. As agents listened to the couple through hidden microphones, Otto and Friedel began to talk through the bars of the cell, almost whispering in their native German. "Are you sure you haven't done something?" Friedel asked quietly. "No," Otto responded. "Do you believe that?" she asked. Otto said nothing. "Menschenkind," she blurted out, "man alive." "What did you say?" Otto said. "I just made a written statement. What have we come to?" she said with a sigh. Friedel went on to add that she had admitted to nothing, despite the intense questioning. "What did you write?" "A complete confession," Otto answered. "Then they know everything. What a stupid thing you have done. You had no reason to sign your name to such a document." "But what could I have done?" Otto said. "Rubbish," Friedel told him. "What crazy things you have done." "You remember what the Japanese consul sent me," Otto offered, alluding to the $14,000 payment from Yoshikawa. There was no letter, no evidence connected with it. Friedel was no longer whispering, "Oh God." "The FBI wondered where I got the money, and I didn't know what to say," Otto said. "From the beginning I was afraid. You should not have telegraphed and telephoned and done all those things that arouse suspicion," Friedel said, alluding to the frequent contacts with the Japanese consulate. The 2 were quiet for a long time, Friedel's intermittent sobbing the only sound echoing from their cells. Friedel finally broke the silence. "I am so very sorry for you. You can never get out of this. You should never have written it. You shouldn't have told them anything." She fell quiet again for a while, then she went on. "You have made yourself unhappy, and me unhappy, and the children unhappy. I wish we were all dead. I am feeling so bad. I wish I were dead." "Don't go on like that on our last day," Otto said quietly, like his wife. He was convinced their execution would take place at dawn. "It shouldn't have been like this," Friedel cried. "We must tell each other goodbye," Otto said, speaking through his sobs. 21. The Trial. United States of America. V's. Bernard Julius Otto Kuehn. At 10:15 a.m. on February 19, 1942, Otto Kuehn was escorted in handcuffs past the armed military guards stationed at the door outside of Courtroom 2. In the federal building in Honolulu, he took a seat next to his attorney. 2 military policemen stood stoically at attention at the back of the room. Other than the court reporter, the benches behind Otto were empty. President Roosevelt was concerned about reprisals against Americans. Abroad if word of the proceedings got out, so the trial would be held in secret. Otto faced 3 separate charges of espionage for his role in the bombing of Pearl Harbor. His trial was before a military tribunal, the Military Commission of the Military Governor, Territory of Hawaii, instead of a civilian court, because he was charged after martial law had been declared in Hawaii. The prosecution was led by Captain Eugene Slattery of the U.S. Navy. Major General James Woodruff oversaw the proceedings as president of the commission, in essence, the judge with a board of 5 officers serving as jury. Otto was defended by Major Harrison M. Kuehn, a military lawyer, appointed just before the trial began, leaving him little time to prepare. Otto had been unable to find a private attorney to represent him. No lawyer would defend the only person held responsible for the attack on Pearl Harbor. Dressed in a brown suit, Otto stood silently as the espionage charges were read by Slattery. Charge 1, unlawfully conspiring to transmit information affecting national defense. Charge 2, unlawfully obtaining information affecting national defense. Charge 3, Slattery continued, unlawfully disclosing information affecting national defense. It was all clearly overwhelming for Otto. Following the reading of the charges, he blurted out, "The system of signals I gave the Japanese consul," and was immediately cut off by the prosecution. "I don't agree with the charges," Otto yelled, before being quieted by his lawyer. The court asked for his plea. "Not guilty," Otto replied, still standing. The prosecutor, Slattery, clad in his crisp navy dress white uniform, 4 gold bars affixed to each shoulder, stood, looked up from his notes, and addressed the court of fellow officers. "The testimony we'll introduce will relate to his activities in Germany. Prior to the time he came over here, we'll attempt to show to the court his political activities in Germany and his connections there. We propose to show in substance that the accused went to Japan personally, offered to prepare a set of signals for the Japanese consul, and offered to obtain information as to the number of ships of various kinds out at Pearl Harbor." Kuehn said nothing in response, offering no opening statement in Otto's defense. One of the first witnesses was the receptionist at the Japanese consulate, Kimi Dow. Once she was sworn in, Slattery pointed to Kuehn and asked, "By what name do you know him?" "I don't know his full name," she answered. "What part of his name do you know?" "Otto, that's all." Dow went on to say that Otto had been at the consulate several times during 1941, including at least once in the early part of the year, and once around August, much earlier than the claim in his confession that the first time he had ever visited the consulate was in November 1941. Dow said that the first time Otto came to the consulate in 1941, both Consul General Nagao Kita and Vice Consul Adajiro Okuda acted as if they knew him. Despite his never having been there before, the detail painted a damning picture of earlier clandestine meetings and communication between Otto and the Japanese officials. His defense attorney, Kuehn, did not endeavor to chip away at any of this upon cross-examination, instead asking about floor coverings, perhaps an attempt to raise questions about the witness's memory, but seemingly without purpose. "Miss Dow, in this little hallway here," he asked, pointing to a drawing of the inside of the consulate building. "How was the floor paved, if at all?" "With linoleum," she answered. "With linoleum. And can you specify any date at any time in any when this defendant visited the consulate, any particular date?" "No particular date." With that, she was excused. FBI Special Agent J. Sterling Adams was called next. There was an indication, a strong indication, he was directly involved in some un-American activities, Adams testified as he laid out the FBI findings. It was now 4:30, close to the time court was scheduled to adjourn. The prosecution wanted to call one more witness, so Slattery asked the court if anyone objected. "How about getting home before dark?" was the response of one member of the jury, perhaps portraying their collective impatience with the entire proceeding. Otto was brought into court the next morning wearing the same brown suit he had had on the day before. At 10:05, the session was called to order. Walking up the aisle to take the stand was Robert Shivers. Otto was the reason the special agent had been sent to Hawaii. The trial was the culmination of his 3-year investigation, and there was no doubt in Shivers's mind that the FBI had brought down a very bad man. Shivers proceeded to tell the story of how the FBI had burrowed into the lives of not just Otto but the entire Kuehn family. His testimony included observations, forensic accounting, interviews with friends and neighbors, and intercepted communications between the Japanese consulate and Tokyo, as well as evidence collected at the Kuehn's home. He also mentioned that when Friedel, Otto, and Ruth were brought to the FBI offices on December 15 for an interview after their arrest, they all flatly denied ever working with the Japanese, though Otto later confessed to it. Kuehn again declined to cross-examine a prosecution witness. Slattery then announced his next witness. "We call Eberhard Martin Kuehn to the stand." Lanky and tall for his age, he strode up the aisle and past Otto, brought from the internment camp to testify against his father. It was the first time he had seen Otto since shortly after his arrest. "What relation are you to the defendant in this case?" Slattery asked my father after he had been sworn in. "His son." "How old are you?" 15. "Where were you born?" "Germany." Following a litany of questions about both of his parents, Slattery got to the point. "Do you recall a Japanese coming to your home at Kalama sometime about the middle of October 1941, he asked. "There came one, yes." "Go ahead and tell the court what happened when that Japanese came." "Out." "Well," Eberhard said, "I was feeding the chickens and getting chicken feed from the car, and the Japanese was standing by the garage. He asked to see Mr. Kuehn, and I said, 'Anything I can do for you?' He said, 'No, I want to see Mr. Kuehn.' So I called my father and walked away." He was shown a picture of Takeo Yoshikawa. "State whether or not in your opinion that was the Japanese that came out on this afternoon." Slattery said. Eberhard studied the photo. "Yes, he has a resemblance, but I could not say he was this one or not." "About how long was he with your father at this time, this Japanese?" "I think about half an hour." After a few more rounds of questions, Eberhard was excused. As he walked from the stand toward the doors at the back of the courtroom, he passed the next witness coming up the aisle, his little brother. Eberhard stopped and put his hand on Hans's shoulder. He gave Hans a long, silent hug as their father looked on. Hans didn't want to let go, trembling as Eberhard consoled him. Eventually they were separated and Eberhard was ushered the rest of the way down the aisle. Hans Kuehn was then led past his dad and onto the witness stand. Unlike his older brother, who was tall for his age, giving people an impression of maturity beyond his years, Hans was smaller and frailer than a typical 9-year-old. He had to be terrified as he stood there, alone, looking at his father. Across the way, not completely comprehending what was at stake, Hans had not seen his dad since watching him be handcuffed with Friedel and Eberhard and led out of their house 2 months earlier. "The next witness is the 10-year-old son Hans," Slattery told the judge. "Missing his age by a year. I believe we may have to question a little bit too. See whether he understands the nature of an oath." Slattery then walked up to Hans, still standing and almost certainly looking lost in the witness stand, built to accommodate adults. Take a chair. There if you wish. You understand when I tell you to tell the truth, do you? Know what that means? Yes, Hans offered meekly. You understand you might be punished if you do not tell the truth, do? You understand that? Yes. Satisfied, Slattery then had Hans sworn in and began the questioning. How old are you? He asked. 9. What grade are you in? 3rd. What is your name? Hans Kuehn. Is your daddy here? He continued, pointing to Otto. Yes. What is your mother's name? Mrs. Kuehn. What is her first name? Friedel. Yes. Do you know how to spell her name? No. Eventually, Slattery got to the main point the prosecution wanted to make. With Hans. Do you remember the fact that you and your daddy took a trip out near Pearl Harbor sometime in October or November of last year? We took a trip, but I don't know when it was, Hans replied. On some of the roads around the harbor, it was possible to see the vessels. Berthed there, a drive down Kamehameha Highway offered unobstructed views of ships at Pearl Harbor. Hans testified that he and his dad had driven around Pearl Harbor, but never actually went in. When you were out riding with your daddy that day, did you see a lot of ships? We didn't see many, but we saw some, he offered. But you were down by the seashore, so you did see some ships. Yes, we were pretty near. Slattery ended his questions there, turning and walking over to the table. On their side of the courtroom, the defense attorney, Major Kuehn, got up from his seat next to Otto and walked over to Hans. His questions came out. Rapid fire. Do you know where Pearl Harbor is? No. Do you know where Pearl City is? No. Did anybody tell you, before you came in here, what to say? No. Kuehn returned to his seat next to Otto. Now done, Hans got up from his seat and walked past his dad, then down the aisle and out of the courtroom, unsure if he would ever see his father again. Court was adjourned for the day at 12:45. Otto was taken back to his cell, flanked by 2 MPs, left only with the memory of watching his 2 sons testify against him, with his life on the line. 22. The verdict. The final day of the trial started late. Otto sat behind the wooden table in a mostly empty courtroom for 20 minutes, waiting on the people who would decide his fate. Finally, they arrived, dressed in their formal military attire, and took their seats. The first prosecution witness was a Navy officer who testified that Pearl Harbor had indeed been attacked by the Japanese. Another witness from the Japanese consulate relayed that Otto had been visiting their offices for years, and that he was allowed to walk right into Consul General Kita's office without being stopped at the reception desk, one of only 2 Howleys who had that privilege. And with that, the prosecution rested its case. During the course of the 3-day trial, Otto's counsel, Harrison Kuehn, the Army major assigned to the defense, had offered very little resistance to the wealth of evidence against his client. He cross-examined only a handful of witnesses, and when he did, his questions were perfunctory. He had not once objected to any witness statements, the evidence presented, or any of the court's procedures. The defense he mustered for Otto followed suit. 2 family friends were called to testify that Otto was basically a good guy. The final witness was a cashier at the Kuehn's bank who testified he had had no interactions with Otto, but had provided the FBI with information on the Kuehn accounts. It was an odd witness to call for the defense. When the cashier was done, Kuehn turned toward the commission members. Well, he said, that's all the witnesses the defense has. And then, having called only 3 people to combat the volumes of evidence brought up in the trial, the defense rested its case. It was 10:45 in the morning. There was only one person left to speak, Otto Kuehn, who was anxious to make a statement to the commission. I always tell the truth and I propose to tell the truth, he began. I'd like to take the stand and make a statement under oath. At 11:05 he was sworn in, his own last hope, and faced the commission. I would like to make first a general statement respecting the charges against me, and then I would like to point out some special things. He admitted giving the Japanese consulate the signals, but said he never intended to use them, and that the plan was so complicated it could never be practically used. The reports on ship counts he gave were purely fictional. He claimed, cobbled together from reading newspaper reports, and he said he lied to Okuda and Kita about having a shortwave radio he didn't own. 1. Otto did admit that he had taken a trip out near Pearl Harbor on November 28 with my little boy Hans, but not to look at the ships. It had been, he said, to look at 2 houses he wanted to buy. The court asked him about the signal system he had concocted in the little shed in his backyard. Did you deliver that plan to Mr. Okuda of the Japanese consulate in Honolulu? Yes, sir, he replied. Copies of the telegrams detailing the signal system sent to Tokyo from the consul general in Honolulu had been discovered during the December 7 FBI raid on the consulate. It was another damning piece of evidence connecting the Japanese, Otto, and Pearl Harbor. What made the wires even more intriguing was that they had been sent from public telegraph offices in Honolulu, as the consulate was not set up to send its own messages. When the Japanese consulate needed to send top-secret classified information to Tokyo, a staff member brought the coded message down to the local telegraph office and stood in line like everyone else, waiting their turn at the counter. The fee was paid, the message was sent, and everyone went about their day, with no fear the message would be purloined by American officials. Speaking to the court, Otto made a final plea. I know I am in a certain sense guilty, he said. I know I never should have done what I did. The thing is, I should have reported immediately to the United States authorities when I heard the Japanese were trying to contact me. I don't feel to be a criminal, that's all, sir. Otto walked back and sat next to Kuehn, who was then given the opportunity to make a final closing argument, a last chance to attack witness statements, refute evidence, and sway the opinion of the court. No, sir, no argument was all he offered. Members of the commission then adjourned to vote on my grandfather. Fate, it was a secret ballot with 3 days of testimony to decipher and a man's life hanging in the balance. They were gone for 11 minutes. The military officers who made up the commission returned to the courtroom, which was cleared of everyone except the prosecution and defense counsel, the court reporter, members of the commission, and Otto, who stood as Major General James. Woodruff read the verdict. Upon secret written ballot, all of the members present at the time the vote was taken concurring in each finding of guilty. He read, the commission sentences the accused to be shot to death with musketry. Woodruff then looked at my grandfather. Mr. Kuehn, he said, the commission finds you guilty of the 3 charges and sentences you to death by shooting. That will be all. The court will adjourn. Otto had no reaction. Resigned to his fate, he was taken back to the cold, dank cell that had housed him throughout the trial and waited for the firing squad. All those present at Otto's trial were sworn to secrecy. Attorney General Francis Biddle informed President Roosevelt of the verdict in a memo on March 4, leaving the decision on how long to keep it a secret up to him. Kensington, Maryland. You have to read this, I said to Mark on a rainy Saturday morning in 2022, handing him a packet of papers. The trial transcript was several hundred pages long. It had been buried in one of the boxes at the National Archives, and I'd made a copy of it during one of our trips there. I had finally gotten a chance to read it. Mark looked at the thick file, then back at me. "Right now," he said. "Trust me," I said. "You won't believe what's in there. I'm going on a long walk to clear my head." I stepped out the door and down to the woods as the rain sprayed my face. I played the trial over and over in my mind as I plodded along the muddy trail. The pattering of raindrops on the leaves was calming. I needed it after helplessly watching the secret trial unfold on the pages of the transcript. I couldn't get the thought of my dad and Hans out of my head. Two boys sitting there helplessly on the stand being grilled by prosecutors. After an hour, I made my way back home. Mark had finished the transcript. "Wow," he said as I hung up my wet jacket. "I can't fathom how impossibly hard that must have been on your dad. Can you imagine having to testify against your own father in a trial that would determine whether or not he would be shot to death by a firing squad?" I said. "No wonder he buried it for all those years," Mark said. Part 12. I could only wonder how my father dealt with it, testifying against his father, breaking ties with his mother, watching his little brother suffer. It must have been torture, and at that point my father had no family to speak to, no one to confide in. And poor Hans, he couldn't possibly have known what was at stake. Mark said. "It certainly scarred him," I said. We were quiet for a minute, both pondering what it would be like if our kids had to go through something like that. It hurt to think about. "Do you think your grandfather kind of got railroaded here?" Mark asked, breaking the silence. "What?" I said. "Well, the judge and jury were made up of military officers." "Not exactly. A jury of his peers. And his defense attorney was also a military officer," I said. "Meaning the people who tried and convicted him and defended him." Mark continued. "We're a bunch of guys who I can only imagine were extremely pissed off at this guy who they held responsible for the bombing of Pearl Harbor. I hadn't really thought about the trial being fair or not. My grandfather was guilty. Everything I had uncovered during my research left no other answer. I couldn't figure out what his defense attorney, that Coppin guy, was even doing half the time," Mark continued. "He's asking the receptionist at the Japanese consulate what the floors are covered with linoleum. That's what he wants to focus on. Following the attack, Americans were filled with rage, and my dad told me he always felt like his father became a convenient target for the collective fury of a nation and a military tribunal seeking vengeance. That's how he coped with it all. Fair or unfair, railroaded or not, I knew in my heart Otto had been guilty. He'd obviously been a secret agent paid to spy, and clearly he'd thought enough of the Nazi agenda to fight for a job as head of the Gestapo. He'd done bad things, he should have been punished for them. Of that I was sure. 23. The submarine saboteurs. In May 1942, 2 submarines departed a German base in France, each loaded with explosives and a crew of 4 spies. It would be a dangerous 3-week voyage across the Atlantic. Submarine crews suffered mightily. 3 out of every 4 sailors on the U-boats died in battle, typically winding up at the bottom of the Atlantic, trapped and helpless. Those who survived faced brutal conditions. Diesel fuel permeated the air, and their food tasted of the stuff. Meat was hung from pipes in narrow walkways to store it. Crews didn't bathe during the entire voyage. Temperatures often reached 100 degrees, leaving men on duty in the uniform of the day, a pair of sneakers and their underwear. The first sub landed in New York, on Long Island, shortly after midnight. On June 13, 1942, at present-day Atlantic Beach Avenue in the Hamptons. The second arrived on the East Coast 4 days later, along the quiet and sparsely populated shore at Ponte Vedra Beach in Florida, just outside of Jacksonville. These German spies would help shape the destiny of my grandfather. Their mission was to create chaos, blow up several high-profile locations in the United States, including the Hell Gate Bridge in New York City, hydroelectric plants at Niagara Falls, and several aluminum and magnesium plants essential to the American war effort. Each group of 4 men arrived wearing their military uniforms to ensure treatment as prisoners of war rather than spies if they were caught. While coming ashore, the difference was important. Captured soldiers can be jailed as prisoners of war, but typically are released back to their country. At the end of the fighting, spies who are captured face far greater punishment, including execution. A late spring fog had rolled in on the Hamptons when the first group landed. A moonless night gave the saboteurs added cover as they disembarked from the submarine a few hundred yards from the beach. Climbing from their cramped quarters through a narrow hatch, they loaded onto 2 small rafts and paddled to shore, bringing only a change of clothes, 4 crates of explosives, and wads of cash. The German spies were bankrolled with an amount equivalent to almost $4 million today to fund their efforts. Reaching shallow water, group leader George Dash hopped out of the raft, peeled off his wet German uniform, and put on a pair of drab pants, sweater, and tennis shoes. Dash was intimately familiar with the area, having lived there for almost 20 years working as a waiter at the Sea Spray Inn in East Hampton and the Irving Hotel in Southampton before returning to his native Germany in 1941. Just down the way, walking the foggy beach, was Coast Guard seaman Jack Cullen, making his nightly 2-mile patrol. He later reported the fog was so thick I couldn't see my shoes, but through the mist he spotted something near the shoreline. It looked like the outline of a man. As Cullen drew closer, 3 dark silhouettes emerged from behind the figure. Cullen walked toward the group, expecting nothing more than some teenagers out past the wartime curfew. Dash started moving toward Cullen to keep him away from the others, who were still struggling to get their crates out of the water and hide their cash. "Who are you?" Cullen called out. "We're fishermen from Southampton. Our boats run aground," Dash yelled to him, with only a hint of a German accent. "Well, come on up to the Coast Guard station and wait for daybreak." "There," Cullen offered. He noticed that behind Dash, the other men were dragging what looked to be a large bag out of the water, raising his suspicion. "I don't think so," Dash told him. "We don't have a fishing license, and we don't have any ID. I don't want to get into any trouble." Unaware of what was going on in front of him, one of the men called out to Dash from the water in German. Dash immediately turned and quieted him, speaking back in German. Cullen looked at the man in the water, then back at Dash. The secret agent realized the jig was up and dropped all pretense. The saboteurs had standing orders to kill anyone they found at the beach. Cullen, armed with only a flare, was quickly coming to terms with having stumbled onto more than he could handle. "How old are you?" Dash asked. 21. "Do you have a father?" "Yes." "Do you have a mother?" "Yes." "Look, I wouldn't want to kill you. Forget about this and I'll give you some money and you can go have a good time." He held out $100. Cullen shook his head. Dash reached into his pocket and pulled out more wet bills, offering them to the young Coast Guard. "Take this 300, about $6,000 today." The young seaman quickly calculated this was his best chance to escape. Probably his last. He took the money and slowly backed up several yards until reaching the dunes. Then he turned and ran. He sprinted back through the mounds of sand and the sea oats to the guard station half a mile away. Hyperventilating, he needed a minute to catch his breath before explaining what he had seen. 10 minutes later, he was back with armed reinforcements. The saboteurs were gone. Cullen and the others were only able to find a pack of German cigarettes in the sand. A later, more extensive search turned Up several boxes of explosives, buried in the dunes, and 4 dripping wet. German naval uniforms. The Germans were on the move, walking to the Amagansett train station. Once they arrived, they hid until hopping the early train into Manhattan. They separated when they got to Penn Station and continued their mission. 4 days later, the second group of spies landed on a desolate stretch of beach in northern Florida without incident. They changed out of their German naval uniforms, buried their explosives in the dunes under a night sky, and got onto a bus into Jacksonville. Dash by then had had time to reassess the mission, the fact that they had almost been captured before the assignment had even begun gave him second thoughts. Fearing it hopeless, he decided to surrender, slipping away from the others. He managed to hop on a train to Washington, where he immediately turned himself in to the FBI. Hopping for leniency, he helped the Bureau locate the 7 remaining saboteurs, and they were quickly captured. Officials at the highest levels of the government were startled by the fact that our shores had been breached by German spies. News of the war landing on our doorstep, they feared, would undoubtedly cause widespread panic. Hoping to keep it a secret, President Roosevelt ordered the saboteurs tried in a secret military tribunal instead of a civilian court. His rationale: the incursion had taken place during wartime. The trial began immediately, but while the proceedings moved forward, the Supreme Court took up the issue of whether the tribunal had jurisdiction, assessing whether the president had overstepped his authority. On July 31, the court ruled that a military tribunal was appropriate in this case, as the United States was currently at war with Germany, while now no longer a secret, the tribunal continued. 4 days later, all 8 of the men were sentenced to death as spies, but Dash and one other spy, who had helped bring the plot to the attention of the FBI, had their sentences commuted by Roosevelt to long prison terms. Less than a week after the sentence was handed down, one by one each of the remaining 6 was strapped into an electric chair and executed. The case would profoundly affect the fate of my grandfather, currently being held at Fort Shafter in Hawaii, awaiting his own execution. PONT via DRA Beach, Florida. It was an odd coincidence that some of the spies had landed in Ponte Vedra Beach, just a few miles south of Jacksonville, where I grew up, and in 2002, Mark and I moved our family to Ponte Vedra, our house only a mile from the landing spot. Just about every day I drove past a sign commemorating the small town's brush with infamy, completely unaware of my connection. Often on my way to visit my father, we had moved him into an assisted living facility a year earlier. His health was starting to deteriorate, along with his memory, part of the reason for our move, to be close to him. "Well, hello there," he called out from his chair when I arrived at his room for our weekly visit. He struggled to stand, and I helped him up and gave him a hug. Even hunched over, he still towered over me. We sat him in the wheelchair he used most of the time now, and went to lunch. Through the clanging of plates and silverware, he asked about his grandkids. I filled him in on their adventures. It was the same conversation we'd had the week prior. He had forgotten. Perhaps distant memories would be more durable. We hadn't spoken in depth about Hawaii for years. As we dug into the meatloaf and gravy, I brought it up again. "Dad," I asked, "what was it like growing up on Oahu?" He paused for a moment. In his expression, I saw frustration. Something was there, something he knew he should be able to recall, but he could get it out. "Oh, it was great," he said finally, without further comment. "And do you remember anything about Pearl Harbor?" "Terrible tragedy," he said, before looking down at his plate and spearing another bite with his fork. "Do you remember anything about your dad and Pearl Harbor?" I asked. Gently. He put his glass of tea down and thought about the question for a moment. "My dad died in Germany, cancer." "And Pearl Harbor," I asked, hoping maybe there was still something he could add about his father's connection. Terrible tragedy, he said, then took another drink of his tea. He could no longer conjure up a single recollection of Otto's involvement or even of his own time spent in the internment camp. It was gone. We moved on to other things, and I let the subject fade into the background again, possibly forever this time. I wanted him to enjoy his last years without the pain of remembering. I did wonder, though, did my father hate what his family became? Did he hate them, becoming more and more aware of the direct link between his family and the atrocities committed by a Nazi regime they had loved? It had to be impossible for him to reconcile his love for his family members with what they had done, and he never really did, choosing to bury the memory rather than have it haunt him for the rest of his life. It brought me back to the stories he'd often told, the ones about the lost toddler. He's the baby boy, I thought. He's the boy who was left by his family on the side of the road, waiting all those years for someone to come and tell him it was all right. I watched him quietly take another sip from his drink. I was alone with his past. 24. ARNGMENTS will be made for an early execution. News of my grandfather's conviction and sentence of death by firing squad had reached the desk of President Roosevelt on March 4, 1942. Almost immediately, doubts had arisen in the Justice Department about the validity of the death sentence he had been given. The key question was whether the military commission that sentenced him had proper jurisdiction, since Otto's spying and arrest had occurred before President Roosevelt declared war on Japan and before martial law was declared in Hawaii. If the Justice Department ruled that the military had no jurisdiction and that the case should now be retried in civilian court, the maximum sentence could not by law include the death penalty, but anything short of Otto's execution was considered unacceptable punishment to many involved in the case, thus the push for a military tribunal, which had the authority to mete out a death penalty punishment. It was a complicated legal quandary. Hoover and the FBI were pressing Attorney General Francis Biddle to make a decision quickly so they could move forward with the execution. Quickly, Shivers had been intimately involved in the case, and he had a good feel for the attitude of the people in Hawaii, which closely followed the mood on the mainland. He had written to Hoover before the trial began. It is my belief that if Otto Kuehn is tried before a military commission, a sentence of death will be meted out. There is no question but what a public prosecution of Kuehn and public dissemination of the evidence would have a good, wholesome effect on the public morale. The pressure to execute my grandfather without further delay continued to grow. On April 6, the military governor of Hawaii, Lieutenant General De Los Emmons, ordered the provost marshal at Fort Shafter, where Otto was being held, to carry out forthwith the sentence adjudged in said case, by causing the said Bernard Julius Otto Kuehn to be shot to death with musketry at Fort Shafter, territory of Hawaii. But Biddle put the order on hold. His office needed more time to assess the legal ramifications of the case. As lawyers reviewed the statutes, the FBI kept pressing for an end to the delay. On August 7, 1942, Hoover sent the following memo to Biddle. We have been informed that the decision of the military commission was referred to the Judge Advocate General, which upheld its finding, then referred the matter to the Department of State. If you are fit to defer, arrangements will be made for an early execution of Kuehn. Everyone, it seemed, was in agreement that Otto Kuehn should be put to death and quickly, but before weighing in with a final decision, the Justice Department was waiting for the written opinion from the Supreme Court on the German submarine saboteur case. The court had reached a decision July, but the final, full opinion was not issued until October 29. The court upheld the executions of the German spies because the sentences had been determined by a military tribunal in a time of war, but Otto's spying had taken place in a time of peace, when a military tribunal did not have the authority to invoke the death penalty. Looking to avoid the spiderweb of legal problems the sentencing had created, the military governor of Hawaii commuted Otto's sentence to 50 years at hard labor, the maximum punishment for espionage committed in time of peace. Emmons hoped this would assuage any concerns about an unjust sentence, rolling the dice that this punishment would hold up on any appeal about whether Otto should have been tried by a military commission at all. Attorney General Biddle, learning the death penalty had been taken off the table, ruled the matter closed. On November 20, 1942, Otto was transferred from Hawaii to Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, to begin his punishment. He boarded a ship at Honolulu Harbor for a trip that would take almost 2 weeks. Gone were the hula dancers and Hawaiian music that had greeted him the first time he set foot in the harbor years earlier. This trek was in handcuffs and a room below decks. It couldn't have been lost on my grandfather this was the last time he would see paradise. Upon arrival at Leavenworth and its maximum security federal penitentiary, he was pulled from the car and got his first look at the brick facade of the 4-story entrance, flanked by guard towers rising on either side of the 40-foot walls that housed the country's most notorious gangsters, robbers, and spies. A frigid winter wind greeted Otto as he slowly walked through the gates. Temperatures would drop into the 20s at night and wouldn't rise much further during the day, but Otto would come to miss the cold while working under the blazing sun of summer and 90-degree heat. It was not a forgiving place. His cell was small. Dirty iron bars kept him confined at night. He slept on a small metal bed next to his exposed toilet, a desk and chair the only comforts in the barren confines. He quickly adjusted to a new routine. Mornings would come early, with Otto herded into the prison cafeteria to eat cold eggs or cereal with 1,500 other inmates, those doing hard time with Otto would then have heavy metal shackles locked around their ankles, attached to an iron ball weighing 18 pounds, before heading out on work crews for the day. Their hours were spent building roads, farming, or digging ditches, the constant din of steel cracking rock ringing in their ears as they worked, a life turning big rocks into little rocks and digging ditches to nowhere. Kita and Okuda, the Japanese consular officials who worked with Otto, were also being held, but no charges would be forthcoming, as they would be used in prisoner exchanges for American diplomats being held overseas. During questioning, Kita would neither confirm nor deny that the consulate engaged in intelligence or espionage activities, stating that all of the activities were at the direction of the Japanese government. He denied knowing Otto Kuehn or utilizing his services to gather intelligence information. Okuda was equally uncooperative, stating that his actions were not of his own discretion, as he was merely following instructions as a consular official, and therefore did not consider anything he did to be espionage. He did admit taking a trip with Takeo Yashikawa to Kailua in late October 1941, but insisted the trip was only to see a golf course, and that he had even brought along his clubs. He admitted, however, that his companions did not have golf clubs and he did not see a course or play golf that day. Okuda denied knowing Otto but admitted to giving Yashikawa a package during that trip, though he said he didn't know what was in it. Yashikawa, echoing his bosses, swore to investigators he was acquainted with Otto despite Okuda's admission that he had given Yashikawa a package to deliver to him. By June, the Japanese officials were free, sent home during a diplomatic exchange for American diplomats held in Japan. The swap was a success. But not everyone was thrilled, bitter that none of the Japanese consular officials would be held accountable. FBI officials lamented that there was sufficient evidence to have convicted Nagao Kida and Otajiro Okuda. However, an American life is worth many times that of a Japanese, and our hostages were returned safely to the United States. 25. Rescue Ibirichardi 4. May. My father celebrated his 16th birthday on the wrong side of the barbed wire fences of Sand Island, marking the day with strangers, almost all of them adults. There was no cake, no presents, no blowing out of candles. Only the sight of armed guards in the towers that surrounded the prison and the monotony of daily life in internment. Eberhard slept on a small wooden cot under a cramped canvas tent, open to the elements on all sides, along with 7 other bunkmates crammed into the space, and instead of lounging at the beach, riding his bike, or going to parties like other teenagers in Hawaii, his days mainly consisted of walking the grounds, taking care not to venture too close to the perimeter, for fear of being shot. It was as if his life was just drifting away like sand, whipped along by a capricious breeze, with no way out and no idea when, if ever, it might end. Shivers came several times to talk to Eberhard, trying to glean how much he knew about his father's involvement in espionage, or if he was actually involved himself. Their conversations eventually convinced Shivers the boy he had once been sure shared the family secrets was, in fact, an innocent kid. Finally, in April 1942, my father was released after being held at Sand Island for 5 months, but he was still listed as an enemy alien and still on probation. The first thing I did when I was let out of the camp was travel back across the island, my father remembered, back home to look at our house. It was a sad sight. All of the chickens were dead. No one had bothered to take care of them. They just died helpless, and the FBI had taken a lot of our things. Much like his father, returning from the First World War, 20 years earlier, my dad returned from prison without a home, a mother, or a father. War had blighted both their lives in turn. I had asked him about his time at the internment camp during one of our weekly phone calls back before dementia had really taken hold. Sometimes I would catch him on a good day, when he could offer a little more detail on some of his past. When I was let out and lived with a foster family, I couldn't travel without permission, he'd told me once. I had just turned 16 and hadn't done anything, but they listed me as an enemy of the United States. Every time I traveled anywhere outside of the Honolulu district, I needed a letter granting permission from local law enforcement. I could hear the sadness in his voice, and the other end of the line grew silent, and then the conversation was over. Any further details had slipped away. It wasn't much, but I was excited about this new information he had given me. I went back to the basement and pulled out some documents I had requested years earlier from the University of Hawaii archives. They contained several letters from the Honolulu police giving my father permission to travel across the island, and a letter from the military governor dated July 20, 1943, finally releasing him from parole. The file also detailed exactly what happened to him after his release. He stayed with family friends until November, then landed at the home of the pastor at their Lutheran church, Galen Weaver. The Weavers took a great interest in my father, treating him like their own son and forging a lifelong bond. He spent the summer following his sophomore year in high school, working at a cement plant in Waimanalo. But he rarely visited his mother at the internment camp. Mr. Weaver would encourage me to go visit her on Sundays, he remembered. She wanted me to stay at the camp with her permanently, and I didn't want to, so there was always friction. I would purposely miss the bus so I didn't have to Go. Even Shivers, despite initially labeling Eberhard an enemy alien, had grown sympathetic to my father's plight. I asked the FBI man, Shivers did, I have to go and live with my mother in the internment camp. He said, no. You're 16, we can't make you go. It must have been extremely difficult for someone that young to process it all, growing up in a family of committed Nazis and witnessing the carnage of Hitler's regime as a child in Berlin had left its mark. The move to idyllic Hawaii made him believe they had left it all behind. And then, this. The choices made by his parents had put him and his brother Hans, and even his sister, Ruth, in an untenable position. Of all of them, my father chose to break free from his parents and their pasts, but it would come with great costs. Burying the secret of his parents and what they had done meant leaving his previous life behind and starting from scratch, an impossible decision for a teenager, and one that would haunt him for the rest of his life. By September 1942, Friedel had been on Sand Island for the better part of a year, and for months had pleaded to be allowed to see her youngest child, Hans. Finally, he was permitted to visit, and when she saw him, she was shocked. The condition of my 10-year-old son was indescribable. Friedel would recall, the skin was entirely off 5 toes. The wounds were covered only in brown rags. Hans had been born with a condition called pemphigus vulgaris, an autoimmune disease that produces blisters on the skin, frequently causing layers to peel off to the touch. He often wore gloves or bandages on his hands as protection, and his doctors called him a medical marvel because they knew of no other cases of a child surviving the disease past the age of 2. During the brief visit, Friedel tried to help her son as best she could. I showed the officers the terrible wounds, she said, bandaged my child as best I could, then had to let him go away from me again in that way. Hans was being cared for by friends of the family, a couple whom Otto and Friedel used to play bridge with every week, but he was clearly suffering. Friedel suspected he was being abused by the family's 17-year-old son, but had no evidence to support her claim. Soon after, Hans confided in her during one of his visits. He told me his terrible suffering. Friedel would immediately tell authorities. The boy had for months homosexually abused my sick son and had done things to him that I cannot repeat here. He even attempted to kill my child, for he frequently laid him on a surfboard and then left him, who could not swim, to get to the shore alone, or placed a rope around his neck and held him under water in the swimming pool at home. He threatened my son that if he told anything, they would both go to jail, but first he would beat him until he was half dead. Friedel was nearly hysterical with worry, and the Honolulu police were called in to investigate. No charges were filed, but Hans was placed in the care of other family friends until Friedel eventually convinced authorities to let her son live with her at the internment camp. But life at Sand Island was difficult, and the skin disease became harder and harder to manage. Bandages were not always easy to come by, and the boy's blistered hands and feet were often wrapped only in rags. By early 1943, military officials had become concerned that Sand Island's location put detainees at risk if the Japanese launched another attack, and so they decided to close the camp. Friedel and Hans were sent to the mainland, but Ruth was forced to stay behind, transferred to a facility at Honolulu Gulch, a few miles from Pearl Harbor, nicknamed Hell Valley. For the hot, buggy conditions internees endured, authorities weren't done with her yet. Friedel and Hans landed in another internment camp, this one in rural Texas. The massive camp at Crystal City was nothing like the relatively small confines of Sand Island. 3,000 German, Italian, and Japanese internees were housed in small cottages and one-room shanties in the sprawling 290-acre camp. There were schools and food stores scattered throughout the makeshift city, and the facilities even included a sumo wrestling ring and German beer garden. Ruth would later say, "You could hardly notice there was a fence around you. It wasn't freedom, but it was certainly better than conditions on the coral spit at Sand Island." Friedel was convinced the Nazis had brokered her move out of Hawaii, part of a plan to get her and the family back to the fatherland. "I talked with a representative from the Swiss legation," she wrote in a letter to Otto. Neutral third party, the Swiss fielded numerous requests from both sides. During the war, I was very surprised when he told me that Germany had requested that Frau Kuehn has to be sent to the mainland. As soon as I was on the mainland, a cable came with 3 blank questions. Where is Kuehn? How many years did he get? And what has he done now? Germany asked this last question, what have you done, to have it in black and white that Otto proclaimed his innocence, and then our Germany will act. It will take time, my Otto, but the FBI cannot get away with it. Friedel was certain the Third Reich would prevail in the war and eventually rescue the family. Her belief in the Nazi cause had never really waned during her time on Oahu. She dreamed of sailing back to the fatherland and living out the rest of her years there, but the dream came with a caveat. She wanted all her children with her on the journey back. Ruth had eventually been transferred to Crystal City to be reunited with her mother and youngest brother, but still missing was my father. Part 13. In a series of letters to Eberhard, Friedel pleaded with him to come and live in the internment camp in Texas, but he refused, telling her not for the first time that he had no desire to rejoin the family. Friedel became so distraught that Ruth sent Eberhard, then a senior in high school, a final heartfelt plea on Christmas Eve, 1943. "You will be wondering why I have not written to you yet. Until now, I needed all my time to take care of Muddy and Hansel. Muddy is on the end of her strength, and my help or the doctor care won't do much good until her mind is settled in as much as having you over here. I beg you, Alechen, for your mother's life to come at once. You must obey your parents' wishes, even if you do understand their orders. I do not want to have you responsible if anything should happen to her. This is a very fine camp in which I know you will be very happy. We live in a little bungalow and do our own housekeeping and hardly realize that there is a fence around us. Please answer me at once when you arrive. For Mother sake, Papa also requested your immediate transfer and is very hurt about your attitude. Awaiting your answer. Ruth. Kensington, Maryland." The letter to my father seemed so desperate, and all the more striking as it came from the normally cool-headed Ruth. Had Friedel really been on the verge of a complete, life-ending breakdown? I wondered how the letter must have affected my dad, and if he'd ever felt the need to respond, or if he'd felt guilty for refusing his mother's wishes. By now, I had been researching the family for more than 20 years and didn't believe there was anything left to find. Ruth had burned most of the Kuehn history half a century ago, and the few German relatives I had found knew even less than I did. Out of the blue, I received a call from my sister Ingram. "Chrissy," she said, "you're not going to believe what I found in the attic." She was in the midst of a move and clearing out her house in Florida. "I found one of Dad's old boxes, filled with pictures and letters," she said. I was surprised and excited. An entire box of Dad's history had been sitting right under our noses. I made a trip to Florida to find out what was inside. When I arrived, Ingram brought out the box, and we gently removed an ancient photo album containing pictures of relatives I didn't recognize. My dad had saved a number of letters from Friedel and hands written in the 1940s begging him to come home to Germany. I pulled out a letter from Dad to Ruth. It was a response to the letter she had sent him on Christmas Eve of 1943. You, Muddy, Hans, and Papa can and probably will go back to Germany. I can't. My education was in America and my formative years have been in this country. You and Hans will always be German. I never again. I believe the Nazis to be the wrong end. The Jap imperialists are just as bad, if not worse. I know that America has its faults, but nothing that can't be cured. I read the letter slowly. I couldn't help but picture my dad as a 17-year-old boy sitting at his desk, composing this painful note. Alone and forced to make a gut-wrenching choice, and then live with the consequences for the next 60 years. He was just a child, a confused kid, forced to grow up too fast and decide where his deepest loyalties lay. I put the letter in my lap and wept, wishing I could have talked to him about it. Wishing he hadn't felt compelled to keep it from us for all those years. I remembered how he absolutely loved the time spent with my mom's family on the quiet beaches of Pawleys Island in South Carolina. We would vacation at my grandmother's house for 2 weeks every year, the elegantly shabby cottage serving as the hub for scores of aunts, uncles, nieces, and nephews who would come and go, the slam of the front porch screen door announcing another arrival or departure. Cousins of all kinds would pack the house, sleeping 2 and 3 to a bed, on self-made floor pallets, in hammocks on the porch. Any spare spot would do. Family filled every nook and cranny. This was when my dad seemed happiest. Underneath a fresh sunburn, he glowed with contentment. I didn't know why at the time. I thought maybe the fishing and swimming at the shore reminded him of the good times in Hawaii, warm ocean breezes embracing him as he napped on a hammock in the yard. But after reading the letter he wrote as a teenager, I realized that the comfort of a large family, bursting out the seams of the old cottage, filled a void for him created years earlier. Family healed him. I sat on the floor for the next several hours and read every letter in the box. Friedel was crushed by her son's response to her letters. She was convinced he had been brainwashed and was about to be conscripted into the U.S. Army against his will, forced by the Americans to fight against her beloved Germany and his brother Leopold. It was inconceivable to her that her son would choose America over the Reich, and in a desperate plea she implored Leopold to ask the Nazi regime to intervene. She sent the message secretly with a German who had been interned with her in Crystal City and went home in a prisoner exchange. This opportunity to write to you was sent of God, she wrote Leopold. You must rescue Eberhard for me. Demand his being brought here too. Crystal City. Rescue Eberhard. I am at the end of my string. Only the intercession of Germany can change this misfortune. If I had any doubt about which side my grandmother was on, this document ended it. It was frightening to think that if my father hadn't stood his ground, or if my grandmother had been a notch more convincing, he would have ended up back in Germany, forced to fight a war Germany wouldn't win, probably dying in the process. In her note to Leopold, Friedel also relayed a list of grievances and detailed the misfortunes the family had suffered, including Otto's trial, which she called a sham, the theft of their property by the government, inhumane treatment at the internment camps, and the abuse Hans suffered at the hands of his foster family. She ended the letter with "Rescue Eberhard for me." The reality was more awful than words could describe. God protect you and our beloved Germany. Don't forget us and bring us all back. And she signed it, your loving mother. After reading the letter, Leopold leaned on his connections and managed to bring his mother's plea for help to the attention of the director of the German Foreign Office in Berlin, who apparently thought the family's misfortune could be an opportunity for some useful propaganda. This sorely tried family will be given support, and above all, that attempts will be made to send the son, Eberhard, to his mother and family in Crystal City, should the American government refuse to fulfill the wish of the mother. it would be appropriate to ascertain what countermeasures could be taken against the inhumane acts of the Americans. Heil Hitler. Signed Hellermann Oberrex later. The Nazis, astoundingly, apparently saw themselves leading the charge against human rights abuses abroad. They were threatening something. Who knows what if Eberhard was not returned? I knew the basics of my father's story, that he had stayed in America and made a life here, but I had no idea that Friedel and her Nazi connections had fought to bring him back into the fold. It was terrifying to read that the Nazis had been concocting some sort of plan to rescue him. Ruth hadn't left Hawaii for Crystal City, with Friedel and Hans in March 1943, remaining behind in the detention facility at Honouliuli Gulch for few months more. At that point, she had not seen her husband, who was still living on Oahu, since being forced into the internment camp. Her arrest and the magnitude of the subsequent accusations about her involvement in the Pearl Harbor attack had come as quite a surprise to her spouse, Jay Carson. More, in 1943 he filed for divorce, citing cruel treatment and alleging that Ruth, currently being held in an internment camp on Sand Island, was a German agent and had failed to disclose at the time of the marriage, in April 1941, that her family were Nazis. The divorce proceedings were explosive. In court, Moore publicly stated that the Kuehns were secret agents and that Otto Kuehn had been convicted of espionage for aiding the Japanese in the attack on Pearl Harbor. Moore also claimed under oath that the beauty shop the family owned was only a blind for gathering military information for the Germans. Up until that moment, Otto's crimes and conviction had been kept a secret by the government. The story was revealed to the public for the first time during the divorce hearing. It was crazy to think that if Ruth had gotten married to Dr. Hammerg, or perhaps landed with someone more forgiving than her current spouse, this divorce hearing would never have happened, and that leaves the very real possibility that the story would never have gotten out, hidden away forever in the FBI's classified files. But the judge was unswayed by the revelation, however sensational. This court is not concerned whether Mrs. Moore has been un-American or connected with Nazi influences, he ruled. The divorce was denied and Ruth was sent back to the internment camp. But information revealed in the divorce trial sent the government scrambling to put out a press release detailing the investigation and verdict in the case, spinning the facts to put American military and law enforcement in the best light, despite the failures at Pearl Harbor. On June 15, 1943, the story hit the papers. Nazis admit helping Japs, read one headline after the story was released, and there were hundreds more like it on newsstands across the country. Nazi spies signals aided Japanese, roared the headline in the Washington Post. Nazi agent linked to Pearl Harbor, read the New York Times front page. Nazi spies aided Japs at Pearl Harbor, read another, the Dower. Expressions in the mug shots of Otto and Friedel staring back at the reader, with captions under each of their pictures. FRIDL, Kuehn Bernard Kuehn. Helped betray U.S., snake in the grass. The headlines conveyed the collective rage of a nation, still reeling from the violent sneak attack. Now finally, they had names and faces at which to direct their outrage. Members of my family, evil literally personified. Ruth, still serving her time in Oahu, was eventually transferred to Texas, where she rejoined Friedel and Hans. Moore filed for divorce again a few years later, claiming desertion, and this time the divorce was granted. In January 1944, Friedel wrote a letter from the internment camp in Texas to Otto at Leavenworth with an announcement. She had made the decision to return to the fatherland with Hans and Ruth whenever they were released, leaving him in America alone to serve out his 50-year sentence. I hope from the bottom of my heart that you will agree with my decision. It will be for the benefit for all of us. I know that. Germany will do the best for his people. We can't be together. Darling, I can't see Eberhard, and so it does not make any difference how many miles are between us. I do not have to make any words how I feel, that I have to leave Eberhard here behind for the time being. No matter, my dear husband, what the future will bring. I feel that my separation now will bring us together sooner in the long run. I go rested with the assurance that you are strong within yourself to carry on. Now chin up, Otto, and fight the battle. I know it will not be easy. Be loved, kissed, and embraced by all of us. Your Friedel, who is waiting for you. Their marriage would be the final casualty of their mission to Hawaii. Otto responded in a letter in March. You can't help me here. Therefore, again, please do what you think is best for you and the children. Aloha from the bottom of my heart. My thoughts will always be with you and my only darling daughter, and my Hanselman, who is so very, varied to me. Give Leopold and his family my love, and Eberhard, I miss so much about him. I will miss contact with all of you. With all my love, your Ott. The family's plight was still of interest to the Nazis. In February 1944, following up on Leopold's tip, they contacted officials at the Swiss legation and asked them to make an inquiry on their behalf to find out what was happening with the Kuehns. A heavily redacted FBI memo to the State Department reported, "This is the first intimation the Bureau has had of interest in the Kuehns on the part of the Germans." The Bureau later found the Nazis had also made 2 earlier inquiries through the Swiss, asking in December 1942 some routine questions about the family's whereabouts. And then shortly afterward, why is Otto at Leavenworth? As Friedel waited for her return to the fatherland, she did not give up trying to talk Eberhard into joining her, but she learned to her horror that instead he was planning to enlist in the U.S. Army when he graduated from high school. My father wasn't going to join the Nazis, he was going to fight them. Eberhard was still a German, technically, but in his heart he was an American. The words in his heartfelt letter to Ruth a few months earlier were forged from deep inside. You and Hans will always be German. Never again. I believed the Nazis to be in the wrong. It didn't matter to him that he was signing up to fight in the bloodiest war in U.S. history, a death sentence for 400,000 American soldiers. He felt the pull of his adoptive country, and fighting is what red-blooded Americans did after the attack on Pearl Harbor. So in 1944, my dad graduated from Punahou High School, became a U.S. citizen, and immediately enlisted in the Army, hell-bent on fighting America's enemies. 26. Nowhere to Geo. In December 1944, Friedel got the news she was waiting for, along with Hans and Ruth. She was being sent home to Germany in exchange for captured and wounded Americans being held there, and in Japan and Italy. Perhaps the pressure applied by the German government had worked. The Reich wanted its spies back, herded with others from the Crystal City internment camp. Mother, daughter, and son took a 30-hour train trip to Jersey City, and on January 7, 1945, walked up the gangplank of the MS Gripsholm with other German and Japanese civilians and POWs who had been held in internment camps in the United States. As the ship slowly made its way down the Hudson River and out onto the Atlantic, Friedel had a final view of the city that had been her entry point almost 10 years earlier. But as the mainland slowly faded from sight, no one was there to wave goodbye. She would never see Eberhard again. Arriving in Marseille, Friedel, Hans, and Ruth were just hours from home, but there was a problem. The Germans had agreed to exchange 875 prisoners, but the list of Allied prisoners they intended to free included only 713. No one could leave Marseille until an agreement could be reached. Between the warring parties, after considerable diplomatic wrangling, Germany agreed to immediately hand over 46 additional captives held in the notorious Bergen-Belsen concentration camp and release 300 more from the camp in the near future. One of the 60,000 prisoners there was Anne Frank, who would die in the horrific conditions before any more inmates were released. With the diplomatic stalemate broken, Friedel, Hans, and Ruth were loaded with the others onto one of 2 trains bound for Montreux, Switzerland. From there, they shuffled onto another train and were taken to Kreuzlingen, Switzerland, just outside the southern border of Germany. Arriving on January 24, this was the exchange point. It would be the final prisoner swap of the war. The group watched as a train from Germany pulled into the station, carrying approximately the same number of detainees and POWs held by Italy and Germany. Filing onto the train, Friedel, Hans, and Ruth passed wide-eyed men, women, and children who had been interned by Germany and were heading in the opposite direction, neither side certain what the future held. An hour later, they crossed the Rhine River. The Kuehns were home and heading to their final destination, Berlin, where the German army was fighting a losing battle against Soviet forces, while the Allies slowly made their way there. The German capital, their home for so many years, was unrecognizable. Weeks of artillery salvos and unrelenting bombardment from Allied air raids were reducing Berlin to rubble. The area was pockmarked with steel pillboxes, cratered streets, and mountains of broken glass, brick, and other debris. Buildings shattered from the unrelenting attacks formed a grotesque skyline through the dust and smoky haze. Their travel documents listed Leopold's house at 10 Laubenheimer Strasse in Berlin as their final destination. Leopold and Ursel now had 2 sons, born in 1938 and 1940, and Friedel was looking forward to reuniting with Leopold, as well as his wife and children, whom she had never met. But Friedel quickly realized Berlin was too dangerous. The reunion with Leopold would have to wait. The problem was that nowhere was safe. Allied bombs were falling on large and small cities alike, creating a wide swath of destruction across Germany. Friedel mulled her options. Her hometown, Hamburg, in the north, had been destroyed by a week-long bombing attack so furious the entire city erupted into flames. Frankfurt was under siege. People in Munich, in the south, were no better off than those in Berlin. She settled on Bregenz, Austria, an ancient city with a history dating back to the Roman Empire, eluding the constant Allied barrages from above. Hans, Ruth, and Friedel arrived in Bregenz and found it unscathed. Friedel hoped they would be safe there. Leopold had sent Ursel and his sons out of Berlin to Spremberg, a small city 90 miles to the south. It was far from safe, but at least it avoided the onslaught facing Berlin. Soviet troops had spent the last few weeks gathering about 35 miles outside Berlin. Civilians in the city continued to function as normally as possible, despite more than 1 million Red Army soldiers and 6,200 tanks amassed outside the city limits, numbers that kept growing even while Nazi flags flew defiantly from battered buildings. Walls throughout the city were hastily scrawled with appeals penned by Goebbels, such as "Every German will defend his capital," and posters glued to lampposts implored the last remaining residents of the city to fight to the death. Leopold was forbidden from leaving Berlin, assigned by Goebbels to defend the last vestige of the Nazi Empire. He wrote to Ursel on February 18, 1945, shortly before the final siege of the capital. "My dearest wife, it is Sunday evening. I arrived right now at my workplace after the air raid for my night shift. Friedel, Hans, and Ruth are living right now in Bregenz, Ostmark, Austria. I don't know How long this situation will work out because they cannot stay. Long over there. I am thinking how I get you back from Spremberg, because I can barely handle to know that you are all times in a permanently dangerous situation, and I have the following idea. Mother came without financial income to Germany, and I have now to support her. It is for me just impossible to help 3 households financially. It is in this moment the best when you all move together and have just one household. I can see some difficulties because I know you, and Mother I know too. It will not at all times be easy. The main point is that you are in a decent way out of Spremberg. Leopold went on to tell her he would pull some strings to get her permission to travel with the boys by train to an apartment in a small town in South Germany, which he felt would be safer since it was farther from Berlin, but she had to move quickly. Now you must pack everything immediately, and what you cannot take with you, nail in cases so nothing will be stolen. I hope the Ivan Nazi slang for a Russian soldier does not cross our plans. I cannot help you at all because I cannot leave Berlin, but I know you are strong, and leaving Spremberg will give you wings. Keep me in your heart and kiss our children from me. I send you a big hug in my thoughts, and I hope to hold you in my arms soon. Your loving Leopold. About the same time, Leopold's brother Eberhard was going through basic training at Fort Bliss in Texas. His hatred of the Nazis had been forged slowly over the previous decade, and he knew that soon he and the other men in his unit, most of them teenagers like himself, would be sent to fight them. But unlike the others, this meant the very real possibility he would be going to war against his own brother. In March, his unit received its orders. They would be sent to the front. The final Allied push into Berlin began on April 16, 1945, as well over million Soviet soldiers and a sea of tanks began their march toward the capital. 4 days later, sequestered deep beneath the streets of Berlin in the Führer bunker, Hitler was awakened to reports that the Russians had reached the outskirts of the city. Later that day, the princes of the Third Reich gathered in the bunker's tiny, dimly lit parlor for a party. It was Hitler's birthday. They celebrated for the last time among the naked light bulbs and putrid smell of human waste. The next day, Leopold listened as radios and loudspeakers broadcast Goebbels's final speech, delivered from the depths of the bunker beneath Berlin as artillery fire ripped through the city. On the walls of our city, the Mongol storm must and will break. It goes without saying I will stay in Berlin with my staff. My wife and children as well are here and will stay here. Within hours of the speech, the Red Army began raining mortar shells on the city in a non-stop onslaught that would last for days. By the time Allied troops reached the city center on April 30, only 10,000 German soldiers were left, and only a fraction of those were actual soldiers, the rest a mix of policemen, schoolboys, and elderly men previously deemed too old or sickly to fight. Leopold was among this final ragtag resistance, ordered by Goebbels to stay and fight a battle they couldn't win. 50 feet below the streets of Berlin, the Führer had his dog, Blondie, poisoned with cyanide to test its effectiveness. The dog was soon dead. Hitler and Eva Braun, whom he had married the night before in the bunker, then retreated to his room and shut the door. Braun downed a cyanide pill. Adolf Hitler, in his final act, shot himself in the head. Per his instructions, his body, along with that of Braun and his dog, was carried out through the bunker emergency exit by Joseph Goebbels and a few others who were left. Soldiers poured gasoline on their bodies and set them on fire. The corpses burned for 2.5 hours as bombs continued to demolish the city. The next day, Goebbels had an SS dentist inject his 6 children, 5 girls and 1 boy, ages 4 to 12, with morphine. His wife, Magda, put a cyanide capsule into each child's mouth and forced it down their throats. Magda and Goebbels then walked out of the bunker to the sound of gunfire from the nearby skirmishes and killed themselves. On May 2, the fight for the city was over. The Germans surrendered. In Munich, Berlin, Frankfurt, and every town across the region, women, children, and old men far outnumbered the able-bodied men after 6 brutal years of fighting, battered families pulling wooden carts loaded with small children and all their belongings searched for a safe haven, while queues of exhausted women stood outside food shops for scraps and water next to starving refugees begging in the streets. Friedel, Ruth, and Hans faced the same life-or-death challenges as they negotiated their way back to Leopold and Ursel. They eventually reached a small town in southern Germany, directed there by Leopold, where they met up with Ursel and her 2 children. Friedel had seen 2 of her own children through 2 internment camps, a trip across the mine-laden Atlantic, severe bombing raids from Allied planes, and a dangerous trek to this safe haven. For the first time in years, she could take a breath. Ursel was uneasy, though. She hadn't heard from her husband in weeks. The war was over. Berlin had fallen, but where was Leopold? Eventually, they would get their answer. During the final battle for the German capital, Leopold was badly injured in an explosion. He died the day after the Nazis surrendered. Goebbels' edict requiring his small staff of propagandists to stay and defend the front line had sealed Leopold's fate. Photos from a few months later captured a post-war reunion with Ursel and other Kuehn relatives in an idyllic country setting. An old farmhouse served as the backdrop as Friedel, Ruth, and Hans posed with Ursel and her 2 sons, their arms interlocked, projecting a unified front. As I stared at the black and white photo, it seemed an odd intersection for the family. On one side was young Hans, smiling through the pane, looking past the camera and off into the distance, and Ruth, hair coiffed and dressed like the pretty young debutante she'd once been. On the other side was Ursel, now widow, slightly washed out in the ancient photo, forcing a brave smile as she clutched the sons she and Leopold had brought into the world during the Nazis' rise, and in the middle, looking very much the part of a matriarch, was Friedel. Destiny had inflicted its wrath on them all there. Agony suffered in very different ways for very different reasons. The constant to it all was Friedel. My grandmother had led Leopold toward a Nazi dream that would leave him dead and his wife alone to raise 2 sons. Friedel had brought Ruth into the lurid world of high-stakes espionage with great hopes, but disastrous results. The others in the photo had also suffered terribly at Friedel's whims. The people not in the picture said as much as the people who were. Ott was destined to spend the rest of his life doing hard time in prison, and my father would never see most of those family members in the photo again. And as Friedel mourned the death of Leopold, another son was fighting for his life on an island in the Pacific in one of the most brutal confrontations of World War II. The struggle in Europe had ended, but the war was far from over. On April 1, 1945, Easter Sunday, 60,000 American troops landed on the beach in Okinawa, and for 3 months would endure a horrific struggle to capture the island in what became the bloodiest battle of the war. In the Pacific, soldiers fought at close quarters in life or death hand-to-hand combat, spilling blood in the caves, trenches, and bunkers that dotted the bombed-out landscape as torrential downpours flooded the lands. Among them, somewhere, was 19-year-old Eberhard Kuehn. My father would spend the next 82 days fighting next to his fellow soldiers, all of them coated in dirt and mud, almost indistinguishable from one another, and facing a Japanese army that would never surrender, intent on battling to the death, because they knew that if Okinawa fell, their homeland was next. Wave after wave of kamikaze pilots buzzed overhead. Eberhard watched as their planes angled suddenly downward toward American warships. Positioned just offshore and detonated in succession, 355 of them hitting their targets at 500 miles per hour during a single 5-hour period alone. The explosions and gunfire were constant. Okinawa became a tragic bookend to the attack on Pearl Harbor. The apocalyptic scene, the stench, and the unburied corpses caused thousands of soldiers to crack. One survivor recalled, "The most torturous nightmares have haunted me for many, many years. The dream is always the same, going back up the line during the bloody, muddy month of May. If my father had ever allowed himself to talk about that time, I'm sure he would have confessed the same thing, but he never spoke much about it, except to say how lucky he was to have survived while 12,000 comrades were killed. He was at Okinawa, at least in part, to atone for the sins of his father and mother. If Otto and Friedel had their way, he would have been in Berlin, fighting for the Reich alongside his brother, but he chose the country he'd come to love, despite being branded an enemy alien and held in an internment camp. I found a letter he had sent while in Okinawa to a friend in Hawaii. It was written late in June 1945, just after the Japanese on the island had surrendered. He wrote of ordinary things. Breakfast was awful, the constant rain was a nuisance, farm animals roamed the dirt roads. There was no mention of the fighting and atrocities, only the faces of villagers he had met, the innocents. He had blocked out the horrors, compartmentalized them, and locked them away, a pattern he would continue throughout his life when dealing with his past. As I read it, I felt like I'd discovered the origin of his curious, maddening telegram-style explanations I would come to know so well, the writing style of a person who had to hide his past in order to survive. 27. The Reckoning. 3 years after the war ended, my father was a college student in Indiana, spending the summer in New Jersey. Okinawa was behind him, but now he was in the Army Reserves. When the phone rang that day in 1948, the hoarse voice on the end of the line was familiar, but more fragile and haggard than Eberhard remembered. Part 14. It was Otto, who had tracked him down to tell him he had been released from prison. It was a shocking call. My father had all but written off his father. He knew where Otto was for all those years, Leavenworth, but he chose not to go, and now he was confused. How had his father been allowed to go free? Otto explained that after the war in Europe ended in 1945, he wrote a letter from his cell to the Adjutant General of the War Department, asking to have his case reopened. He was unaware that his son Leopold had been killed in the final fighting of the war, just 5 days before his request. In the letter, he stated his trial had been a sham, and that he had been made a scapegoat for the attack on Pearl Harbor. Most of his witnesses had refused to testify or did not show, he said, and his lawyer was incompetent. A series of events, soon after his request, helped build momentum toward his case getting a second look. Fortuitously for Otto, in February 1946, the Supreme Court reviewed a case that would pave the way for his appeal, Duncan v. Kahanamoku, Duke. Kahanamoku was an Olympic hero in swimming and the godfather of surfing, and was currently serving as sheriff of Honolulu. The court ruled that a military tribunal in Hawaii that had sentenced a civilian to prison for getting into a fight with 2 Marines in 1944 had overstepped its authority, and martial law in Hawaii had not authorized the supplanting of civilian courts with military tribunals. In light of the ruling, Otto was granted a hearing in front of the Alien Enemy Repatriation Hearing Board, which concluded he should be sent back to Germany. A month later, Attorney General Tom Clark ordered Otto to be immediately deported, describing him as an alien enemy, dangerous to the public peace and safety of the United States, and if Otto couldn't scrape Together, the money to leave of his own accord, the immigration and naturalization service would put him on a ship and see that he left the country. In the meantime, Otto was sent to Ellis Island, the destination for immigrants who had packed their hopes and dreams, and what little they could carry from far across the world, and the launching point for those no longer welcome. He was guided through the doors of the Great Hall with its vaulted ceiling, rising 40 feet above the labyrinth of people negotiating. The long lines, then crammed into a small room with 74 other men sleeping on army cots in groups of 4. Otto expected to be there for just a short while. Clark had made it clear that he had to be gone within 30 days. Instead, Otto wallowed there for 2 years. The archives are silent as to why he was kept there or how he could have legally been held for so long. It may be that Otto simply fell through the cracks. But finally, on July 29, 1948, Otto's case was again put in front of Attorney General Clark, who ordered his immediate parole. Otto walked out the doors of the Ellis Island facility on a muggy summer day with only the clothes on his back and remnants of the $3 week he was paid working the grounds of the lockup, after facing certain death at the hands of a firing squad, and then the uncertainty of his release. From Ellis Island, he breathed the air as a free man for the first time in 7 years. An FBI memo summed up the entire debacle, noting that the address to which he was going was not known, with a handwritten addition at the end of the memo that read, "This is astounding." The note could have referred to the fact that Otto was held for 2 years after having been ordered to leave the country within 30 days, or it could refer to the fact that a Nazi, first sentenced to death for his role in the attack on Pearl Harbor, then sentenced to 50 years in prison, then ordered to leave the country immediately because he was dangerous, was simply paroled and allowed to wander around the country, with the authorities having no idea where he was. The memo was marked, "To be DSDROID after action is taken and not sent to the FILES." With very little money, Otto needed a plan to get home to Friedel, Hans, and Ruth. To go by ship, even in the lower-class berths below deck, would cost him $200, the equivalent of $2,500 today. He stared at the towering buildings of New York City that rose across the Hudson. He would have to earn enough to buy a ticket home, so Otto settled in Yorkville, on the Upper East Side of New York City. Working odd jobs, he finally saved up enough money to sail home. It was at this point that he called Eberhard. After finishing his story on the phone that day, Otto grew silent. The pause was followed by a question for his son. He wanted to see Eberhard one more time before heading back to Germany, he said. Would he be willing to meet? My father never told me much about that meeting, but he gave me enough to know that whether to go was an agonizing decision. But this was his last chance for answers, to see what his father had become. Was he repentant, sorry for all the pain and misfortune he had brought to the family? So he got on a train in New Jersey and took the quick ride into New York City in August, shortly before Otto was planning to leave the United States for good. They hadn't seen each other in 6 years, the last time being in a courtroom where Eberhard was forced not only to listen to the litany of evils perpetrated by his father, but to testify against him. Eberhard got off the train at Penn Station and made his way to the Upper East Side. He arrived at the meeting place, a small coffee shop. I imagined the scene in my head, my father standing on the busy sidewalk, debating whether or not to go in, peering through the windows to catch a glimpse of his father, sitting alone in a booth. Eventually, he pulled open the door and went inside. He walked to the booth as Otto stood and gave him a short, uncomfortable hug. Now hunched and frail, his father had withered away over the years, and Eberhard could feel Otto's bony frame as they separated. sitting in the nondescript booth amid the clatter of silverware and din of conversations around them. They talked about the series of events that had brought them to this moment, the Nazis, the quest to provide for the family, the spying on Oahu. Could Otto even explain it? As father and son sipped their drinks while they talked, diners nearby had no idea of the connection the two strangers near them had to the tragedy at Pearl Harbor and the war that followed. Sitting across from his son, Otto eventually got to the heart of the matter. The reason he wanted to meet. He begged his son to return to Germany. Friedel missed him terribly, he said, and the family was going to rebuild its future there. To do so without their child would be painful. His son's answer was firm, his voice edged in anger. You brought me to this country, made me appreciate this country, and now you want me to leave? No. His fury over the position Otto and Friedel had put the rest of the family in was barely contained. Watching how Hans had suffered, his own time in the internment camp. While labeled an enemy alien, the wounds ran deep. He no longer considered himself a German, or even in a way a Kuehn. He'd separated himself from a lifetime of turmoil and pain at the hands of his parents. As the conversation waned, my father later told me he had a question for his dad. I asked him if he did all of the things they said he did. Sitting on the other side of the table, Otto turned his gaze downward. He was tired and weak, a broken man, the years serving hard time in Leavenworth, then rotting away on Ellis Island, had taken their toll. He stared at the table and said nothing. My father stood up, gave Otto a brief hug, and walked out the door. He never saw his father again. 28. RSUNCLNG. By 2020, Mark and I had become empty nesters. I'd watched the last of my children head for college, then leave the house for good, and the story of my family remained buried in boxes under the stairs. I'd brought the narrative up to the point when the Kuehns returned to Germany, but after that the trail had gone cold. Otto and the family seemingly vanished, just as completely as they had when they left Germany for Hawaii, and the trail would have stayed cold if not for a cryptic letter I received on Memorial Day that year from Berlin. It arrived at our old address a mile from where we were currently living. A Victorian home built in 1895, the same year my grandfather was born. The new owners had been nice enough to call and let me know it was there. I drove over and picked up the letter, which was in an onion skin envelope, placed it on the passenger seat of my car, and headed back. When I got home, I snatched up the letter and walked inside. But when I got into the kitchen, I couldn't find the will to open it. I flipped the envelope in my hand for what seemed like hours. 2 stamps in the corner contained words I did not understand, framing artwork of very old-looking European buildings. The handwritten return address was of someone. Berlin, Germany, Deutschland. Until now, the family story had seemed a bit like a fable, with villainous characters I had read about in history class, intertwined with mythical family members I had never met. This letter made it all real. What if it contained fresh revelations, more heinous than the ones I had already discovered? Wasn't sure how much I could bear. Finally, I opened it. Dear Ms. Scapone, I got your address from Mr. Peter Wolfgang Becker. He told me that you might be interested in a contact. By now I am an old lady of 86. I am a cousin of Eberhard and Hans Joachim Kuehn. Their father Otto and our father Bernhard were brothers. I met Hans Joachim after the war. I never met Eberhard. Perhaps I could tell you something of what we know about the Otto Kuehn family. Sincerely yours, Lisa Elizabeth. Unbeknownst to me, Peter Becker, the friend of my aunt, who had called to tell me that Ruth had died, had at some point passed along my name to Lisa, after years in which I'd searched for relatives on the internet. With little luck, a long-lost German cousin had found me. I stared at the letter. Everything came flooding back in a rush. The curiosity and the dread. What family secrets did Lisa have? And did I even want to know? I was aware that the answers would not magically turn the Kuehn story into a fairy tale, but after so many years of searching, I had to know what those answers were, good or bad. The letter included no phone number, no email address, just a quick note. And a street address in Berlin. I gathered up my courage and wrote a letter. Back to Lisa, hoping we could establish a relationship over the thousands of miles and years of secrets that separated us. 3 weeks later, I received an email from Lisa's son, Bruno. Dear Chris, I am the son of Lisa, with whom you corresponded lately. Lisa thanks you for your letter. She is quite ready to send a long report on what she has heard about Otto Kuhn's life. It is not a nice, straightforward story of family life, but rather adventurous. Please tell her whether you would like to hear it or not. Looking forward to your answer. Bruno and Lisa. When we connected weeks later, finally able to communicate by email. The first questions weren't about the decades-long mystery we were trying to unravel, but about our family today. Names, professions, marriages. Bobby's. Over the next several months we spoke often. This distant cousin unleashed a wave of new information about what happened to Otto, Hans, Friedel, and Ruth after leaving the United States, along with providing old family photos and details of their life before they'd suddenly left Germany. In 1935, other relatives swam into view, including Hans's wife, Olga, and their 3 sons, filling in blank after blank in our family history, Lisa even sketching a family tree. But even with the new revelations, I felt it was probably best if I followed in the footsteps of my dad, his entire family, really, and kept the story buried. I had put it away for good so many times, only to pull it back out when I discovered new information somewhere, and selfishly, like the rest of the family, I was afraid of what people might think if they knew. What good could come from exposing this tormented family history? I thought, my Aunt Ruth's words ringing in my ears. You have a good life. You don't want to ruin it with the past. I wasn't going to burn the papers. Like Ruth, I was simply going to let them rot away and tell no one. Then one day, rather unexpectedly, I sat down at my desk and wrote the words. My father liked to tell stories. Surprisingly, the words kept coming. Before I was finished, the stories of Ruth burning the family papers, Otto spying, Leopold's dark Nazi past, and my father's lifelong attempt to keep it all from us had poured from me onto the computer screen. After being bottled up for 30 years, I typed for several hours before stopping, quite literally out of breath after hammering out dozens of pages. It was incomplete, but it was a start. I now knew I needed to finish the story. Not in hopes of crafting some great novel, but for myself, and I knew where I needed to go. Almost 60 years after Ruth made her trek, I retraced her journey. Boarding a plane to Germany to reconnect with a family whose ties had been severed all those years ago. We were all tremendously excited to share the information we had individually discovered. All of us were searching for the truth of our past, and unknowingly each other. They wanted me to see all the pictures, letters, and documents they had stored away, items that weren't to be found in any FBI files, and more importantly, to finally meet in person. So in December 2023, I flew to Frankfurt with my sister to track down the final pieces of the story, and to meet relatives hidden away for a lifetime. Waiting in baggage claim, I was nervous. What would these long-lost relatives be like? Would I look like them? I found my bag and walked toward the exit. On the other side of the doors stood Leopold's grandson, Nutt, and his wife, Andrea. They greeted me with a handmade welcome sign and an enormous bear hug. It felt like I had known them forever. We spent the day in Frankfurt. I met their daughter, Nadia, and Nutt's sister, Kuehn. The next day, we drove to Stuttgart to meet Hans's side of the family. Waiting at a local restaurant was my Aunt Olga and her sons Winnie and Wolfgang, who went by the less intimidating nickname Schnuff. Each of them brought their children, ranging from age 10 to 30, filling the long table with 3 generations of Kuehns. I stumbled through my rudimentary German, learned in a crash course on the internet. Luckily, everyone at the table, save Aunt Olga, spoke English. We talked of family resemblances, Olga saying my mannerisms reminded her of Friedel, not adding I had his father's eyes. The comparisons were both comforting and frightening. I did not want to be like Friedel and Leopold, but as I looked around the table at the friendly faces of newfound family members, it was oddly comforting to know I reminded them of family. After touring several storybook towns that looked straight out of a fairy tale, with cobblestone streets and impossibly beautiful hillside castles, Nut dropped us at the train station in Nuremberg with promises to stay in touch. A 3-hour trek to Berlin brought us through frosted mountains, the landscape dotted with gigantic pine trees, their branches caked in snow. I found myself wondering if this was the same postcard vista my grandfather had stared out at so many years before, the butcher of Prague, Reinhard Heydrich, seated beside him. The train screeched to a stop at the Hauptbahnhof station. I was in Berlin, ground zero for the chaos and frenzy that had pushed my father and his family toward Pearl Harbor. Waiting at the station was my cousin Bruno, Lisa's son, who took us through the city to meet his mom. As we drove the Berlin streets, I imagined what it must have been like during the Nazi era, flags adorned with gigantic swastikas hanging from buildings, a sea of SA brown shirts marching the streets with torches. We passed the remnants of the Berlin Wall, once a 96-mile-long blockade that ran through the center of the city, now a stretch of concrete covering less than a mile and spattered with colorful designs. We pulled up to a large apartment building Lisa had lived in her entire life. The property was originally owned by Otto's taunt Martha, who had passed it down to Lisa's father, Bernhard. They had me set up in a guest suite. I would later find out it was the same apartment Otto and Bernhard stayed in when they returned home, following World War I. The next day, we visited the flat in Berlin where my dad grew up, the white palatial building. That was the last place the family lived before their hurried move to Hawaii. It was there that Otto and the others had all fallen under the spell of Adolf Hitler. There was a park across from the building where I imagined my father playing as a boy with his younger brother, Hans. Poor Hans. Of all the Kuehns, he'd suffered the most from Otto and Friedel's dreams of grandeur. Throughout the years, his legend had grown. He was branded a child spy in the 1975 edition of the People's Almanac, and in dozens of other publications, the story detailing how Otto would bring Hans to Pearl Harbor dressed as a cute little sailor, with the express purpose of getting invited onto Navy ships, with the child trained to remember all the important details about the ships he toured. The account was nonsense. He hadn't taken part in any of the spying, but the stories ate away at him. Returning to Germany at age 12 with Friedel and Ruth, they were so poor that he often subsisted on meals of milk soup, physical and emotional abuse while in the care of his foster family, along with the toll that living in the rugged conditions of the internment camp took on him, landed Hans in the hospital several times at a young age. He was left permanently unable to straighten his fingers on one hand and fought emotional demons that he later tried to calm with alcohol. My children have suffered enough to drive them insane, Friedel once wrote to authorities. Hans attempted suicide on several occasions over the years to try to end his pain. In 1974, he succeeded. After lingering at the former Kuehn homestead, we drove to the small apartment where Leopold had lived with Ursel and their 2 sons. Chills ran down my spine, standing next to the entrance Leopold had walked through hundreds of times, picturing him in his black cap, black wool Nazi uniform, and swastika armband as his boots clomped down the same Berlin street we were now standing on. Later, we gathered in Lisa's apartment for afternoon coffee and cakes, served on the same fine china Tante Martha had used when my grandfather lived there, surrounded by her husband, brother, nephew, and children. Lisa told me stories I had never heard before. Reinhard Heydrich had once made a play for my cousin, Lisa told us, only to be rebuffed. She talked about her time in the Hitler Youth, the same Bund Deutscher Metal Ruth had been a part of. She pulled out an old album filled with pictures of Otto as a young sailor, Friedel posing with Leopold and Ruth as teenagers, and my father as a toddler. I put these with the photographs Nutt had given me earlier. Black and white pictures with edges eaten away by the years, showing Leopold in his Nazi stormtrooper uniform wearing a smooth, round gladiator helmet, strapped tight under his chin, a baton hanging from his left hip. After several hours, our group thinned down to just Lisa and me. We are very excited for you to tell the story, she said. You come back to visit for my 90th birthday next year. She squeezed my hand, and I gave her a hug goodbye. Flying home from Germany the next day, I pulled out some of the pictures I had collected. There was a shot of Friedel's apartment in Tirschenreuth, a small town on the eastern border of Germany. That was the end of the story for both Friedel and Otto. Not surprisingly, their long dream of reunion in the homeland hadn't been a happy one. After being paroled from Ellis Island in 1948, Otto was prepared to sail back to Germany and reunite with Friedel, Ruth, and Hans. But Friedel scuttled that plan, concerned that the political climate in post-war Germany would not have been kind to Otto. With the political turmoil in Berlin and the rest of the country, and the rampant poverty and food shortages, there would be little chance Otto could make a living there and support Friedel and Hans. He was a former Nazi, sentenced to death for the bombing of Pearl Harbor. He would have a tough go of it in the Allied-controlled areas of the country if they found out who he was. On December 3, 1948, after scraping up enough funds to finally leave the United States, Otto boarded the SS Uruguay and departed for Buenos Aires. He would stay there over the next several years, working an array of odd jobs and sending what he could to help support Friedel and Hans, who were living in a cramped, two-bedroom tenement apartment in Tirschenreuth, struggling to make ends meet. As the family fought just to find enough food to eat, the remnants of their extravagant lifestyle in Hawaii were being unceremoniously sold at an auction so large it made the local newspapers. Auction treasures of Kuehn include antiques, tools of spy, read the headline in the Honolulu Star Bulletin in 1945. Items included antique Chinese vases, fine silverware, diamonds, pearls, and Persian and Chinese rugs. It raised impressive $14,746, $250,000 today, that was seized by the government as ill-gotten gains from their spying. In the ensuing years, Friedel and Hans sent a flurry of pictures and heartfelt notes to my dad, imploring him to come home. Friedel had never stopped believing that Eberhard would eventually find his way back to Germany. My father never returned. In 1955, Otto became ill. He boarded a ship and made the long ocean journey from Buenos Aires back to his homeland, finally reunited with the family after almost 15 years. But the long-dreamed-of reunion was hardly the stuff of dreams. Otto found Friedel and Hans living in a small apartment, subsisting on German welfare checks. It was a long way from the days of his childhood, living in castles, or from their time in Hawaii, with money flowing like water. Otto died of cancer shortly after returning home. The Honolulu Star-Bulletin sent a reporter to Tertianruth in the summer of 1962 to do a story on Friedel, the formerly accused spy. It did not paint a pretty picture of the matriarch, whose family had once owned 3 properties on Oahu, had traveled first class on voyages abroad, and in their 6 years in Hawaii, had blown through a sum of money that today would be the equivalent of well over $1 million. She is a broken woman of 70, living on a German old age pension of $30 a month, the reporter wrote. Sinewy and chain-smoking, she spoke in her small, 2-bedroom apartment, paint flacking off the walls. A lot of nonsense has been written about us Kuehns, Friedel told the reporter. Don't believe it. Despite the years of tragedy that had befallen the family, much of it at her own hands, Friedel was still defiant, conspiratorial, unwilling to take the blame for any of it. She still claimed that my father had been forcibly kept in America against his will. They even pressed him into the army. I have not seen my son since those days in Hawaii. Friedel spent a lot of time trying to locate him after she returned to Germany. I know that Oma Grandma Kuehn desperately searched for Eberhard, recalled Olga, who was married to Hans and living in Tertianruth at the time. And I think Aunt Ruth knew exactly where you and your father lived at the time. Why didn't she tell her mother? Olga and Friedel were very close, or at least as close as you could get to Friedel, even though I was married to her son when she found out that my father worked for an American company in Wurzburg, Olga told me. She was worried the FBI would put me on to her. It took a long time to gain her trust. Her life was dominated by constant fear that the FBI would one day show up at her door again and arrest her. Friedel lived out her remaining years, terrified that an American agent would once again knock on her door and take her away. In February 1964, she died of cancer. Ruth flew alone from New York to help bury Friedel, landing in Munich. In midwinter, after a 9-hour flight, she rented a car and drove 3 hours to Tertianruth, meeting Hans at the tenement apartment he had shared with his mom for many years. When Grandma Kuehn died, Ruth was the first to arrive in Tertianruth, Olga recalled. She had rented a car that same evening and drove straight to the apartment. The whole wall unit was full of files, documents, and photo albums cleared out. Everything was driven into a field during the night and burned there. That gave me a lot to think about. Olga had been married to Hans for many years, and they had 3 children together, but he never said a word about his childhood in Hawaii. It seems that everyone involved agreed not to say anything about that time, Olga told me. Ruth had moved back to the United States in 1949, married a man 10 years her senior, and worked for years as a nanny and later at several high-end department stores, catering to rich women and their husbands. During the last few years of her life, Ruth had become increasingly paranoid that the FBI was watching her, much like Friedel. They're watching me, Ruth would often say to anyone who would listen. Did you see them? I'd sometimes thought of following Ruth's lead, hauling out to the backyard all the files and photos and transcripts I'd collected over half a lifetime, piling them up and burning them, a bonfire to make the past disappear. In a way, the tragic family history would only be real if I told it. Maybe it would be better to follow Aunt Ruth's example and erase the pain and the guilt. Ruth nearly succeeded in her quest to disappear our family history. She spent the last decades of her life in a senior community. Her friends and neighbors would never know that their quiet elderly acquaintance had been dubbed one of the most mysterious and successful spies in the annals of espionage. She went to her grave never telling a soul.